Okay, we are streaming. Can't believe I'm sitting down in time for this to even start. Okay, let's go to live stream and see if we're connecting. And we'll start the infinite call at that point. It says we have an excellent connection. Great start. And if T-Tank Barry is listening, I've got your 100 United States dollars. Thank you, my dearest brother. Love you dearly, beyond expression. Okay, let's start that call. And we're going to press the Meet Now button, and we're going to press Audio Call. Okay. Oh my goodness. Just sitting down after rushing home and monitoring the situation as it proceeds. And we are making that call. And I'll explain to everyone, of course, that we've got to address, well, everything. The Charlie Kirk situation encompasses everything. Okay, Aristides, my main man, how are you, sir?
Well,
Yeah, that sounds enthusiastic. Are you okay?
I'm sorry. I just switched on the speakerphone.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't hear before that.
Yeah,
All right.
you sound technologically well. Technologically,
Okay.
you sound sharp, crystal clear, crisp.
Well,
Do you want to take a few minutes before you do the blurb, or you want to just get started?
I think I am okay to do
Okay,
that.
by all means, take it away, my
All right.
main man.
Get it out of the way. All right. Well, I just sat down here at my device. It's a computer, and I saw the pop up. We'll get to that. I clicked on that. I'm at the program, the live. I've hit the thumbs up immediately. You should do that too. Not just show your support, but to influence the algorithm in Douglas's behalf. That is especially important because there are those that put down votes. They are hidden by YouTube. That's typical these days, but we are fighting that, and the algorithm is what dictates, him being suggested, able to be searched, etc., and finding audience and having his audience find him. So please hit that right away, and then go over and make sure you are subscribed. It's weird because, once again, this is the second time now, this subscribe button is gone underneath the program window. But if I go to your main, just your main, click on the link right there where it says your name, the hyperlink, to go to your main, YouTube page, youtube.com/@Douglas Dietrich. It's there and it says subscribed, but it's just not appearing on the program window. So if it appears there, make sure you're subscribed. If that's happening for you too, click on his name right there where it's blue, and go to the main page and make sure you are subscribed, and make sure that notification bell is on. That provides a handy pop-up on your device when the program starts, and makes it a no-brainer. And just click on it and you're there. So please do all that. To do these things, you do need to be signed in to YouTube in whatever means, a YouTube account, a Google account, same thing, I'm not sure. When you are, you can go under your program or your account settings, your little icon thing or up in the corner, and you can go to switch account, and you can actually create channels underneath your main profile. Typically, these would be for partitioning different types of content. You don't have to put anything in the channel, but the cool thing is each channel identity can upvote independently. So I've just done what I just described, and I have done a second upvote. I think I'll do a third shortly from a different device altogether, and that's a way you can kind of up that algorithm factor. You can also share the YouTube link right out of the browser address bar. That will stay the same from now to the replay. Share that around in whatever ways. We can discuss creative ways another time. As far as upvotes, also make sure if you're once you're at the replay stage, Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath the program, and please make sure that is upvoted. Did I do that last time? I believe, yes, I did. So similar, it has this crucial contact info. We don't want it to get disappeared and whatnot. And please, like any other positive comments, and feel free to leave one yourself. That also helps the algorithm. So those things, that is those things. No less important, send Douglas some money. And
Thank
we
you
will
so
put
much.
the PayPal link there in the chat. This is his job officially. He doesn't do this just for fun, although it seems he has fun sometimes.
We try.
And yeah, and so this is his actual, legal job on his working disabled program. So please, whatever you can afford, and maybe a little bit more, especially if you're not doing it before or in a while, please send there. If you cannot find the link, that is not an excuse. All you need to do is remember his name, which I'm sure you do, and remember that he has a PayPal. And you can go to PayPal, search for him. I think first and last will get there, or the the one, the handle he always has here on the thumbnail, Douglas D. Dietrich. That'll get you there. See his little picture with his hat and his glasses, looking snazzy. Make sure it looks Asian, and send that guy your money. So, what else? If you're so technically capable and inclined, you can actually download the programs. It would be a sizable file, but there's ways to make that smaller. Really, it's just the audio that matters. And feel free to upload in other accounts, platforms, so that there are other copies out there in case anything gets disappeared, which does happen occasionally. Even if it's just your favorite episodes. Speaking of favorite topics, for me, at least on the computer during the replay, if you're at a certain point, you think it's an interesting subject, you can right click, it'll generate a link with a timestamp included to get the person right to that time. So if you want to, your friend would be really interested in that particular topic, try that. You can send that to them and get them right there. It's a little easier than saying, well, go to, hour 325, and, it just, boom, just right there. So that is another easy thing you can do. And what was it you sent me? You wanted to talk about people's accounts possibly being in restricted mode, and then they can't see certain content, which might mean it's harder for them to see your content. I did look at that on my my devices here. It is not, but let me see.
And all you need to do is read it. You can read it aloud. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, let me.
And we're so lucky to have Aristides and T. Tank Berry. I want to thank T. Tank Berry again for his $100 contribution today. He slid it through the mail slot. I found it when I got home, and I believe Aristides has found what he's needed to find.
Okay. Well, what you had said was, let's see. You want me to read it word for word? This is a lot.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's fine. You can do it. And you got a beautiful voice. Be proud of your voice.
I published a transmission a few days ago, but you might not have seen it. Okay. YouTube may have put your account in restricted mode without you knowing. Most of the videos I've uploaded in the past year aren't visible with restricted mode turned on. You can't even see the thumbnails as if they don't exist, despite the fact that all of them are already age restricted. It doesn't say that, though, at your like under. Well, I'd have to go back to one. Wait, let me see.
I mean, we've definitely age restricted my channel. It should say that.
Maybe the whole channel, because it's not per thing. It might be the whole channel. So just in case,
it means every episode should say that. But yes, go on. Yes.
Well, I don't know. If it's the whole channel, then maybe not. You know what I mean? That may. Okay, so your account could be in age-restricted mode, which you're all adults. If you're a child, that's another story. This doesn't apply to you.
You shouldn't be listening. Tell them if they're children.
Ask your parents for permission to
Yes,
continue.
Right.
But if you're an adult, you should not be in age-restricted mode. So anyway, getting back to this. This has been a problem screwing over not just creators on YouTube, but their subscribers who don't even know they're not being shown the videos they subscribe to see. Douglas says he knows he's getting fewer views because of it, and his analytics show his impressions are down by nearly half since this started happening. You've heard of this happening elsewhere,
Yes.
perhaps?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. He's losing subscribers probably because people think I haven't been uploading when I've uploaded God only knows how many videos so far this year, yet only a few are visible with restricted mode on. So do yourself, myself, and all the creators you subscribe to a favor and make sure restricted mode is turned off. Also be aware that restricted mode is tied to your devices. So even if you're using the same account, you have to turn it off on every device you want YouTube on. I'm not sure of that, but double check. And let me see, I did look it up how to get there. Let me see if I can find it. I'll just search it again. Turn off restricted mode, YouTube. Well, you may want to look at it because depending on your device, whether it's mobile, Android, Apple, you may want to just search it, turn off restricted mode, YouTube, PC. Since I'm at the top right, click your profile photo. At the bottom, click restricted mode. Is it on the menu? It may be a level, a level deep in the menu. Let me see. It's in there. There's a setting for restricted safe search. Oh no, it's in there. I found it before. More settings. Here we go. It's okay. So we want to get like could be device dependent. So just you may want to search for whether it's Apple phone, Android phone, PC, Mac. How to do that? I did find it. Where is it? Anyway, it's in. Okay, we don't want to get lost in looking through menus. So, but do look for that. I'll keep looking here to make sure it's easy. Should be right in our settings somewhere. Or you probably search in the settings. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can usually in your set. Everything has a search bar now. It did not come up. It's in there. It's in there. Wait. Oh no, wait. It's okay. It's in there somewhere. So please look for that and make sure. Maybe we can have a little follow up in a bit about that. Yes, make sure that you're not being shorted your content possibly, and tell others the same, because we all want to see the good stuff. Yeah. So, and your thing might be restricted, even without it explicitly saying. They might have done that to you. You know what I mean? Put it in that without it showing. Yeah. So, please look for that. Sorry that took so long.
That's fine.
I thought it'd be easy to find. And again, it could be device dependent, so it's probably easy. They have a little tutorial for everything now, and you can just type in what you want, and there's a little 1-minute video somewhere of somebody showing you how to do it. I don't know why people they sit around and make this content, but they do, and they find it. So what else also check out we'll put the channel here, Mr. Super Clutch 420.
Wonderful.
Yes, who does produce some clips of Douglas's programs, which is really something he needs done more of. So it's a little more portable and bite size, so to say.
Yes.
I wish I could do more there, but it's a lot. But it's great. He does that. Hey, maybe you could do that too. So,
and do take a look in the chat. Can you open your text box and take a look at what Brendan sent about this? That's very simple.
Okay, wait. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it says click on restricted mode from the menu that appears, but like when I go there, let me see. It's not at the top level. Oh wait, there it is. Yes, there it is. Actually, I was clicking the wrong thing. I was clicking there because there's the YouTube window, but it's inside the browser, and then there's my the Google thing, the Google like account icons up there, but here the YouTube. Oh, okay, there it is. Yes, it is. So I clicked on there, and there's the right menu. No wonder I was And yep, it's in the first level, restricted mode off. So it should probably be quite similar, maybe a little different for other devices. So yep. All right, yeah, do that. And what else did we want to say? I think that's it.
Well, you've said quite a bit, but it's always good to hear your voice in general, speaking of other things aside from that which just applies to myself. Like, in general, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about how your own life is going. I mean, people do enjoy hearing your voice. They'd like to know a little bit more about you. Yeah.
I don't have a very exciting life, and it's just private and boring. But it's not terribly stressful. And been taking some free time, kind of a lazy summer. Something I needed to do. It was good for me. So although I am, I'm still getting things done at home and otherwise, and pursuing new avenues. So sometimes it's an in-between time, and that's okay. That's okay. But make sure you keep tuning in to Critical Emissions.
Thank you. That was beautiful. It certainly brings us back to topic, but I'm praying someone else will join us for at least a few minutes, because what I'm trying to do is look up a number of quotes to make certain that I don't misquote anyone. Obviously, this is going to be a very heavy night tonight. I do want people to know that on the September 11th commemorative day, I had to teach the Blood Boys not only about that, but of other historical precedents to that. For those of you who don't know, September 11th was also the date of the assassination of President William McKinley, which had to do with the American genocide in the Philippines that slaughtered far more people than the Turkish genocide of the Armenians did in number, 3 million. It superseded, in anticipation of the genocide of the Armenians by the Turks, it superseded them in numbers by 1 million, and by many years. 1889 till 1914 is a fairly long time. Not very long in the eye of history. These genocides all happened in fairly quick succession. But I definitely want people to understand that that's what led by a Filipino, Leon Cholgos, with a Spanish conquistadorial name that had been inherited by his family through the Spanish conquest of the Philippines. He came and killed the man responsible for his family's death, and that was President William McKinley. He shot him. His body was dissolved in acid, so no one would ever be able to identify he was a Filipino. They actually paid off a Polish family to take the credit and claim that Leon Cholgos, which is not even a Polish name, that Leon Cholgos was Polish. It was altogether beyond scandalous. It's beyond egregious. It's why you know nothing of your history. Aside from that, in the global south, September 11th was the date that Henry Kissinger, of course, the Jewish individual, and that is a very important factor because he controlled all of America's foreign policy in the name of Israel. He overthrew the democratically elected Allende government in Chile and replaced it with, of all things, a fascist government that was actually truly fascist. I'm not going to dissimulate here. By that I mean it was actual, literally Nazi emigres that it placed into power by Henry Kissinger, of all people, who basically didn't like his fellow countrymen anyway, but he certainly manipulated all of American foreign policy to serve them. But that doesn't mean he actually liked them. But then again, that's normally the case. Most Jews don't like each other at all, but they all unite on fucking over everyone else. Sorry, that's just the fact. That's not even a generalization. That's just an observation of fact. But all that being said, we are joined by Heather Holman. And before I turn to you, Heather, and just ask you to say hello and kind of talk with Aristides for a few minutes while I just get my quotes together. I do want people to understand as well that after teaching them, there was an event in San Francisco that my son's husband had me attend to provide him security at. I'll get to that in tonight's narrative. And we also had to do another instruction again into this night tonight because we were talking about all of the lessons that need to be learned from the killing of Charlie Kirk. So I was at the estates for some days this week, and when I came back this day today, and will return tomorrow, I do want people to know it's also because it's a very important date on the calendar for myself personally, or rather, certainly my son respects it, and he wants me to honor and respect it as well. He understands, of course, that I was converted to Byzantine Orthodox religion, the Serbian Orthodox Church, when I served in the Balkans. This was a battlefield consecration, if you will, or commission, rather. It's hard to describe. I don't want to make it sound too theologically important. It was simply that the Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia, who are in exile in England, would not abide by a mercenary who was not Christian serving them in the field. So I was given a battlefield conversion, really. That's all it amounts to. And even though it is what it is, and I'm really lapsed, to say the least, in the practice of such religion, it is Serbian Unity, Freedom, and National Flag Day weekend. And so the actual day is tomorrow. I will be going back and probably not returning again until the afternoon, when I have to deal with several appointments in San Francisco. So it's the day of Serb unity, freedom, and the national flag. All such being said, that's not what we're here to discuss tonight. We're here to discuss all of that concerning our country here, this side of the Atlantic. And before we go deep into that, let's welcome Heather Holman. Heather, you've said something remarkable inside of our group call. You let everyone know on Team Dietrich that you found your daughter alive. I don't know how deeply you want to go into that.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so
Yeah, I did.
So tell us about how. Then you went mute. That. Okay, tell us about how you're doing, and give us some context, whatever you feel comfortable sharing. Obviously, you too have a private life, and we respect that. But since you've already kind of spoken of this subject publicly, hey, go into whatever details you feel comfortable with. But people are going to want to hear this. Tell us what you're willing to share.
Well, hang on just a second.
Of course, honey. And while we're hanging on, we do hope that Brendan Zogit joins us. He is, of course, at work. No, wait, is he? It's Sunday night. And we are going to hope he joins us then, Brendan, as soon as you can. And Amy Como, you asked Heather if she was relieved. I don't believe you ever got a response, so why don't you come on and ask your question again? As well, we hope we're joined by other people, and as soon as possible, so they can get whatever they can in before I take over. And once I take over... Oh, Heather's back with us. Yeah. Once I take over, of course, Heather knows I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody else dies. So, Heather, please, yes, take it away.
Oh, yeah. To answer Amy's question, I just wanted to let everybody know, since I was so worried, that I did talk to the police, and I did confirm that my daughter is doing well, thriving. She's not hurting or hiding or anything. Maybe hiding, but she's not being held captive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how do the police know this?
They texted her and they called her. They got a hold of her.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was hard for me to find someone that would do something, because they said that she didn't meet the criterion of a
missing person
or a welfare check, but they still did it because it's been so long.
Mm-hmm.
After they called me back, they weren't very nice when they left messages. They were very mean.
What? How so, may I ask? I mean, I believe you, but how so? I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, just that basically made me feel like a monster. Like they've said, no contact. She doesn't want to talk to you. Sorry about that, but stay away from her.
Jesus.
Yeah, I was kind of floored.
Well, are they treating that as a restraining order?
No, I was just taking that as those boundaries, and that's why I called them, is because I didn't want to cross those boundaries, you know?
Right. Yes. Well, of course, that's very mature of you, and it's to be commended. And of course, you have all of my sympathies in this. I'm very excited for you that you can find comfort and solace in the fact that your daughter is alive. And I feel very bad for you that the police have been so negative about it. I'm not going to defend them in any way, shape, or form, but I can understand they're taking that tone in order to discourage you from contact. There's probably really there's got to be a better way to present it, but still,
The whole time I made it clear I'm not trying to make contact, you know, at all.
Yeah.
If that's not, you know, I'm not trying to make contact. I just wanted to confirm she was still around.
Yeah, yeah. And now that you found that out, yeah, obviously.
Sad.
I'm sorry?
It's sad.
Yes, yes, yes.
But not as sad as I would be if I had to go give my blood for forensic, you know, sampling or something.
Right. But by the way, the only reason I balk at that is I'm not quite sure if someone has been dead for that long. I'm not quite sure there'd be anything less. It wouldn't be blood that they would be marrying. I guess maybe they would. They would take your blood and they would compare it to skin cell samples, DNA that was derived. So it'd have to be a DNA test. So probably the simplest way to get that would be your blood. Yes. Okay. So
yeah. Well, they have like a whole database, and I couldn't get into that database of the unidentified people unless I had a police report. So I was just, you know, doing what I needed to do. And he said that he does not recommend me doing that. Highly not recommend.
He being a police officer?
Yeah.
Okay, so you
He's like, ma'am, I wouldn't do that. I do not recommend doing that.
No, you said they've left messages, but you managed then to speak to a police officer. Was this in the phase where you were getting them to check it all? That he said this? In the original phase where you contacted them, reached out to them?
They contacted her pretty fast. I mean, he says that they used their resources to attain her phone number, and she was upset because they called her. She was kind of pissed off, and that's that.
Right. No, but I mean that in terms of the police officer speaking to you personally, my impression is that you found out she's still alive mostly by messages. Was there a call where someone?
Well, no, he left voice messages and text messages. I mean, I didn't see his calls when he called me back because he called me back so soon. I didn't expect to get a call. So I didn't see my.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you first approached the police, surely there must have been an opportunity to speak to this officer or other members of his staff personally.
No. I talked to two ladies at just the general number, and they passed it on to that department. Yeah, to where her address was in that city.
Oh, yes. And believe me, I believe everything you're saying. I'm accepting it. I'm just trying to put it into context for the sake of our listeners. And
well, thank you all for caring as much.
Of course, we all do. Obviously, any decent human being would. What about Vin? How's he doing? Tell us about how his life's going as well, if you would be so kind.
He's doing okay. I've just, ever since this has been happening, I've been a total wreck. I mean, I'm just trying to not go into some kind of a meltdown.
Of course. And honey, will give us some more details as to what's going on the simpler things in life. What about how you've managed to take some of the stress off yourself?
I'm getting a haircut in an hour.
Oh, wonderful. Does that mean you'll be leaving us in an hour to get this hair? How do you get a haircut at this hour? I mean,
they come to our house and they do all three of our hair.
Who is they, may I ask?
Yeah, that does hair. He comes over and he cuts Vinny's mom's hair and cuts Vinny's hair and my hair.
Who is this?
my friend that has a shop. He cuts hair.
That's so cute.
Well, he's off work today, so he's coming by. Usually, it's by the end of the day. He doesn't feel like, squeezing another one in.
Oh my God! So he makes a house call. How much does this cost?
Yeah. $40 each person.
Oh my God! Well, he's so kind to do this, and I mean, I'm sorry.
I've known him since high school.
Oh, yes. Well, you seem to have this very tight-knit community from high school. It's pretty impressive. How have you all
Not really,
maintained...
but
uh,
except for living in the same place all your life.
well, believe me, there are plenty of people who would envy you that experience. A lot of people would love to have a life in which they've spent all their life in one place. It's not that bad a deal. So, darling, what about things going on in the world around us? Perhaps you have some observations.
I'm not sure. I barely caught that Charlie Kirk thing. I guess that's his name.
How did you manage to avoid it? It's
Yeah,
everywhere.
no, because I've been really aloof. I've been out of it.
Probably the
it's in the
wisest.
bathroom in my
Believe
house.
me, honey, you ain't missing shit. Okay, but all that being said, whatever you don't need to know about it, because I'll tell you everything you need to know tonight. But yeah, all that being said.
Okay, good deal.
All that being said, what else strikes you in a universal sense of something that might be needing our attention?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know. I've been so stressed out. I went to the hospital last night.
What? Tell us about
I'm so
this.
stressed out that I've been so stressed out that it's affected my my digestion, my nerves, and everything.
Uh-huh. I'm so
So I
sorry.
had to go to the hospital. I thought they were going to do surgery, but they sent me home.
What? Surgery? What? What? What would they be doing surgery
I got
on?
really sick over the weekend, and I was deathly ill. And I knew that it wasn't food poisoning because it's something that is reoccurring. And this time it just got so bad it wouldn't go away.
Oh, so sorry. Okay. You told them this. What did they say?
Yeah, they did. I thought that it was my gallbladder. I thought I had gallstones.
Is that Vinny's voice in the background? Did I just hear Vinny?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, anyhow, so go on, please.
I thought I had gallstones. I thought that I needed to have an emergency surgery because I was so sick. But as always, they just sent me home.
Right, but they must have said something. I mean, certainly. What about with, say, for instance, if they conclude that you're having a panic attack, you usually get something to at least treat that. No one said any such thing?
I guess when they run my name and they see my status, they just want to get me out of there as soon as possible and with as little attention as possible.
Hey, maybe you're making some assumptions. I mean, isn't this a hospital that if they're familiar with you, shouldn't they be at least a bit more acknowledging, even if they feel that what's going on is a product of your thought processes? No,
they're always very kind and patient, and they treat me with a little more dignity than they usually do. But I go to a different hospital every time.
What?
Yeah, I go to.
How many hospitals are in your area?
Well, depending on where I live, I just go to what's in the area.
Well, you've been in this place for a while, haven't you?
Well, I haven't gone to the hospital.
Really? This is your first time going to the hospital in this community in which you live now?
Been to the hospital for my own self. I've been to the hospital for Vinny's mom and for Vinny, but not for me.
But not for yourself. That's incredible.
No. I try to avoid it.
Well, I'm proud of you for having lasted it out this long without needing to check into what services they could provide you. But since they don't have this kind of experience with you, and like you said, they were apparently respectful, at least to a degree.
Well, I'm not out of the woods yet, Douglas.
Right. Why? What's going on now?
I mean, I'm still just hanging on, trying not to lose it.
Oh, well, you've got us, honey. You're
Thank you.
Yeah, you're gonna be okay. I just want you to know that we're always there with you, and
I thought I'd be relieved knowing that everything is fine and dandy with my daughter, but it's kind of not relieving,
Okay, how is it stressful in its own way?
Well, I need some closure. She could at least tell me to F off or something, but it's just crickets, nothing. And I don't know. I can't have closure.
Mm-hmm.
But at least now I won't have nightmares.
Right. We'll try and take this at least as a transitional closure for now. I obviously if she's not dead, you're not dead yet. So there's still where there's life, there's hope, which means there's
there's a lot of grief. It's like I've been mourning the loss of my child for 10 years.
Yes. Yes.
And that phone call didn't help when they called and harassed me.
Of course
said that they had her kidnapped.
Yes. Please explain that story to our listeners so they understand what happened. I would appreciate.
About a year ago, maybe, like give or take a year ago, I got one of the prank calls or one of the scam calls when they call you and they say that they've got your loved one under duress, and they're crying, and put a girl on the phone and sounded like she was crying and pretending to be my daughter, and then he said all these horrible things that they were going to do, like sell her organs on the internet, and and it just kind of
an actual lady's voice, a girl's voice.
It was a man who first impersonated an officer, but then he gave the phone to the bad guy. And I mean, I knew that it wasn't true because
but did you hear any female voices at all on this call?
Yeah, they put a girl on the phone crying. So, I mean, I can't validate, or I couldn't validate that she was okay and it wasn't her, because I wasn't able to confirm that. And ever since then, I've been kind of like wondering, just if it was not a scam call, because I couldn't confirm it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously this is profoundly distressing, and obviously they took advantage of. Obviously, people know that your daughter has been missing, and they tried to take advantage of this. But what makes it so sinister is, were they asking for money? They asked for money, or
yeah,
what?
I think that's what they were getting at. I mean, I was on the phone for hours getting tormented, and they wanted money, but I didn't have any money, at that time. So I'm like, I got $7, at that time.
Did he actually seriously propose giving you that $7 towards that?
No, he wanted more. So he wanted me to go to my dad's house.
No, I mean your dad.
To go to,
right. I mean, I understand this person would ask for thousands and thousands at the very least.
$2,000, because he said that his brother got shot, and like apparently my daughter had been in the car, and it had been some deal gone wrong. I mean, it was just messed up, and I didn't know if it was true or not, and I couldn't confirm that it wasn't. So. Yeah. I mean, it ruined my dad. My dad has got dementia now. He's like lost his mind, stressing out about it.
Do you think it was because of this?
It was partially because of that.
That incident? That's horrific.
Yeah, because he's nowhere to be found, so we didn't know.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, that's well, let's take a look at who else has joined us on the call, if anyone. It's certainly something that what kind of, well, obviously you got over that eventually, or you haven't. It's you kind of were able to placate yourself for a while, and kind of like, because that was a few years ago, right? At this point, how many years ago was that?
When the phone call was?
Yes.
Like maybe 3 years ago at the most.
Now, didn't again, remember, my questioning is in no way, shape, or form hostile interrogation. I'm just kind of like buying time for myself to get my head together, to plunge into the deep end of the pool tonight and just start, sucking up oxygen.
Swimming.
I'm sorry?
To start swimming.
Yeah, monologue. Basically going to monologue. So before I do that, just to kind of like, just to kind of put things into context with your extraordinary life, which, if nothing else, your life is extraordinary. Didn't Vin and you already move into that, community at that point, or not yet?
No, we hadn't moved.
That's right. You were both living in a different home, but same state. Yeah, that's right.
But that phone call, I've been diagnosed as legally, insane because of it. I mean, a lot of my whole life has kind of crumbled from stress. Yeah.
Yeah. And so honey, what about there must be some deeper, more metaphysical questions you have for Brendan that you can ask right now. I'm sure he's listening.
Well, I just wonder what he says about a gallbladder flush.
You hear that, Brendan? You've got to answer to that. About a gallbladder flush. And you've sent an image. What is this image? Let me take a look at this.
It's a little golden.
Mommy needs medication to love us. I love this. No, that's delightful. Honey, thank you so much for sharing that. I'm going to download that. Yeah, and okay, so that having been responded to, come on, Brendan, we need your advice here. You're the man on the spot. Tell us a little bit about gallbladder flush. I'm sure that's just going to be so delightful a topic.
Well, yeah, if he thinks it's a good idea or a bad idea, basically, that's what I need to know.
Yeah, at least that, Brendan. At least tell her whether you think that's a good idea or a bad idea. You owe us that much. Of course, he doesn't really owe any of us shit, but it's, gotta probe and do what I can to poke him. So don't read that the wrong way. Neither he nor I would want that. All right. What I'm doing now is getting my head together to try and address a very a very horrible topic that has everybody up in arms. And before I dive deep into that, I usually have this opening hour for some casual chat. I hope that dearest Dragana, kisses to her, got my response to her email, and I hope Sheila Gavin, dearest lady, has also gotten a response to her emails in the past. Both of you ladies are on a mailing list, and of course things take time with everything else we're contending with to get back to my epistolie, my epistles, but I'm working on 2 of them now simultaneously, and do be patient. It's literally like working on books, and but I'll be getting to them again soon as I get spare time, and finishing them off. Again, no deadlines, sometime in this month or the next, hopefully, and that's all I can promise. In the meantime, I'm dealing with a number of other things, and with that, we simply do ask anybody who can to join the call and give us a few more minutes before I dive and just take over the entire situation. Do me a favor, Aristides. Perhaps you had some questions about what happened to Heather. Certainly what Heather has had to deal with is shocking. Well, don't you have any observations?
That's quite a development. Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, wow, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's just what's mostly frustrating is going to get medical attention and having them tell me that there's nothing wrong all the time. Everything's fine.
Oh, well, I don't mean your medical issue. I mean, I'm sorry, I was talking about what you found out about your daughter. What?
Yeah, it was.
Medical things are never good. Having to go to the doctor.
Yeah, what?
You had to go to the doctor?
Oh, yeah, it was horrible. I thought I had food poisoning.
Yeah.
But for as frequently as I have it, it can't be food poisoning.
Okay.
Are you feeling better now?
No, I mean, physically, I'm not, throwing up and having chills and feel like I'm dying. They gave me some medicine, but I don't think it's going to go away unless I do something drastic. Like starve.
Okay. Yeah, some things can be it's a little tough to chase down some issues. They really can.
Yeah. Especially if they can't find them.
Exactly.
So, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm not at the doctor or the hospital, and I believe I know where all my family members are, so pretty good shape.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Are you still in school, or do you go to school?
No.
Okay.
It's
You still learn something new every day.
well,
Exactly.
yeah,
Life is is the school, right? Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were
That's
you?
right.
I'm sorry, I stepped over you, Heather. Say what you were going to say again.
I just said, ha.
Yeah. Apparently, you haven't enjoyed your lessons.
No, it seems like I've gotten off my path. That's all I'll say.
What would you feel would be a more proper path?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, you were
Some
on.
introspection, or maybe some like,
You're on your proper path, honey. You're on your proper path. You're within. You're in a home now. You're with the community. You're doing good. Okay. Right?
I'm still not doing it on my own.
Why would you want to do it on your own? You found companionship. This is what people long for. You found what people dream of. I mean,
Well, when I've been through everything, I know that I'm so afraid of developing, personal relationships and being confident, because I know, or I think that it's always going to be over before I'm ready for it to be over from everything that's, in my life. That's just, I have a problem with relationships. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
I think I kind of encouraged my daughter to go away from me, for the better of her.
Well, I mean, it's I think that wasn't she? I'm sorry. Didn't the state remove her?
No.
No. She
No.
just left, like disappeared.
Yeah. Well, she's always thought that she was better than everybody in her family, and like she's a little like stuck up, I guess I could say, just to be nice about it.
Oh.
And I think that also that she's under the influence of her person that she's with. I don't know if she's had kids or anything, but she is not allowed to talk to me or anybody in her family.
What do you mean she's not allowed? You mean by somebody she's with, like a?
Yeah, well, she's been with a guy since she went to high school with, and
Your daughter. Your daughter.
Yeah.
Who is this
yeah.
guy?
And so
Do you know who this
the
individual
guy
is?
that she lives with and spends her life with, and ever since they graduated from high school, basically, she was probably obviously embarrassed.
Embarrassed by what?
Of her family.
Okay.
She thinks that she's better than us or something, and she probably is.
Well, I mean, that's an
And
interesting.
you've got to come to a point where you humble and you at least like send a note or a card or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all been very distressing, and I want to thank you for being as honest as you have been with all of us, and I want to thank you, Aristides, for participating in this, and it shows a real humanitarian empathy on your part, and maybe you could. Maybe you could.
No, I just appreciate your guys' caring. That's great.
Yeah.
Maybe that's really needed.
No.
What?
Well, let's bring. No. Honey, I'm just laughing because of Brendan. I saw Brendan come on, and it's I was reading in the private messages his own analysis. Brendan, about this bladder flush. Brendan, good idea or no? Yeah. Don't jump into the topic too quickly.
Oh,
No.
what bladder flush are you speaking?
No, I was
Some
just
kind of
wondering
natural-
how you feel about gallbladder flushing.
Oh, gallbladders. Yeah, like flushing stones and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean that can be advantageous if you take like different stone breaking formulas, various like minerals and supplements. But on the whole, you don't need it unless it's becoming symptomatic.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna do the Hispanic way and just drink vegetable oil with a lemon.
Yeah, that will open the gallbladder ducts. But if you have like a severe blockage, that can actually cause more problems because then
It
they
could
can't
cause more
flush.
problems. Okay.
Yeah, you got to do like a stone breaking before you do that, essentially. You can also start simpler, like with a parasite cleanse, and then go from there. Like papaya seed, various clove tea, cloved powder, things like that. That can actually start to loosen different things in the system. That, you know, like a flush. If you want to do a flush, that's a parasite cleanse is the first step.
Okay. What about starving? Wouldn't that be a good parasite cleanse?
Fasting doesn't kill the life cycle. It can temporarily starve like the adult creatures, but their eggs and stuff will continue on further because, you know, that's just how they're created like that. Whatever sick being made those things, they're intelligently designed to survive.
You can't eliminate it.
Sorry?
Did it ever get to be too much that it can't be eliminated?
No.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
With the right techniques, you can eliminate any kind of parasite. And that's like humans have been doing that since the dawn of time, because that's just, you know, it's just one of the things that the body can encounter here. Along with other things like different sicknesses and pathogenesis and all these things. So, yeah, there you go.
Well, because of my technology, I think part of the purpose of the technology was like to keep my health at a baseline to where I would always pass labs and they would never find anything wrong with me.
I mean, that's good, but like
Yeah.
even those labs are already like the bar is low. It's a low bar. Like typically they're just measuring very basic stuff. I mean, like you can ask any doctor that's in the practice, unless something is extremely wrong with you, those tests won't show. That's why people always find out like at the last minute when they have these crazy diseases, because by the time they become symptomatic, it's like then they'll show up on a test, right?
Right. Well,
very few things can be detected with baseline tests, like diabetes. Doug knows that, or thyroid issues can be detected.
Yeah, nothing. There's never anything like that.
Like even if your enzymes, like liver enzymes, are normal, you could still have like, you know, issues. Even cholesterol. There's been a lot of truth coming out about the cholesterol.
And my cholesterol's fine. That's just what's weird, you know. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean that's good. Yeah, that's like. That means
ideally, what I would want to do is take the 45-day trip to India, and I guess there's a place where you go and they do all of the work to get you restored back to your baseline.
Yeah, you could do like panchakarma, but like that's how you get parasites. I mean, if you go to India.
Well, they put you in a place and they starve you. You can't eat for a while. I know that.
Well, you can eat, but it's a Ayurvedic cleanse. It's called panchakarma. Like you can do that, but like you won't get parasites from them. But if you like venture out into the city and stuff, then it'll cause issues.
Yeah.
So that's what all these people do. That.
How much does it cost?
I mean, it's cheap, but just the trip to India is expensive in general. You have to go there first. You know.
Yeah, I saw there was a ticket for like $200 to go to Mayapur.
Good luck.
Good luck in Mayapur, right? Yeah, that's dangerous.
Like landing in the South is not easy for Western people. Like you got to go somewhere like more Western friendly, like Goa, like what is it called? That's like the state it's in, but one of those southern cities, Bombay. I don't know what the modern name is. Mumbai. You got to go somewhere Western friendly, like Mumbai or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
or Delhi. Or Delhi. Yeah. If you go to like one of those, no offense to anyone that's from India, those backwater fucking crazy cities, you'll never go back.
If you get out alive. Yeah. If you get out alive. Yes.
Huh.
Like,
I think that
once you're out of the airport, like it's a whole different dimension, basically. Like Western people can't handle a lot of that stuff.
And
Scary.
what particularly stands out about that?
Like, imagine going to a city where it's wall-to-wall people, cars, there's no traffic rules. You can't cross the street like we're used to. I mean, everything about it is different. Food, people, the way people interact. It's just jarring. It's a very jarring experience.
Yeah.
It's not like going to like Japan where everyone's like very quiet and polite and clean. It's like the opposite of what you have experienced in your life.
There you go.
Yeah. And I've
Hey.
never been there, but
Yeah.
like there's a phrase. It's like India's not for beginners.
Yeah.
That's
Thank you.
true. There's a lot of truth to that.
By the way, we're joined by Sammy Rōmā, and please, dear Sammy, share with us a fine hello to everybody on Team Dietrich, to all our listeners, and give us a little update, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about yourself and your loved ones. I know
Hey,
that
what's going on, guys?
there's been a very important anniversary recently. Tavita's death day anniversary has just passed us days ago, and I hope that your twin Isaac and everybody in your family has handled that as well as they can.
Well, to tell you the truth, it's going on, as healthy as it can, you know. My sister's been getting visits by her. It's almost where she's almost. How can I say this? I really do believe if you really want something and you put it out there,
Yeah. Yes.
it's gonna come to you. You know. She had pretty much a conversation with her, and pretty much to the point of, kind of her reflecting with her. I'll tell you in private, but it was pretty much almost where, because somebody really desires contact with their loved one, it's possible,
Yeah.
It really is. I think this is why I think sometimes when you talk about, you reconnecting with your parents, well, it makes a lot of sense,
Thank you.
I think one of the things that I had to explain to my sister is because, we revert to our disbeliefs or just what we know when it comes to scripture or just our religious mental block. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That that is not quote unquote biblical. And I had to explain to my sister, the Oxford really censored the Bible
Yes.
to the point that it's unrecognizable to the actual original scriptures,
Thank you.
So I had to remind her that a lot of cultures acknowledge their ancestry and they honor their ancestry. That's not for no reason. I don't think God would allow that type of connection with ancestry if it wasn't healthy for you to acknowledge that. That's part of your life. That's part of your identity, right? So I also told her that when we keep in mind when we decide our relationship with God, that doesn't also mean, forget your roots, your origins. That has a lot to do with you. It's just, we tend to lean on what we think it's quote unquote word of God, quote unquote. And there's a lot, like you made a lot of examples of why the Bible is heavily redacted and heavily perverse as far as certain things. So take things with a grain of salt, and you kind of have to understand that these Oxford quote unquote scholars perverted its original scriptures for a reason. A lot of it is to strip us of identity with our loved ones and kind of create a tetherness with religion, which is the cause of all wars for the most part.
Yes.
Whether it's belief or a certain kingdom or vice versa, these beliefs is really what kind of separate the world and cause a lot of conflict. They don't cause peace.
Yes.
So it's kind of like in a nutshell. I have to explain to her, but my sister really is making the rounds. It's the best way I can put it, and it's really helping them because it's kind of shaking their foundation of, well, the spiritual realm is very much real. They're gone physically, but you know, they're still here. Their essence is still here, you know? So in a lot of ways, you make a lot of sense of what you explained in the past. And it's not just you, it's a lot of your, you know, the things that you kind of collaborate with your knowledge of your history and your culture.
Thank you.
But even what you've learned. And it helps a lot with even what's going on now. You know, I have to bring this up because a lot of people, you know, they get caught up in the hype and the violence and, you know, or what's going on today. And a lot of it, while I was talking to Isaac, it's really just feeding the anti-gods, you know? That's all it is. It's pretty much that simple.
Yes.
There's really no logic to, you know, seeing a man get assassinated with blood squirting out of his neck.
Yes.
It's psychological warfare. It's psychological abuse. And we really are living. It's bad when, you know, it's bad when white people start dying. I hate to put it that way. Okay.
Well, it starts getting it starts getting serious. Yeah, go on.
Well, it starts getting serious in the point that because they only acknowledge their pain, and you know, even though, you know, a lot I have to say about the killer, and I'm talking about Charlie Kirk, if any of the audience are wondering. You know, because I mean, if you say racist Christian white guy that thinks he's Christian but he's racist, I mean, there's a lot of them, right? It's like which cracker are you talking about out of the bunch? There's a lot of them in the bag, right? You know, and am I wrong? You know, there's a lot of them. So,
too many, yes.
So to get killed in Utah, which is the Africa of white people, it doesn't get more white than that.
I love that.
Am I wrong? That's the Serengeti of white people.
Yes, I love it.
So that kind of tells you that the roosters are coming home to roost. Yes. And you know, obviously the young boy that ended up, you know, assassinating this
We'll talk about that term. Let's use the term killing instead of assassanating, because the term assassination dignifies him.
Well, he unalived him.
Yes.
It was really to me unalive or you know, killing a passion. Yes. Because this young boy that realized who he loved, and he realized that his own family followed this sick, perverted message. Yes. Well, the chickens came home to roost. And that young man is no different than Charlie Kirk. It's just what my twin said. They're the same coin, just different face. It's almost like, how can I say this? Because there is gay conservatives. There really are. There is a such thing as that. They're just not acknowledged. The problem is, i.e., you know, Lindsey Graham, i.e., pretty much all the Republican men.
I'll be the first to define that as you know. I'll be the first to validate that. Yes,
they're so obsessed with, you know, anti-homosexual and anti-gay. It's just sickening. It's like, you guys really need to just come out.
Yes.
I mean, it's not even that. It's just gross. It's just sickening. I'm sure when you have gay people rolling their eyes, like, okay, we get it. We're the scum of the earth. But you guys love us so much, you know. You know, it's just very. You have to roll your eyes because it's like, again. But back to what I'm trying to tell you is, you know, to get killed in the Africa of white people, it's getting bad. It's getting bad because it's, you know, and to find out it's one of their own.
Yes, it is.
Even more confused.
Yes, and I do. Yes, no, continue, please, by all means. I don't want to stop your train of thought.
Well, they're more confused, and I was telling Isaac, it's amazing how they don't racially profile every single white male. I'm surprised there's not an APB sent out to, you know, the police to racially profile all these white men. By theory, shouldn't they be doing that? Oh wait, that only works on us, right? They can be racially profiled. I mean, right? You know, in that case, every single male in Utah should have been arrested and questioned and beaten and threatened to be sent to I don't know, Ireland or wherever, you know, potato eating island that they came from. Isn't that the logical thing? I mean, you know, but then again, I guess that only works on us, right? They're not privy to that.
Yes.
But my point is, it's just at this point, and I, you know, the way he passed away is, the way he got killed was very gruesome. But it's almost like what you talked about. This is warfare.
Yes.
The problem is, you know, now it matters because, you know, good old Whitey passed away. Good old boy. This was a good old boy, you know. He hated minorities, and you know, and he was a Bible loving, but and you know, it's kind of, you can't preach a message and then you know, want to fellatiate Donald Trump, you know. You want to give fellatio to Donald Trump. It doesn't work that way. So people are really just lying to themselves. Like it's one of these things where it's like, you know, people lie to themselves. And I have family that follows this guy, you know.
You're kidding.
And
what is that like? What is that like to have family members who are minorities who listen to this fool?
It's like it's because they hide. They negate the racism and just the flat out hate for Bible scripture. It's all it is witchcraft.
It's true.
You
That's
say
so true. Yes.
all you do is you perverse Bible scripture.
Yeah.
And you say, you know, I hate gays and minorities, but you know, you just quote Acts, or was it John 3:16?
Yeah.
You know, at the end.
Yes.
I mean, that's really all it is. And the problem with him is his target audience were college students, a bunch of 19-year-olds.
Yes.
It doesn't get more stupider than that in a sense of emotion. Yeah. You're literally triggering the most dangerous type of, you know, genre that, as far as demographic, that you can. Yes. Because, you know, young, immature adults are very emotional. So when you're talking about, you know, a lover of theirs that is different and they discovered themselves about who they love, they're going to take it literally, you know? And the chickens came home to roost. Yes. And the thing is, that bullet ricocheted off his bulletproof vest right literally on the border. And the fragment ricocheted, and the fragment entered his throat, his trachea. Yes. And he literally drowned in his own blood, in his throat. Whatever words he was trying to talk, he literally drowned in them with blood. Yes. Now, it almost seems very, not just...
That's divine. That's divine.
That's just not only divine, he literally got baptized in his own blood. Yes. Yes. Okay, so that kind of tells you whatever energy you put out, whatever hate, that's the thing about it. I think people don't understand in the quote unquote Christian world that someone loves who they love, right? Yeah. That comes from God. Yes. You cannot deny someone's love if whoever that person loves, they love each other. Yeah. And unfortunately, love is more powerful than the grave. Yes. I'm proof of it. You know, my sister is still with us. Yes. You know? Yes. And that says a lot in the sense of when someone's living, when someone has that person, that significant other with them, and somebody is spewing hate. And really, the main denominator comes down to it is our president. Yes. He created this atmosphere. Yes. He loves to thrive in this. The problem is coming down all these people that are still wanting blood. because of propaganda about, people they don't even know. And it comes down to it, it's one of their own.
Yes.
So now this is creating an atmosphere far more dangerous now.
Yeah.
And this is one of the triggers that I talked about a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Because it's just words do cast spells, and eventually they're gonna come back to you.
Yes.
And this is literally the example of it. I have people saying, "Well, I loved him because he knew a lot of scripture." I'm like,
what fools!
I'm sorry, but anti-Xander LaVey knew more scripture than he did.
Thank you. As did Michael Aquino.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Michael Aquino, in one of his interviews, he even literally defended the Bible in the sense of his knowledge.
Yes.
Because that's the one thing I was talking about. My twin is, a lot of these evangelicals don't understand that the more they try to run away from acknowledging the other side of the coin as far as the occult, and I'm not saying, go out there and, cut a chicken's head off and, go crazy. But, understanding that words cast spells, that you're doing, it's almost reckless in the sense of your evil.
Yes.
It's different when someone knows and educated on the same thing. Put it this way, Charlie Kirk has the same problem as Peter Moon.
Yes.
You summon something you cannot banish because you don't even know what you're doing.
Thank you.
You are mocking someone's loved one.
Yes.
Especially a young person. This is not, this is not a 90-year-old that some old gay hag that you are making fun of. This, this is literally youth.
Yes.
So you're playing with dynamite. You're playing with napalm, and he literally got baptized in his own blood.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This is almost like some type of a ritual, some type of.
Yes.
I'll put it this way: the anti-gods had a good time with him.
Yes. Yeah.
They did.
And they still are. But go on.
Because of his. Think about it. He was a young, quote unquote white, quote unquote Christian, with a family.
Yeah.
This guy, quote unquote, fit the bill.
Yes.
But the rhetoric that he spewed out was it was beyond demonic.
Yeah.
It was very much perverse, but it was just very chaotic. And he wasn't consistent in his message. He didn't really want to, talk about. He didn't want to talk to adults. Period. He only talked to college students.
That's correct. Quite correct.
That are naive.
Yeah.
That are emotional, and they don't talk in logic.
Yeah.
And it's the problem is that's probably the worst crowd that you can do.
Yes.
Because they're going to turn on you, and it happened to be one of his own.
Yes.
The same coin, but different side.
Yeah.
Because as much as conservatives, quote unquote, i.e., racists, don't want to admit, there are gay conservatives. They have a gay population. They have a trans population.
Yes.
They're just in the closet, and they hate themselves. The problem is, you can only badger someone so long. You can only insult somebody. You can only abuse somebody so long that they take your head off.
Yes.
And that's what happened to him.
Yeah.
That's what happened to him.
Absolutely.
He got his head taken off. So, excuse me, back to what I'm trying to say as far as my family.
Yes.
It's been a journey. It's just, it's something we got to get used to because it's just reality. And it's something that not a lot of people like to talk about because we're not in tune with our ancestry as far as loved ones.
Yes.
We're not, because we have never been taught that. We've never been taught to, as far as I'm talking the U.S.
Yeah.
Because of this perverted religion,
Yes. That's right. Perversion of religion. Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Perversion of religion. And so, all this in a nutshell, what I'm talking about is just people, especially, our pale citizens that we live with, they're
yes, the less melanated among us.
right. The less melanated, these Euro ex-nationals, what do you want to call them?
The Euro rejects. The Euro rejects. Yes.
Euro rejects. There we go. They are, they're on a standstill right now. They don't know what to do. They want to express their anger, and this is the problem. This is where the miseducation and really the uneducated come into play, which are they? They are. They can only express themselves through anger.
Yes.
But the problem is when someone else does it, well, then it's not fair. They start crying because they want to be they want to be the victim, and they want to be, also the bully.
Yes. Simultaneously.
Absolutely.
It's kind of like corporations. It's kind of like major corporations. They want to privatize all the profits, but socialize all the costs. Go.
Absolutely. Except, these corporations, most of these corporations didn't have a 500-year head start from you and I. And it's sad because, it's not that it matters really, but in a way it does because, they don't get racially profiled. They don't have to worry about that. They don't. And I'm just saying, I get it. I accept my struggle, but at the same time, it would be at least, come on, let's racially profile them a little bit. Let them feel the love as well. Maybe drag them, throw them in a van, a little bit, rough them up a little bit. Rip their Bass Pro Shops, hat, just a little bit, a little dirt doesn't help. Maybe throw in, a J person in there because, they kind of have the same complexion except not, their neck is not red. They don't like the sun, but
that's a good point.
you know what I mean. It's come on, man. Let's spread the love, but what I'm trying to say is, it's you have to laugh because if you try to understand it,
you'll go nuts. Believe me, I have to. Yes. Are we cut off? Oh Jesus. Okay, that's scary.
No, I had a phone call, but
okay.
You try to. You have to laugh because not you're just gonna go crazy. But
Yes.
Humor is a good way of looking at it because there's really nothing you can do. The chips are gonna fall where they fall, but
Well, there's plenty we can do here, and we can enlighten those who bother to listen. I do want people to know that I had to be very careful about how I titled tonight's episode. I may yet go back to retitle the episode, but I really thought about this for some time. While I even discussed it with my son and the Blood Boys, and they advised against doing that until maybe changing the name after the episode was uploaded, maybe a few weeks from now. But I seriously thought of titling tonight's episode "Killing Charlie Kirk Twice," because we're here to expose this martyrdom as a manufactured process. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, Sammy, but I do want you to know how complicated the situation is. First off, Brendan will soon enough, hopefully, be able to tell us a little bit about some very damning facts. One of them is that a book was... Well, you can tell us about...
You're roping me into this?
Yeah, of course. You tell people that a book was published analyzing every aspect of Charlie Kirk's killing before he died. This book came out just the moment he was dead. This book was unleashed. Yeah, and
so it's been going the rounds of social.
Yes.
Yeah, and like, how did that happen, and how is that even possible?
Hundreds of pages, and tell people about this. And it says every facet, every angle of this attack is analyzed, and so tell people about that and the Groiper aspect of Fuentes. Just this aspect as well is very bizarre.
Yeah. Well, I'm no expert. It's just I was just But before that, I was gonna ask Sammy what he if in all this chaos he heard about the how the Supreme Court said it's cool to do all those raids in LA.
Oh God.
And
I heard about that.
and they
about
rolled
that.
out.
Yeah,
Go
he's
ahead.
heard about it. Yeah, but go on with what you're
Okay.
saying, Brendan.
Well,
He's
they
heard
rolled
about
out
it. Yeah.
Sotomayor, you know, who's supposed to be defending her constituents or whoever,
Yeah.
you know, all the people that got her in over time.
Yes.
But she had no answer. They like rolled her out onto Colbert,
Mhm.
and she just said, "Oh, that was the answer. It's cool. Everything's cool."
I mean, what
So-
have they got on that bitch? I mean, why can't she just say, "Oh, Trump packed the court with a bunch of paleo reactionaries, and therefore we're always outvoted"? How hard is it to say that?
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm sure
they
she
had
said
the
something,
sniper
but
gun.
it,
They had the
They
sniper
had the
on.
sniper gun.
Yeah,
They
that's
had the red dot on her already.
yes.
She had to. She's bought. I mean, let's keep it real. She's bought.
Yes.
Of course, she's bought and paid for.
Yeah.
And she's probably in the worst position ever because she's probably going to die pretty soon.
Yes.
And I say that, I don't mean to put that into existence, but you have to understand that woman is literally, how can I say it? When it comes to knowing you have a hand to play in things, even though she only has one vote, the fact that she can't even answer that is killing her. They're literally killing her
From the
without
inside
doing
out.
anything.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
yeah.
And
And the
it's-
wild
that
thing
is-
is they roll her out and they say she's the first Latina in the Supreme Court, but she's not doing much for her, you
Well,
know,
They're right. Well,
Constituency,
you know,
her
she,
for justice or whatever you call it. But we all know, like you said, we know why. It's just
you know, it's they might as well call her Consuela, you know, and she's pretty much vacuum. I mean, it's just, it is what it is, right? I hate to put it that way, but that's really what they view her as. It doesn't matter how. First off, the fact that they use an organization like the Heritage something
Foundation, Heritage
you know,
Foundation.
to choose those judges lets you know.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
what heritage are they talking about? They're just talking about
Thank you.
the heritage, the old guard that still controls that Supreme Court, and all she is the same thing as Chief Roberts, except Chief Roberts is a man who's soulless, doesn't care, and she's a woman who's being tortured. She's being tortured because she's Latina. She's very much looks ethnic. She probably has a little bit of Asian in her because she's very much mixed. But she is a representation of what they feel people of color should be, and that is, it doesn't matter how much education you have. You don't equate to, quote unquote, the heritage that we come from, and it's really just anti-heritage because there's nothing.
Thank you.
It's just soulless hate, and the problem is this wildfire that started is going to turn bad because the public wants blood. Huntington Beach in Southern California is hot right now.
Yes.
It's hot because all these white people are pissed off, and the problem is they voted. They have the privilege of having a middle class. Most of the middle class in that area, they have influence. This also comes into what we talked about in the past as far as the poverty line, as far as money. When people have money and to start thinking about, political moves, that lets you know the privilege. And the problem is you pissed off very uneducated, privileged people that want blood. And everybody is in danger. That very same crowd that Trump unleashed in the Capitol,
Yes.
well, guess what? That's the very same crowd now that's pissed off. And guess what? They're all going to kill each other.
Yes.
And they're already starting to. And it's because of that hate, that rabid hate, that very same blood that, killed the Native Americans, that plagued the earth, that caused that mini ice age. That's that very same blood that's in those veins.
Yes.
And I hate to equate that with you can throw in the J people in there.
Yes. Thank you. The Colombian genocide. Yes, go on.
They can still get it too. They're still part of that. There's Trump J voters too.
Yes.
You know?
Too many.
Uh,
Yes.
There's a lot of them in Florida.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, they're now all unvaccinated. They've
Yes.
eliminated vaccines. So flu
Yeah.
season's coming. They're
Yeah.
getting theirs what they want. So
Yes. What they voted for.
it's
Yes. Go on.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, and they're getting what they want. The problem is, see, Trump can create chaos. He loves it. The problem is when it comes to planning and responsibility, he's even worse.
Yes.
He has made no address to the nation as far as bringing people together, calming people, being that symbolic figure of the president. He can't even do that. He can't even lie. He doesn't. He refused when he needs to lie. He refuses to lie when it's needed.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
He could have said, I once kissed a man. Why not? His name is Putin. I shared an intimate moment with him.
Indeed.
Why not? What dignity does this moron have? You've taken all our resources. You're a billionaire. Just say you had an intimate moment with Putin, and you can relate.
Yes. Yes.
It's like I blew, but I didn't swallow, so I'm straight. He didn't. We didn't make eye contact. He didn't look at me while I was doing it, so I'm straight. So it's something to that effect. But I have to go. I have to do daddy duties.
Well, I do hope you listen throughout the night. I'll be covering everything you've brought up. So thank you so much for that. Bless you. And share our love with your family. And yes. So now, what happened to dear Brendan? He also disappeared. Heather says she'll be back. We are not yet gifted with the presence of Holly Kiefer, but whoever else does join the call, including Holly, or T-Tank Berry, who, again, I will credit with contributing 100 United States dollars. I found that through the mail slot as soon as I walked home. I do want him to know that, of course, along with the $100 from Holly Kiefer, will save my ass with everything that's going on throughout this month. And certainly we always strive to get more contributions simply to make rent every month. And we are going to ask our contributors to continue contributing. We need more, not less, simply because of all of what has been going down. I'm going to ask our dear Aristides to see if he can upload. I'm going to upload these images. Let me see here. I'm going to see if he can find them on the internet so that he can share them with our dear listeners. So again, let me try and get this going for our man here. And need to change the title of that one because that's misspelled. But we're uploading it now for the sake of expediency. So here we are. This should be appearing. So dear Aristides, I just uploaded an image. It's in the text box. If you can find that and scroll up and you'll see two more images, screen grabs, upload it in the text box. If you can find those anywhere on the net so you can put links in for our listeners in the chat, that would be profoundly appreciated. Okay? Yeah.
Which images?
It's in the text box of this call.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
You put them all.
That's correct. Ones I put. There's three of them. One's above Heather Holman's quoting John 3:16. There's two images right up there above that where she also put in a link to the fact that Waymo apparently was involved in a crash with a motorcycle and has been declared innocent. So, so it's underneath that, between that link and the her quote are two images, and then right at the very bottom, the last thing entered was an image. These are three screen grabs I'm hoping you can find online to then share with our listeners. The link for the book, actually, you could probably find that on Amazon even or something. So, Brendan.
I've seen people talk about it. I think they pulled it.
Oh, really? Really?
That's what somebody said. Of course they're going to pull it. And I also heard that it could have been just written by, because you can have AI write a book in a few minutes.
Really?
It might not be good, so it could have been quickly written by AI. And then I also heard that you can backdate, so somebody could have just AI'd it real quick and backdated a couple of days. Could have. I don't.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you for that information. I appreciate that profoundly, Aristides. We are rejoined by dear Brendan. So, Brendan, if you would be so kind, tell us a little bit about, as well, what you do know about. We discussed quite a bit over the weekend. And of course, I do want to remind people, just as somebody who has dealt with combat operations, I can't remember exactly what it was that Sammy Romero said. He might have heard a different theory, that people said that the bullet deflected off of his collarbone. Is that what Sammy said before it went to his throat? But what I heard from people was that he was wearing armor and it deflected off the armor plate and went into his throat. Either way, I want to tell people about the armor plate. It would have had to have been a naked armor plate, meaning like a solid metal that was not covered in Kevlar. They don't manufacture those. You'd have to be wearing plate armor that's customized by somebody privately to get armor like that. And if so, I'm sorry, go on.
You would have seen a mark on the shirt. You didn't see any entry mark on the shirt.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yet I have heard people say that this is exactly what happened with great authority on YouTube, that it bounced off his armor and into his, and thank you for that logic. It's but instead, Brendan, tell us a bit about, I don't know if Aristides heard about this, the sniper in full camo rolling off the roof. I mean, doing a commando roll off the roof. I mean, this is something that makes so much more sense. And of course, the young man who's arrested is a patsy. I will explain to people throughout the narrative tonight the complications of this young man's situation, but in basic, I can do that in a single sentence. But let's bring Brendan on first. So, dear Brendan, talk to people about this commando role, the book, as far as you understand.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah.
But just what everyone else saw, as far as there was the person so-called that was captured on the roof was in a full-on ghillie suit type, with the helmet and the goggles and everything. That's like, you could see it in the footage or whatever grainy footage is there. It looks like someone from Black Ops video game. So for them to suggest it was some dude in a t-shirt is kind of strange. So that's all I'm saying about that. And then they said he changed his clothes twice. I mean, that's just not even like James Bond can do it twice in 1 minute. It's like, so it's just strange. It's very strange. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, everything about this is strange only in a sense. Yeah. In another sense, all of it is glaringly obvious. So by all means, go into some of the other glaringly obvious things that are going on. You sent me some very important links. Tell people about how Japan is positioning fighter planes all over the world, especially in Europe, and a bit about Trump's visit, his state visit to basically how he's trying to at least look like he's standing up against Putin, even though you and I feel that's very flaccid and facile, as well as, shall we say, what's going on with, what else did you bring to my attention? There was so much. So we could go over the links that were sent to me by Brendan. And here we are. Nepal, of course, has been going through a lot of excitement. We've got Rubio visiting Israel.
Did you hear the latest? Yeah, that was just gross. But did you hear about the thing about Nepal, that the lady that is now the prime minister was voted in via Discord? They did a poll over Discord, and all the young people said she's the best choice, and she's now the first female prime minister of a country. Probably the first
productive thing to come out of Discord. But go on. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a platform for people to use, to do that. And on top of that, did you see them, beating all those members of parliament, literally to death and throwing them in the river and stuff? I mean, that was more gruesome than anything out here.
Oh,
but
man.
I have no reason to doubt.
Say, add the qualifier, but go on. You've no reason to doubt. Yes.
Oh, I said I have no reason to doubt they deserve it, and I'm not condoning murder, but, I'm sure they were horrendous, evil people, because they're all fat. They're all like fat old guys, and all the population is like skinny laborers. So it's like obviously something. So their retribution for that, So like I said, I'm not advocating, but it definitely seemed like it was about time to do that. Yeah. So yeah. but they took, basically stripped one dude, beat him up, threw him into the river, and he probably died, honestly.
Oh,
like the videos that you could see of that. So,
oh man,
and it was more than one. It was like the whole parliament. They stripped them all out, burned down the building, and the army just stood down. They never even showed up. And then now they're showing up. They're like, oh, we're here now. But I don't know, probably so they don't get, flack from India later or something. Who knows? But yeah, so there you go, Nepal.
Well, they'll serve as a role model for us over here at some point, no doubt. But yes, continue.
Yeah. Yeah, and as far as this current situation, just to clarify my position, so we don't, so I don't get canceled.
Yes.
It's like, the whole situation is obviously psyop beyond a psyop. So it's totally, you can't trust any of the information from the first second it happened. And the thing that supports that for me is the astrological timings of earlier this year all pointed to basically deception via media and deception in various public venues. So that was clear in the astrology since the beginning of this year, and it still applies. It's still going forward.
Yes.
So in general, because of the Piscean aspect that's in the chart right now, Neptune and Pisces and all of that, it brings out fantasy into reality, and people that are in power can use that for deceptive means.
Yes.
So that's something that they're playing on, obviously, is this kind of, now everyone's like, it's like playing Clue, everyone's now a detective, like it's just, they're playing upon that kind of energy that's in the mass consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing can be really trusted at this point, and it may never come out, like the reality of it, other than what people are seeing is obviously soap opera level shit. No one before this would ever show like embalmed hands or potentially wax hands.
Tell people about that. Tell people about that, please. Yeah. You need to give us more detail for our listeners.
Oh, it was just the wife came out and put an Instagram reel of her kissing these, like, it looked like his hands, but they were like strange looking. They look almost plastic. Mm-hmm. And Sammy could tell us about the different embalming methods, but it didn't look like embalm to me. Mm-hmm. They looked very strange and very silicone-y. But and then she was just, the way she was talking was odd, and just the whole thing was just very unsettling and not.
Well, she seems so excited. She seems so excited and so happy. So happy that her husband's dead and how she's going to take up his torch. And
and no one would, I don't think, even if you're like some kind of like gung-ho martial personality, even those people will take time to mourn and stuff. So it's very odd that they're doing this all within days, within minutes. So like I said, it's all conducive to deception, and that's what, and discord, all that stuff. So that's where I'm qualifying my stance on.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I'm not condoning murder, but stuff happens. This world's not perfect.
Mm-hmm. Now, take a look at what Sammy says in the text box. He says he's going to comment on this. He's actually entering some text right now, but he says sounds about right about everything in general. I figure he's going to give us some more details. Yeah. But as well as that, we discussed so much about everything last night. What do you know again about, which I know isn't much, but tell us what you do know about, Trump's response, which is pathological, yet at the same time expected. Okay, so here's what Sammy says. They probably, what is it that he says right there? They probably separate beds for, slept in separate beds. He says he feels that the wife, for all we know, he says the wife and Charlie Kirk might well have slept in separate beds, which, it's, that might be the case. It's, all I can say is his attitude towards women was very, patriarchal, to say the least. Holly will give us a little hint of that. Holly, do welcome aboard. Say hello to everyone here, and by all means,
Hi.
Holly, give us a little. I want you to know that your $100, together with T Tank Berry's $100 contribution through my door slot, will help me profoundly over the next few days dealing with something that I'm dealing with, and it's always important to let people know these wonderful people have very little to give, but they give everything they have, and I want everyone to follow their example because I need all the help I can get to continue bringing yourselves the analysis you need, and this is the time when you really need it. When I haven't conducted monologue for several weeks, it all comes back to the monologue that I'll be conducting tonight. Basically, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is what you all have been waiting for. And I will deliver. I had to make certain I had all the right quotes so I wouldn't misquote anybody. But I've got them assembled in general now, and just asking everybody to make certain they are out a number of points before we dive off into the deep end of the pool and I suck all the oxygen out of the room. So with that in mind, dear Holly, let people know how you're doing in terms of whatever you feel comfortable sharing, a little status update, situational report, and then by all means, share with us, your own impression of what we've been discussing and what's going on in the world that you feel we should be paying attention to. But obviously, Charlie Kirk was a biblical patriarch in the most negative sense. He considered himself such in his mania. And this is why we find it so odd that his wife, who has been under his heel all of her life, is so excited at his death. No doubt she's happy that he's dead. I will say that out loud. That would be the first thing I would assume, is that I feel she's very happy he's dead. And she seems so terribly excited to take up the torch. But of course, I just feel she's happy that he's gone and that she's free, at least in a sense, from that. But I don't know, your own impression, dear Holly, and
She'll be taking up all those millions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She's got to keep that money coming.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Got to keep bringing that content, man.
Oh yeah. So tell us about this and anything else comes to your mind.
Something quick first. A headline rolled past me a few days ago, and I got distracted and didn't follow up. But something to the effect that Malay is in some kind of trouble, legal trouble.
Who?
The Argentinian freak.
Oh, that idiot, Mullier.
Yeah.
Yes, tell us,
Mullier.
Brendan, your own impression of this.
And they're already talking
he
pardon for Bolsonaro.
Oh
He
God.
Sorry,
just
Brendan, go
crashed
ahead.
the economy.
Yeah.
Crashed the
Yeah,
economy.
we know that, but
So Milei,
Yeah.
the Argentinian guy, he
Yeah.
blasted the economy, and then now that it's voting time, all of the
Mhm.
districts outside of Buenos Aires has said that either they're not voting for him or they've already voted out his, members of whatever the parliament or whatever system they have. So he's totally
Amazing.
lost his ass.
Wow. I
Now-
didn't know how long, if ever, they would come around to reality.
Now, Holly says there's talks about pardon for Bolsonaro. I think they're only coming from Trump, and Brazil told Trump to go fuck himself.
Okay.
Honey. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. I was all aflutter.
Yeah. No need to worry there, honey. You can sleep well
Okay.
tonight over that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I would love to see Mullier sliding down the road.
Oh, the same
Face
one as
first.
Bolsonaro. Same one as
Yeah.
Bolsonaro, yes. I only wish
Yeah.
they'd put him in front firing squads. But anyhow.
They deserve it, both of them.
Yes.
At least a chainsaw.
So yeah, that's that'd be preferable. Oh yeah,
Right.
certainly. One
That'd
live at a
be-
time, like
that'd
they
be
did
justice.
to the nations. Yes, true. That's
Yeah.
true. By all means, Brendan. Before Brendan, Holly, anything else that comes to mind, please, by all means. Were you?
Oh, back to the Charlie Kirk. I mean, it really is working out a lot better for the right than the left, which we feared is all coming.
Only for now.
to
Only for now.
pass.
But come.
Yeah, that's my hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, only for now.
No.
But I mean, they've just declared open war.
By the way, it didn't work out that well. Brendan and I discussed this at length. Tell him, Brendan, how I was talking about how they obviously made a wrong choice in their patsy. They really fucked up. And they really are throwing Fuentes under the bus, another young guy who helped them come to power. And this is because everybody understand this much. The elderly all over the world, Putin, Xi Jinping, Donald Trump, all the elderly all over the world are determined, very much like in World War II, when the Allies knew, the Americans in particular, knew they had lost the war. And they said, oh, let's build a bomb to end the world. And they really thought they would win the war by destroying the world, by building a plutonium bomb that they were convinced would unleash a chain reaction that would never stop and would effectively destroy the world in space. Just disassembling all of us at the molecular level. This is why Oppenheimer said, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. He truly believed that those were the last words any human being would ever utter alive. And these madmen failed. They failed. But right now, the elderly, Trump, Putin, and Xi Jinping in particular, they want the world to end now. And that's why they're throwing all their young power base under the bus. When it comes to Fuentes, who had been supporting and encouraging the man who has been framed as the killer, these are all young men, along with Charlie Kirk, who had been extremely pro-Trump, all three of them. And and they represent the entire generation of these young men who are being thrown under the bus by Trump and the elderly gerontocracy of the Republican Party, which rivals the hospice care leadership of the Democratic Party in terms of a race to the bottom of who's embalmed while they're alive. And when it comes to what they're doing right now, they're ending their world. The world will end with them. They have no need for a successor generation. Don't think that there's some conservative young men who are the coming generation. They're all being eliminated before our eyes. They truly feel the world will end with them. And so they're just consolidating all power in themselves, Trump and Vance and all the rest of them. But with that, yes, Holly.
Well, and have the bunkers, they probably have the hubris to think they'll go on.
That's why they keep talking about living for 150 years.
Yeah,
and
stocking
Trump
up those harems.
Yeah. Yes, and Trump go on.
Food under mountains and shit like that.
Absolutely. And Trump talking about a third term. Which, and he was just dying. We know he was just dying. All the signs were there medically. And yet he goes on. He's still here. Obviously, there are treatments being applied to all of these individuals the public has no knowledge of.
Definitely.
But, and so they don't need the youth anymore. It will be us for eternity is how they're thinking. And if you can call that thinking. Okay, Brendan, do come on and respond to this and bring up other elements of everything we were talking about. Fuentes, the Groypers, more details about all that. Well, everything that
Am I on
you
mute?
and I, yes.
I was supposed to be on mute. Am I on mute? Oh.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, what am I bringing up?
Well, Holly, give him something to talk about, by all means. Everything we've been talking. I was talking about how the elderly are leading the world to extinction. They expect to live forever, and therefore they're sacrificing all the younger generation of these paleo reactionaries who brought them to power. They don't need them anymore, and they consider them a danger to their own future power. That they'll say these young men will want to take over our positions. Kill them now. That's what's going down with them throwing Fuentes and Charlie Kirk and even the young man held framed for his murder. They're all pro-Trumpers to the core who were willing to kill and die for Donald Trump. And they're all being thrown under the bus, sacrificed as a generation because Trump feels he'll get his third term with the medical treatments he's getting. We all saw the medical signs he was dying, and yet he still goes on, as Putin did, as Kim Jong-un. So tell everybody about that. Start with that.
Well, that's why it explains why he owes them one, because they're giving him all those cloned freaking livers and shit. Whatever's keeping him sustained.
Yeah.
They've got enough now.
Yeah,
they can wipe us all out.
In other words, they're cloning them on an assembly line, and they don't need these young men for that. Yes,
big tanks.
Yeah, of course.
And but Brendan, surely you can take it further than that. You've been talking about these other nations. Bolsonaro, do put Holly at ease that Bolsonaro was only pardoned by Donald Trump, and Brazil told him off and said, "Look, your pardon has no jurisdiction here."
Yeah, how can you pardon someone from a different country? How does that fucking
That's
work?
just insanity.
Well, the headline I saw didn't phrase it accurately.
There we are.
It made it
Well,
sound like it was.
There are factions in Brazil that support him, but I mean,
Sure.
they'll just kill him after that if he gets let out. Because I don't think the people really appreciated the way he treated them. He did some really stupid shit, from what I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was a few years ago at this point, so. Like,
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. By all means. As
yeah,
well,
well, I'm not in any space to really talk right now, so I will continue and let you guys carry on.
Whoa! Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Brendan, are you doing okay? Is something wrong?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Are
No,
you sure?
everything's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Just want to thank you. Well, we love you dearly, and do interject. Hey, anytime you feel like it, just jump right in, especially when you hear me talking. All right. Brendan. Did he leave the call already?
Maybe so. Maybe
no.
he's working.
He's not working. It's Sunday night. What else, Holly? Before I go into the
I
deep
did
dive?
note that the governor of New York has endorsed Zoran
Zoran,
for
tell me more about
mayor
Yes.
of New York City.
Okay.
She's jumped on his bus, which is kind of exciting
Okay.
because he was looking at an uphill battle, even of the crusty old Democrats, which is, my side's gerontocracy. But no, she's come out for him, and I appreciate that.
No. And,
That's all.
Okay, well then I want you all to know I'm just going to start the monologue now. We're going to do the deep
I'm really
dive.
excited.
Okay, and T-Tank Berry has heard us, I hope, and we love you, T-Tank Berry. We found... Oh, Aristides! Before I jump into deep dive. So you found those images. Thank you so much. Bless you. Let everyone know that you've put them into the chat room, links to images that are important to the discussion.
Yes, I did. Some of them, I hope everybody can see them, are from like social media, like Instagram or Twitter, but I think usually you can click through, you can at least see the content even if you're not logged in. There were some were hard to find.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, but the fact that you found them, you're a master at this, and I want to thank you so much for that, as always. And by the way, do me a favor, Heather, Aristides, say hello to each other, and just talk for a few seconds while I refresh myself with a little drink here, and then prepare to dive and talk for hours. Okay.
All right. You there, Heather?
It's me. It's Holly.
Holly, I meant to say, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. Did I say Heather?
Well, there's both. There's both.
Yeah, there's both. Yeah. Well, that's because Heather took off, but she left. She's on the call, but she's not there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, Holly.
All right. Hey, how you doing? Good enough?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good.
Yep.
Okay, I'll get started.
golly.
I'll get started. And dear John has come on to the call, and that's T-Tank Berry. He says, "Goddess bless all of you eternally. We love you, T-Tank Berry." And God bless you as well. Again, I got your $100 contribution. All he can get out of his ATM sometimes are $20 bills. That's fine. I'll take whatever I can get. He slipped them through the door slot. I found them as I came home. So just want you to personally hear how much I appreciate that, John, and how much it helps. Keeps me alive, along with what Holly contributed. I'll cash that check when I come back from my appointments on Tuesday. After the show is over tonight, I'll be taking off back to the Estates for Serbian Flag Day, essentially. And but in interim, because I've been teaching the Blood Boys all about what's been going on, the social dynamics of what brought us to this point, I'm now here to share that same kind of teachings with all of you. And it's John says the message has no preview. Are you talking about what our man Aristides entered into the chat? Okay. Let us know, John, because then I don't see your entry. You entered something I can't... yeah, that's not displaying. So he'll enter something else and let us know, because all Aristides was able to find of some of these screen grabs was on social media. So unless you're like logged into Facebook, for instance, I'm banned from Facebook, so I can't see what's on it unless someone sends me a link. So if you send me a link to Facebook, I can see it. He says, God bless all the beautiful women in the world. Yes, of course. Well, we can all, yeah, agree with that. That's a universal sentiment, I would hope. So, okay, everybody, we're going to get started now. Let me just say, bless you, T. Tank Berry, in the chat. Bless you, Brother Berry, brother. And then we'll get on with it. And I want everybody, Aristides, Holly, Brendan, Zogit, all of you to interject whenever you feel like it, okay? And
Okay, I'm going to mute for now.
Oh, okay.
But I ain't going anywhere.
Okay,
All right.
Okay.
Edge of my seat here.
Love you, honey.
Love you too.
Yes.
Thank you.
And like I said, interject. And with that, let's check what else is coming on. God's true gift to man. Yes, beautiful woman in the world. Did you get laid? What the fuck? I mean, okay. Yeah, I mean, glad to see you in a good headspace. Which head? I don't care. I hope both of them are satisfied. Yes. All right. So, this is going to start off with a, because it's war, because it's civil war, let's start off with a sentence that sums up the disparity of the situation. The fact that the Department of Defense rebrand has people confused. You see, there's been a call for peace to a president and his party who aren't even listening. Both Republicans and Democrats have been victims of violent attacks this year, but the murder of the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk has once again highlighted the fundamental asymmetry of contemporary American politics. The Utah governor, Spencer Cox, delivered a plea for calm and conciliation into the weekend, but the president doesn't seem to be interested. Trump insisting that the radical left stands in the way of national healing following the Kirk elimination. Unlike the Democrats and most Americans, many leaders on the right view their supporters' violence as legitimate. President Donald Trump has blamed the rhetoric of the radical left for the killing of Charlie Kirk. He claims it is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today. No one quite understands the Department of War rebrand, but everybody is talking about it, because violence is the policy in Trump's America. You see, it's being redeclared the Department of War for an internal civil war, not for any war with outside powers. President Donald Trump claimed that he hopes the nation will heal following the dispatching of the paleo-reactionary rabble-rouser Charlie Kirk, though he suggested in an exclusive interview with NBC News that a radical left contingent in this country stands as a barrier to that reconciliation. In a brief telephonic interview, Putin's puppet president said, "I'd like to see the nation, heal. But we're dealing with a radical left group of lunatics, and they don't play fair, and they never did." The catalytic killing of the far-right activist Charlie Kirk demonstrated yet again the fundamental asymmetry of contemporary American politics. As I said, many prominent figures on the right, all the way up to President Donald Trump himself, have called for nothing less than retribution against the radical left, all in the absence of any information about this presumed killer and his motivation. Rather, this framed, pathetic patsy of a man, as opposed to the commando operating under orders of Donald Trump himself to take this clown out. Trump has been signaling for a decade or so that political violence committed by his cultists is acceptable and will even be rewarded. Those he pardoned en masse for their participation in the January 6th, 2021 insurrection at our United States Capitol included all of the well, shall we say killers, convicted of violent crimes. But Trump and many of his acolytes reframe such conduct not as violence, but as legitimate, even patriotic self-defense. Like other right-wing populists, they portray themselves as perpetual victims. There have been some deeply distasteful postings about Kirk's killing by agents provocateurs posing as leftists on social media, pointing out with schadenfreude that Kirk himself had always claimed that gun deaths were an acceptable price to pay for the right to bear arms. But on the whole, liberal commentators have gone out of their way, not just to condemn violence, but to recognize Kirk as a good faith debater with a taste for disagreement. On the right, by contrast, prominent voices have called for repression, invoking the illegal practices of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's founder, J. Edgar Hoover, as a model, if not outright war. More worrying still, Trump himself seems to relish the occasion as a pretext to attack civil society organizations, not to his liking. Members of his misadministration had already declared that the Democratic Party itself is to be State Department listed as a domestic terrorist organization. I shit you not. Given that Trump has shown absolutely no restraint in unleashing the powers of the federal government on any individual or organization, the implied threat of prosecuting the entire opposition, the opposition in toto, to use the Latin legal term, should set off alarm bells for any Democrat, not just Democrats. So our dear friend Brendan Zoget says, I had to make dinner and RR, which I believe is some kind of, what is that, Brendan? RR. If you're there to explain, please do.
What? That was a private thing.
Oh.
Restroom. I had to go to the bathroom.
Oh,
so
sorry. I thought that was
in front
some
of
weird,
everybody.
I thought that was some vegan tea or something.
Yeah, it's red Rubio's tea. That's what I had to make. Yeah.
Well, I demand that you interject anytime you wish while I'm monologuing here, by all means. But before I even dive back into the monologue, certainly I must have provoked.
Oh God, we're gonna get put on the doxing list where they have 40,000 leftists on the doxing list.
Yes. Be proud of it. Be proud of it. Yes.
For what? I mean, it's so absurd.
Dude, you're blacklisted already. You might as well take it all the way. It's believe me.
Yeah, but it's the purge list. You know, it's theoretically worse.
Oh yes. Well, they've done their best with all of us already, and they've failed miserably. They can't get any more efficient. And they seem to be far more effective at taking out their own than they are you and I.
Yeah, but it was just. I mean, they basically have taken me out multiple times. It's not like I'm unscathed.
You may be scarred, but you bear your scars of battle proudly, and we'll still stand.
Okay, you're not helping. Like, no, I'm all fucked up. Don't come back after me. I'm out of commission.
Please leave me alone. That's I hear you. Oh. But, my dear brother from another mother, my son in all but name, tell our friends what thoughts have been provoked by what I've said already. Certainly you have something to add.
I wasn't listening, so there's that.
Well, basically, go on.
Yeah.
No, go on. Yeah.
No, carry on.
Okay.
I don't want to say anything that'll get me on a list. So I don't know what you said. You could have said some crazy shit, and I'm over here. Oh, I agree with everything.
Tell people about.
Which I no doubt you said something horrifying.
Yeah. Tell people about Tate when the Australian guy. Give my bro a shout out, man. No, I don't do shout outs. Tell people about that.
Oh, you're talking about when he was on the balcony and he was talking?
Yeah.
And he said, I had this guy come up to me and he said, he said, I want to take a photo. And he said, sure,
No,
after
tell
dinner.
how
And
he
he comes,
described the Australian as they all have that look. He said that they all have that.
oh, I forgot what he said. What
He
did he say?
said the morbid inbreeding Australian stare. He said that the morbid.
Yeah, he said something like that. Something horrifying. Which he's not wrong. And then he said, yeah, so the guy bugs him for a photo, and he said, all right, after dinner. So he goes and eats his dinner. And comes out, and the guy says, give my mate a shout out. Give my mate a shout out. And he's like, fuck your mate. Like, he could be a pedophile or something.
Yeah, it's funny that
Like,
that
I'm
would
not
be
gonna-
the first thought on his
Yeah.
mind.
Of
That's
course.
pretty
And he
revealing.
says, I'm not going to give a shout out to someone I don't know, because then 10 years later it'll say Tate gave him a shout out. And it's like, the irony of that is like, he's already, and then all the people in the comments were like, just saying, registered sex offender Tate, because he's already on a list. So there you go. It's not like it could get any worse than that. He's already been, he's already been taken in for that shit. So
I want you to be proud of the fact, Brendan, that we've got very high numbers, despite the fact that it's Emmys night. In our own way, we're competing and we're scoring high, considering how suppressed we are. I'm sure
that's
that.
really good news. No one watches that shit anymore. Who watches TV? Especially network.
Well, my man, I'll tell you what I had said. Basically, what I said was that given that Trump has shown absolutely no restraint in unleashing the powers of the federal government on any individual or organization, the outright threat of prosecuting the opposition, the Democrats in toto, as a State Department redefined and listed domestic terror organization should set off alarm bells for any Democrat, not just Democrats in toto, but any Democrat as an individual. In fact, anybody who simply is liberal progressive.
That's the irony about it, right?
Thank you.
Is like the free speech guy talking against him gets you censored and then canceled. Like,
yeah, by that tell people you mean Charlie Kirk, that people who have spoken up against Charlie Kirk have literally lost their livelihoods. Please talk about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and just they get shouted out and saying you got to get these people off the streets.
Physically
but it's like
assaulted. Tell him about the guy on the film who got physically assaulted for her. Tell me I'm wrong. But tell him about that.
Oh, you're talking about the guy right afterwards. He said it was just some old fogey just trying to, mess with younger people. And he goes out and he says, puts the the same booth that dude usually set up.
It was
said,
yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong. I deserved it. And so some dude grabbed him and threw him in the water fountain, like right that he was sitting in front of. And then everyone in the comments said, "Yeah, shut that old lib up," like,
God
yeah,
damn.
Yeah.
God damn.
But it's like I think it's ironic, like because Americans are so backwards. It's like by doing all of this, you're invalidating the First Amendment, which means the Constitution is null and void. So it's like, and then when the government backs that up, that means it's like, this isn't the America they think it is. It's not even, it's a different system entirely.
Yes.
Like the Constitution, I think it's just basically paper now.
Yes,
like I have a bunch of stacks of copies of it, and it's like, there's no point reading it because no one's going to go by it. It's just pointless now. Because,
Yes.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. You're preaching to the converted here.
Which was the intent.
Yes. Well, it never
Originally.
was. It never was worth a good goddamn from the very beginning. It was put to writ, and I'll tell people about that later as we progress. I've told them about that before, and I'll tell them about it.
Oh, I mean this latest situation was the intent.
Yes.
To scramble people's brains and make the First Amendment just another loss.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and an important point and well taken. Okay, with that, beyond abusing the law, Trump has consistently encouraged, or at least clearly tolerated, political violence, from imagining himself shooting someone on Fifth Avenue, to encouraging his cultists to rough up people, to describing violent racists marching in Charlottesville, Virginia, as very fine people, to his obvious willingness to see his first vice president, Mike Pence, be lynched alive on January 6th of 2021 under his direct orders, no less, so that he could remain in power forever. Democracies, true democracies, like Brazil, have been able to sanction a president prepared to stage a coup d'etat, as the trial and conviction of former President Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, so demonstrates. These United States, by contrast, not only failed to demonstrate after January 6th that actions have consequences, it allowed Trump to return to power when he never should have been allowed to run by constitutional law, which just goes to show what a piece of asswipe your Constitution is. No one's following it. Which, again, Trump took advantage of and abused to send the clearest possible message that those engaged in pro-Trump violence can expect not only immunity, as in a full pardon en masse, blanket that they may return in force as an army to the field, but aside from immunity, they can expect impunity to act therewith. They might even be glorified and be honored with a military funeral, as was delivered unto the traitress who tried to kill her own vice president under illegal orders by any military definition. Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, has effectively refused to install a plaque for the police defenders of our capital who died standing against these Russian radicalized right-wing hordes, this Russian insurgency on our shores, as mandated in a bipartisan bill, no less, to have the police officers honored, at least from the Republican side of that bipartisanship, as the thin blue line. But that thin blue line has been erased under the new line, the party line, of the Red Republican wave, the insurgency from Russia that has radicalized half of our population. While Trump's first term, midterm, featured ostentatious displays of cruelty, his misadministration is now devoting significant resources to creating a cult of violence. The killing of 11 people at sea off the coast of Venezuela while they were returning to shore, sans any evident legal justification or any apparent rationale whatsoever, is gleefully shared on social media. The Department of Homeland Security routinely abuses social media to celebrate the pain of families whose loved ones are brutally abducted en masse, taken away, never to be seen again, their fates unknown. Many of them most likely executed and buried in unmarked graves. And if you say, Douglas, that's ridiculous, prove me wrong. You can't. We have no idea because there's no trace. One post goes so far as to show masked ICE personnel voluntarily donning themselves in Nazi Wehrmacht helmets in a complete misrepresentation of the Reich and all it stood for. Of course, Trump has always relished a spectacle and relied on props to convince people that he was doing something important. Recall the big folders displayed on TV to prove the existence of his non-existent healthcare plan. Except now, it's all images of actual suffering that are abused to delight his cultists and prop up his increasingly unpopular presidency through use of arms, through the mass deployment of popular force, not just from his thugs, but from his hooligans at the grassroots level. Some will say that such displays of mass suffering are necessary deterrents, but we do not show prisoners being tortured because we believe that will bring down crime. Although, come to think of it, Kirk once demanded public executions, broadcast live on television, and ideally, in Charlie Kirk's own words, sponsored by Coca-Cola. Trump may well lift all restraints upon his followers. After all, he himself has felt completely unconstrained in his second term, not even pretending to stick to legality, let alone norms about how to treat political adversaries in a democracy. He probably believes his undemocratic conduct is justified because the other side supposedly weaponized the Justice Department to put him in prison. So it is only fair that he seeks to punish them now with charges like, of all things, mortgage fraud. Hey, Brendan, what does that even mean? I've never owned a home. I mean, your family has. What the fuck is this shit? I've never even heard the term.
I read a thing about that today.
No idea.
Tell us.
Okay.
Holly. Well, tell us.
It's such a stupid thing. I mean, on a scale of, quote, crimes, she owns 2 houses.
Okay.
One of them is not her primary residence.
Who is she?
And she,
I
forget.
See, I know what it is. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Makes sense.
thing.
So help us out, Brendan.
So,
You get cuts if you have like a first-time home buyer's kind of credit. They give you like a way lower interest rate, but the catch is you have to live in it for a certain amount of time. But people abuse it by getting like 5 of those loans and they only live in one of them whilst renting out all the rest. So that's mortgage fraud.
but here's the thing. She did all the paperwork by hand, I mean, or whatever, and filed it. And she's got all the papers that show what they have too. And she put everything on the up and up, and I think was paying accordingly. But that's what I heard
Trump's gonna fuck
today.
her over anyway. Basically.
Yeah, because like you're saying, it's a coup or a push.
Thank you.
Executive power is now judge and jury and executioner.
Thank you. Push.
The
term is
the
push.
executive.
Go on. Yeah.
Yeah.
All power lies with the executive. And
Yeah.
so thank
And
you.
the stooges in Congress and the Senate, which are legion, he drained the swamps and gave them all jobs.
He didn't drain no fucking swamps on. He turned the swamps
No,
into
he
a
rose
toxic
them up.
waste dump. yeah. He turned the swamps into
but
an...
pulled all the
Yeah.
zombies out of there and put them in the cabinet.
Yeah.
Oh, and Crazy Eye, back to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, Crazy Eye didn't perform too well this week.
Yeah.
Crazy Eyes, man. He looks like a stomped on toad frog.
Who are we talking about? With the they all
Patel.
Oh, Patel. Cash Patel.
Yeah.
Yo, the Yellow
God.
House nigger. Yeah.
Oh,
that's-
boy.
Yeah, that's that motherfucker.
He's out of his depth.
Oh, that piece of shit. Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is the old guy they threw in the fountain the one that tried to arrest for being the shooter?
Hey, was
right
that
out
the same
door?
one, Brendan? Was that the same dude, Brendan?
That poor guy.
No.
Okay, different
No,
old
but
fucker.
there's a funny story about that guy.
What is?
Is the internet
Mm.
like pulled up a quote unquote that the guy that they threw on the ground, you know, they said
Yeah.
was the original shooter,
Yeah.
the guy
Yeah.
that looked like Peter Moon.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
quote unquote found his Facebook profile, and so they started circulating his photo, and they say this is the scumbag that killed him. This is the scumbag that they're arresting.
Doxed him.
And it turned they doxed him, but it was an old British guy that literally had never even heard of Charlie Kirk. So people were sending him death threats and saying, "Ah, you scumbag, bitch," because they couldn't just go on his profile and see that he was standing in England when he was taking his photos.
So it was the wrong
Because
guy.
they're so stupid, yeah.
Jesus.
To say the least.
What?
It was
He's not
first
even
of
in
all,
the right country. But God.
Yeah, first
That's
of all,
some
the guy
fancy
wasn't the
footwork,
right guy.
Patel.
Well, first of all, the guy wasn't the right guy, but these internet people were just
Mm.
found someone that looked similar and spread his profile.
Man, I
Yeah.
guess all
You
whites
guys
look
getting it?
alike even to other whites.
Yeah.
I mean, they did look. It was
They
uncanny.
doxed
They
the
did look
wrong
similar,
guy.
but They doxed the
Oh,
wrong guy.
shit.
So then they were interviewing this Brit, and he said, "I was scared for my life. I've never even heard of Charlie Kirk. I've never even stepped foot in Arizona. I don't know what was going on. his children were calling on the phone crying, saying, "They want to kill you, Dad. They want to kill you.
They want to gang rape you and shit.
Yeah, because they were saying the most horrendous shit about him, and it's like,
Oh,
poor guy.
God.
He never even visited like that Utah. He said, "I've never been to Utah. I don't know anything about this Charlie guy." So it was just, yeah.
You like what Sammy said? Utah's the Serengeti of the white man's world.
Yeah, pretty much. I'd rather be in the Sahel than fucking Utah, honestly.
Jesus.
Especially nowadays.
Well, thank you, both of you. Once again.
And then in the end,
Yeah.
the guy and his father walk right into the FBI office. That's the cherry on top.
Oh, you're talking about the Patsy, the guy who's framed
Yeah.
for the murder?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
did,
Like
yeah.
FBI, law enforcement, they're heroes, but they didn't catch him. They were totally stumped.
You mean his own father dragged him in to the office?
Yeah, I guess.
God damn. Yeah, obviously this is framed. This is, his father was
It's
paid off.
crazy.
His father was paid off, but I'll tell you why in the course of narrative.
right,
Just
very
so
good.
people understand, I do want people to know something. Sammy, who was speaking with us earlier, I hope you're listening, Sammy. And by all means, Sammy, if you can interject at all, feel free to vocally interject. But if unable to vocally interject, go ahead and text us. And I do want to emphasize that Sammy, of course, is well aware of a lot of aspects of the situation. But like most people, he's got so many things to do. It's hard for him to get all of the angles. It's difficult enough for even someone like myself who has to professionally educate children about current events. It's difficult enough for me. For anybody else who's just trying to live their lives and raise kids, it's almost impossible. But it seemed to me that Sammy was under the impression that the Patsy who was framed, Tyler Robinson, the man framed for killing Charlie Kirk, is gay. Which is not the case. I do want people to understand that's not the case at all. But Trump and his goons framed this individual because they thought he was gay, because his roommate in the place he was renting actually is transitioning. His roommate is transgender. But this guy is straight white male all the way. But simply because his roommate is gay, they said he must be gay because no straight man would tolerate the presence of a transitioning roommate. They must be fucking...
Well, it turns out when he found out, he left. So that fell apart quick. Yeah.
Yes, but these guys didn't keep up with that.
No.
These guys didn't keep up with it.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like a shitty version of when everyone was a communist, like McCarthy and shit.
Yeah.
It's like you breathe the same air as a commie, therefore you are one. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah, it almost
So it was like that.
Yeah, it's worse. It's worse because in those days, unfortunately, America had serious reason to be concerned. We had a communist president, for Christ's sakes, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. We had been so, America was trying to recover from that blow, and unfortunately, many of the people in media were communists. And but what had happened with the case of today's quote-unquote threat from the transgender, which obviously is not something we want to go into at the moment, it's beyond insane. It's just by affiliation. Even if you left your roommate status with this individual, the fact that you even somehow became a roommate, they had him condemned. In their minds, in their dossiers, in their files. And so that was the reason he was chosen for the frame, but he was also programmed. He was obviously programmed. I'll get into that later. No need to go into grotesque detail about the programming itself, but we can tell by several factors that I'll bring up in course of narrative. But thank you, both of you, and continue to interject.
Yeah.
So once again, Trump is not the perpetrator, but the victim, at least in his own mind. And in the minds of course, his cultists. And he has an entire grievance industrial complex on his side. From Fox News to talk radio, his propagandists tell their audiences that they are right to feel resentful. Victimhood is then turned into a justification for their violence. This does not mean that the United States is necessarily sliding toward civil war. Some appear to be itching for it and might feel well prepared. But surveys show that an overwhelming majority oppose political violence. And as the political scientist Brendan Nyhan has reminded us, support for such violence declined after the staged attempt by Donald Trump himself on his own life in July of 2024. So maybe some good came out of that aside from a few belly laughs. While hope springs eternal that Trump will become presidential somehow and seek unity, there is every reason to believe that his misbehavior the night of Kirk's killing will continue. Polarization has always been his political business model. Unfortunately, at a time when his misadministration is nurturing not so much a taste for disagreement as it does a taste for cruelty, some Americans will inevitably take their cues from their commander-in-chief, from him, Donald Trump himself. And this brings us to America's choice after Charlie Kirk. Pick the most significant event of not the past week, I'll tell you what that is. But try to pick the most significant event of the looming week before us. That will be with us, well, is already with us on the Atlantic seaboard, but will be with us tomorrow here in the Pacific. How about the Federal Reserve meeting? It's a safe bet that the governors, influenced or not by months of angry demands from Donald Trump, will at last cut rates. Or what about Mr. Trump's state visit to Great Britain? He comest in after the aftermath of an enormous rally, which George Knight will have to act as our correspondent thereof, by the hard right in the British capital. More importantly, Trump will be in Europe just after Russia has deployed drones deep into NATO aerospace in Poland, the latest test of the Western alliance. Will he show any resolve against Vladimir Putin? I'm not hopeful. I expect
The latest incursion was in Romania.
Oh,
There
tell
was
us.
a Russian
Update
incursion.
us. Yes, update us, please. Whatever.
There
you
was, they had to scramble whatever they had, some like Cold War shit. The Romanians had to scramble some fighters due to Russian incursions, potentially drones, directly through the border. So its situation is escalating.
know. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. That's go on.
And who comes to the rescue? The Japanese Self-Defense Force.
Tell people about that. Yes, whom Americans
And this is last
did.
week. People were saying the Japanese can't leave. They
Yeah.
can't leave their soil.
Yeah, what
Well,
a
they're
load
now
of shit.
deploying Japanese, what would we call it? Japanese flagged F-15 fighters are now landing in Europe to support their air defenses.
There
So,
you go.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, I hope you're listening, Robert Kuba. You listening, Robert Kuba? Yeah, Japanese
So-
can't leave their soil, huh?
Fascinating.
So if the Japanese
Fascinating.
really lost the war, would
Yeah.
they ever have the jurisdiction to land in Europe? Probably not.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
First
you.
time in basically
Europe
history.
wall comes up anyway.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Europe is
There
saying,
you
come
go.
on.
Yeah, well, not only that, Europe's counting. Europe trusts them more than they trust the fucking Yanks at this point. You know,
Mhm.
they're hoping on the Japs
That's
to
right.
save their ass. Yeah, which goes to show you how powerful. Yeah,
Yeah.
go on, honey. Yeah, what were you
And
gonna
I
say?
have some other proofs of this as far as what would be copyright law
Yeah.
relating to their eternal grip on the economy of the world. The Japanese have now superseded all countries.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you want to go off on that tangent. or
Please, just a little bit. That'll be fine. Please, by all
So,
means.
so Japan, as you know, Nintendo's very heavy-handed when it comes to IP, intellectual property. So anything Nintendo, you cannot even suggest, taking from it or you know, anything. You can't mod their games. You can't, you know, you can't crack their codes. You can't do anything because they will take legal action. And so there's this latest game called Pal World, where it's like a ripoff, like a parody of Pokemon, which is owned by Nintendo. In it's pretty much the whole IP is owned by Nintendo originally, and Game Freak. They kind of have this death grip on it. But it's and Nintendo's one of the oldest companies in Japan, by the way. It's like one of those early Meiji era corporations.
That's incredible.
But essentially, they have this new competitor that came out, and it's called Pal World, because Americans are so sick. They need like the cute, nice, you know, where no Pokemon die, and it's like, it was too soft for them. Like they didn't like that it made them feel like children again, and healed their hearts. Instead they created this game called Pal World, where you can like shoot them with guns and enslave them, and, you know, slap them around, and even capture other trainers as slaves and shit. So
oh god, that's so sick.
So essentially this new game, Pal World, where you can use guns to like shoot Pokemon and like eat them, you can cook them and shit. It's like, it's basically like a negative version of Pokemon.
Well, there you go. That's so American.
So
that
the
is
Japanese
so American.
got pissed off, of course. And they said, you cannot use the name, the likeness, you can't parody this kind of game. And so they've been going back and forth in court, but actually, the U.S. Patent Office actually the other day granted the Nintendo the sole propriety of a summoning, basically a summoning creatures and fighting with them mechanism in all media.
Oh, I love it.
This is like is unheard of. This is like such a powerful patent that they were granted, that no one else can create media that summons little creatures and fights. And this is like every video game, this is every anime, this is so people are wondering how it's going to go over. They're thinking like, now Nintendo's just going to sweep all their competition. But what they don't realize is Nintendo's not going to touch any of the Japanese companies. They're not going to touch the anime. They're going to go after all these sick, twisted American
rip-offs.
You know, rip-offs and
parodies,
swoopers, and basically swoopers and parodies.
The people who have pornographized their product.
Exactly.
Yes.
So there you go. Never in history has such a wide patent ever been given on intellectual property. It's like it's so broad, and everyone's wondering how is the U.S. Patent Office? They must have insiders, and people were saying there must be someone on the inside that works for Nintendo or something.
Yeah, they won the fucking war. They won the fucking war.
Yeah, thank you. So the real answer is they can't say no to that patent because Japan would pull all the funding, which is 90% of America's, revenue in that kind of sector, video games, anime.
Favorite
pastime. They can't afford a divesting of that. Like, it just wouldn't work. It would crash the economy, basically. More than even what they're doing to the car manufacturers. Those are almost redundant at this point.
Yes.
It's all the IPs that all the kids are playing, all the video games. 90% of them is 90% of it is Japanese. So that's worth its salt, essentially.
Well, it was. Continue.
All the AAA developers that actually were profitable have now fizzled out because of just how terrible the American system is as far as corporate structure and stuff. Mm-hmm. They basically cannibalized from the inside out, and those AAA devs were getting paid nothing, and they all went and made independent. They went to independent indie publishing. So now all the AAA titles are just worthless. So all the Call of Duty and all that stuff is basically they're all running on shoestring budgets and barely functioning.
Thank God. Thank God.
And the ones that are popular are just like they're taking forever to make something because they're dumping billions into it.
Yeah.
Like GTA.
Yeah.
The
Grand Theft Auto
series.
Right.
They've spent billions in trying to make it the best it could be because they want to juice it for years.
Yeah.
So it can't be done overnight. But
that's incredible.
There you go. So anyways, that's before I get off track. more proof of the what you've been speaking of.
Thank
There's
you.
no other explanation.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well said. What did you say, Holly?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was going to say it shows in the quality of the graphics, right?
Absolutely. Of course. Brendan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In what sense? In what sense?
In terms of putting that much into it.
What Holly is saying
Perfecting
is that
yeah,
the quality of
it's
graphics.
graphical.
Yeah.
It's also the actual, like, the map is huge and all the features they want. So Grand Theft Auto is another sick, twisted American creation where you can, like,
Oh yeah.
go to strip clubs, murder,
Sick as it
drug
gets.
deal. Yeah,
Actually not.
it's literally called Grand Theft Auto. You steal cars. That's like the whole join a gang. You do all the worst shit. You know?
That's 20 years old now, right? What are they on?
At
8 or
least!
9?
At least.
6.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they've made like
6.
different titles, so it's probably you're close. You're right, closer to 10.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the official
And
line
they
is
all
6.
sell out. They wait outside down the block.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
the night
and people play
before.
it religiously. They'll play it
Oh,
all
yeah.
night. You know, crashing into people. The more pedestrians you kill, the more money you get. I mean, it's just horrifying. These games.
This is an indoctrination into chaos that has always been the purpose of Michael Aquino's intent and the cult of the kings of Edom, and but who carries out this culture?
And it
America.
sucks up young men like a Hoover
Absolutely.
from the cradle.
Absolutely.
From the cradle.
Absolutely.
They never get a chance to
That's
not
right.
immerse themselves
in
that sumptuous banquet.
Yes.
Well, let's look at it this way. What's the actual opposite of that? It's all the Japanese video games.
Yes.
That
Right.
have actual soul, beauty, innocence,
Yes.
childlike nature,
Yes.
Right.
all these like Ganesh qualities, brain
Yes.
power, like puzzle games,
Yeah.
like Final Fantasy, the RPGs. You kind of have to use a
Right.
little bit of brain power. You can't just go shoot, kill a bunch of people for points.
Yeah.
You have to actually think about playing them.
Right.
The Japanese
Strategy.
culture has actually saved and nurtured that intellectual
Yes.
capacity in American
Right.
children. So
Yeah.
there are saviors, if anything.
Thank
If
you.
anything, Japan's saving.
There's always a little glimmer, at least. Yeah.
Yes.
But that's a pretty big glimmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Whatever happened to Fortnite? Is that still
It's
a
still
thing?
there. All that stuff, but all that stuff is just those
For
are-
12-year-olds, right? That gets them
those
real
I would
young.
classify as just brain rot. It's just you just click a button and run around. And whoever shoots faster wins.
Yeah, but the
It's like whoever
6-year-old
shoots faster
to 14-year-old demographic, 12-year-old.
Yeah, but there's nothing. It's no substance. These are just battle royale games. Like,
Yeah.
it's just the whole team gets dropped in and you all battle till the last man. They're very low effort, there's no intellectual capacity needed.
No,
You just
no.
jump in and whoever clicks faster, whoever masters the map,
It just
can
gets
sneak
them
around
fighting young, vicariously.
I mean, they're fun, but it's not the way they're making them addictive is the problem, where they're like,
That's what I'm saying.
pay to
That's
play.
what it's all about.
Addictive.
You
Yeah.
get to go beat people up.
yes.
Right.
No.
Competition is fine.
Are
but
they
it
summoning
has to be better.
creatures? Are they summoning creatures?
No, Fortnite is like you just
Okay.
select a character. The summoning
All right, an
creatures
avatar.
mechanic is like, I mean, in Nintendo's defense, they were the original people to bring that out, like through the Game Boy and stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, there is some merit to it, but it's just branched out to so many. I mean, so many topics. It's hard to regulate that.
Right.
But the thing is, they're not going to sue their own Japanese companies. That's what people
Right.
aren't getting about it. People are just misunderstand. They think Nintendo's going to go monopoly mode and capture everything with that patent.
Right.
But no, they're just going to stop these sick, demented games and then allow the Japanese games to thrive because,
There's enough money to
Japan-
go around.
Doug, this is where you come in.
Yes.
Their corporate model is fascistic, meaning
Yes.
they would support their own country first.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
They're not going to cannibalize each other as far as, external competition. Maybe in the country itself, but external competition, they definitely are not going to do that because that's all pure money for the Japanese.
Yeah.
Free money, essentially.
Absolutely. No, this is all based
Yeah,
on
it's
the.
like having oil rights or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's more
They have
profitable.
video
It's
game.
more profitable than oil. Actually.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah,
So they've won the game. They've won the game.
yeah.
Well, it's because they won the
Nobody
war.
even knows they've
Yeah.
lost, you know?
Yeah.
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 Oh,
Yeah. You mean nobody on the American side is what Heather
Yeah.
is Holly is saying. So
Yeah,
sorry
yeah.
about that. You know, you're both
That's
H names,
okay.
so I do that.
Yeah, I know.
And you both have a
But
lot in
no,
common.
the losers
Yeah.
don't know they're in the dirt.
Yeah, the losers don't know they're in the dirt. They honestly think that they've won. And all I see is they keep putting it up on YouTube how the Soviets smashed the Japanese. And it's like, they're still legally at war, you dumb motherfuckers. You know, Japan and Russia are still legally at war. The Russians didn't
And
do
here
shit.
they come over
Yeah.
poor old Romania.
Yeah, and here they come to rescue
Yeah.
European ass. Yeah,
Well,
from
they're
Yeah.
actually stationed, I believe, in Germany and
Yeah.
France.
yeah.
The Japanese aren't, but they are in Ukraine supposedly. There are some troops,
Definitely.
you know,
Definitely.
in
Is that
Ukraine
right?
from
Yeah.
Japan.
No, there
Supposedly.
definitely
I
are.
don't know.
Wow.
No,
Yeah.
that's true. That's true. Yes. They have them listed as mercenaries for plausible deniability, but believe me, they're operating under orders. And so, yeah, exactly as you said about the fascism, Japan's not the kind to go for monopolism because they have a balance among powers, as they have always had amongst their
Right.
shogunal families. When it comes to this kind of monopolism, that's a purely Western thing, but especially American. And we'll get a bit into that specifically American culture soon in context of narrative. But thank you for that, Brendan. That is so it's inestimably valuable. It's truly invaluable. Your insight
Yes.
into this, and profoundly appreciate it. Both of you,
Yes.
again, interject as often as possible.
And it sure is Putin gone wild.
That son of a bitch. Yeah.
And
Good.
his cadre of old men.
Just the way you worded that made it sound like he was wearing pasties in his lift
Right?
in his
Yeah.
lift boots.
Yeah.
It was on purpose.
Yeah.
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 But he probably is.
I
And
don't
let's
wanna
not
see that.
forget, you
Yeah.
said about Hoover before. Do these kids today know he was a drag queen?
I hopefully they find out.
Drag queen
Yeah.
story time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah. They hopefully the kids find out. That's
And his gay companion.
Yeah.
I mean,
tell
all
us-
his life.
Yeah.
They, I guess, had a very solid marriage because they were together the whole run, as I understand.
Disgusting.
30, 40 years. Yeah.
Disgusting.
Does anyone tell them that?
I pray someone does. Certainly, I talked to the Blood Boys about it.
You'd think.
Oh, yeah, Brendan. I need your help here. Have somebody writing me an email about. Well, if you're professionally teaching young men this, why are you begging for money? Would you please tell them I'm paid in food, even though that food
Yeah.
is worth a lot?
Oh
Brendan.
God, you're gonna make me explain this?
Yes, please.
And good drugs.
Well,
How
I'm
much
not
is
gonna make you sound good?
how much is a young boy's blood worth? A pint of young boy's blood?
Well, I don't know
$8,000
per se.
Yeah.
But the article I sent you was
Yeah.
saying that people that are purchasing the parabiosis material, which is plasma blood, is $8,000 a liter from the ages of 13 to 17,
Yes.
which is why they always have blood drives, or they used to, at high schools. They would,
Yes.
and they would never explain why. They just said, "Oh, because you're saving lives. You're saving." Well, it's because that's the most expensive plasma you can get is from those kids.
Yes.
So, anyways, that's so. there you
So
go.
my salary in food is the equivalent of what is six-figure salary? What would you say it was in food?
It's. I mean, you're like you're in 1% territory if you're going by a liter per liter.
Yes.
I'm not there measuring, but I'm sure it's, every time you go there, it's like 20 grand, right? Like,
Yes. Yes. That's true. It's true.
So this is like, I mean, this is unmeasurable wealth, but you know,
Oh.
I'll just leave it there because otherwise I'm gonna just start just making you sound bad.
I love you, Brendan.
Like only a crazy vampire would do that. You know, waste his money doing that. I need it. I need the blood. I don't need a job. I need blood. But anyways, so that explains why, if they're asking why that's like.
Yes,
yeah.
I need actual money because I'm not paid otherwise, other than in food. I'm literally paid in food. So
Right.
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's his compensation is just that. That's it.
Yes, true.
And diabetes.
Yes. For those of you who don't know, I call them sugar plum fairies. I say the sugar plum fairies are responsible for my being borderline diabetic or pre-diabetic. But that term, you have no idea how hard it was to make sugar plum fairies in the Victorian or Elizabethan era. I don't know if you've ever looked up this culinary fact, dear Brendan, but if you do look it up, you can educate our listeners sometime soon about sugar plums and just how difficult it was to make sugar plums. They took real fruit and they rolled it. Yeah, tell us, what do you know about this?
Well, at the time, the sugar was coming from, it was coming from the tropics and stuff. It would have to be shipped in. So it would be like only upper echelons would have access to it. So these are like,
that's right.
This is like, truffle level delicacies as far, I'm talking about the mushroom, where it's like normal people on the streets would never be able to touch it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And slaves in the cane fields, as far as the eye could see.
That's right, honey. That's right. Kind of like today for chocolate. Kind of like
In their
and
defense,
sugar
I think
still,
that
I'm
came
sure.
later.
No, not so much.
First it was just for the elites.
Yeah.
Right,
think
right.
later
But
when
it
they
was
said,
a
"Oh, why
product
don't
of
we sell it?"
slavery.
Yeah. No, but
and-
Brendan's point is well taken as well, Holly. Tell him, Brendan, it was later when it became mass produced. That's
they didn't. At first, they just were either buying it or using,
Local
like,
suppliers.
they were just using local supply or people they brought from the West. And then when they realized, oh, we could sell this shit, commoditize it, then it's like, who's going to grow it all? Then that's when that whole mess came in of, why should we pay anyone? And also, they already killed off all the natives. So they said, well, how do we do this? And that's when the whole slave trade came about.
Right.
That's not, what is it called?
A rationalization.
CRT. This isn't CRT, critical race theory. This is just what happened.
Exactly.
Oh, thank you. You're right. That's what the right wing, there you go. The white supremacists immediately come in and say, Trump would say, you concentrate, stop talking about the negative parts of slavery. That's how he said it.
Yeah.
Oh, and people have always said stuff like that, like, oh, but they fed them and clothed them. It's like, well, first of all, you got kidnapped from your continent and then brought over. That's like, doesn't matter what you do after. It's already like kidnapping and human trafficking. We can use that word. That's what it was.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Do you remember why did Michelle Carmela Saldana hate that term so much? Holly, why did Michelle Carmela Saldana hate the term human trafficking so much?
I don't remember.
She hated it.
I don't remember that.
She absolutely hated that term. She said, I wish people would stop using that term. And I'm like, why?
What'd she like?
I don't remember.
What was the alternative?
I don't remember. It never made any sense to me. And if she explained it, it didn't stick with me. It was, but
I'm sure I heard it, but
it's
it
a
didn't
legitimate
retain.
question. What's another term?
Thank you.
Kidnapping?
Yeah. Or slavery or something. It was very bizarre. But thank you. So I expect, go on. Yeah. Go on, Bren. Anything?
I just said, as in, I don't know what else would be said about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Well, she was a work of art. Yeah. I expect, instead of Trump standing up to Vladimir Putin, or anything, as a matter of fact, in terms of my original question that I posited, which was a challenge. As I said, I'll later on tell people in the context of narrative the most important events of last week. And it sure as fuck wasn't the putting down of Mad Dog Charlie Kirk. But instead, I was asking people, what do you feel will be the most significant event of the looming week, the week to come? Federal Reserve, Trump's state visit to Britannia, his being at least in the vicinity of the continent, at the furthest across the English Channel from Europe, while Russia is threatening the borders of Europe with constant incursions, and Trump might be expected to at least put up a front of racist.
You gotta give the you know, what is it? The Lord his dues, and say that he said to stop buying Russian oil.
Cheeto Lord. Yes, Cheeto Lord.
Cheeto Lord, our Lord and our Lord in cheese.
Cheeto
Lord.
Oh, love it, Brendan. And,
which is it fits because he's cheesy as hell.
Yes, and
So that means a real bad girlfriend fight between Trump and Putin now.
Well, he keeps doing it, but it seems like nothing is changing.
Done.
It's just he just says it.
He just says it. He just says
Okay.
it, honey. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's something to.
Though even
recognize
that
for
is
sure.
something to acknowledge, considering
yeah.
who we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's a true tactic. Yeah.
Instead, of course, of any of this being the most important thing to hit us in the week to come, I expect instead a third event to dominate much public discussion. A memorial for Charlie Kirk is scheduled to happen in an enormous sports stadium in Arizona next Sunday. The murder of the hard right incendiary agent.
Which is also
Go on, Brendan.
Go occult timing. By the
yes,
way.
tell us about this.
First, which is the first, the equinox, the fall equinox.
Yes.
Oh shit! They cut my call. That makes sense.
Did they really?
They cut my call real.
Did they? Jesus. Well, I think I'm hearing you. How about everybody else? Are you hearing our man?
It said reconnecting. So am I on?
Okay, you're on. Yeah.
I can hear you clearly.
It was in another occult timing because it was the 21st, which is the autumn vernal, or excuse me, the
very
equinox.
day.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
And also the 20th to the 21st is the culmination of the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
So they timed it specifically for that.
It's like
too weird.
It's not strange. It's the worship of Charlie Kirk and all their anti-gods.
Jeez.
He was like both a sacrifice and their idea of an anti-saint, an apostasal, and an apostate apostle. This is the making of an apostasal of the anti-gods by the cult of the kings of Edom. Thank you,
And I
Brendan.
really don't think he had any idea it was coming.
Oh, not that stupid son of a bitch. Yeah.
Any idea. And it was quick.
Oh, yeah. And as a matter of fact, that's too bad it was so quick.
They did show, I did see a clip of him. He kept looking towards the rooftop, but not being too worried about it. Figured it was his protection. But are we sure the shot came from the rooftop?
Oh, it did. It did. Tell her, Brendan.
Trajectory-wise.
Yeah. I mean, tell her, all this shit about, bouncing up from his collarbone or arm or what,
I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
well, I don't know where it came from, but but there was definitely footage of someone jumping off the roof.
Yeah.
That's
right.
clear. I mean,
right.
And they show it where like they went to the parking lot and ran across the street, but it wasn't that kid that they showed later.
That's for fucking sure.
It was like some other.
Yeah, I was
kid.
just wondering about the angle of the dangle.
Yeah.
With the
angle. I mean, if you go by the angle, it was like someone way closer to him, and all those dudes behind him were giving hand signs and shit. Like one of them was a sniper hand sign on the tap on the hat.
Yeah.
The other guy that tapped his forearm apparently was the open fire signal.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it was just
I saw that bit.
Yeah. Brendan, tell them about the guy doing that was the same guy with Trump at his abortive assassination stage.
Yeah, and it appears to be a similar looking guy as the blokes they had jumping on Trump, like dogpiling him after the ketchup thing.
Got it.
It's just very suspect and makes you wonder.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
it doesn't make you wonder. It proves my
It just
thesis
proves our point.
of the thesis that this is all set up.
Yes.
And whether he's alive or not doesn't matter anymore, because people are going to pull the whole, Jeff Epp saying, oh, he's alive, he's not alive. It's like, it doesn't matter. The damage is already done.
No.
They're going to pull their full ritual. The ritual's done. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, he's
Whether
And
it
it's
went through
seeds that planted that are going to be coming
Yeah.
up for a long time to come randomly.
Yeah. So people need to, in that sense, smarten up and realize that it's all just psyopery.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's the only way out of it.
But he's definitely dead. And in fact, the murder of the hard right incendiary agent shot while he was politely, I'm being facetious, berating students at a public event in Utah has brought a moment of peril for America. A 22-year-old man is set to be charged. It's always young men. Debates over who is most responsible for political violence will rage on. That's what's going to consume us all next week. That's troubling, for it coincides with a dour mood in politics and fears that polarization and bitter dislike of political rivals could lead to something even worse. I have spraketh that America faces a choice. Actual assassinations and other political violence could now become more routine, just as mass shootings in American schools, tragically, are so common. Or with the right sort of leadership and efforts to lower the political temperature, more violence could be discouraged. Instead, Mr. Trump and J.D. Vance and many other MAGA grandes will be at the Arizona Memorial on the autumnal solstice, the fall equinox, in terms of desacralizing their sacrifice unto the anti-gods. Will those figures talk of trusting the legal... Under an eclipse.
Solar eclipse.
Tell us! Yeah. Under the shadow of the hidden sun!
Yes.
Yes!
Yeah.
Bless you, Brendan.
So, and that, according to the Babylonians, is an highly inauspicious sign, which you should not have any public events under, especially a solar eclipse, because solar means the sun, which is the king, is leaving. So it's not a good time to do that. It makes you wonder why they're doing it like that.
Because everything to them is satanic inversion. All to them is an upside down perspective. They're not thinking straight, quite literally, they're thinking twisted. And bless you, Brendan, for putting that into context. And at that event, so foreshadowed and literally under the shadow of evil and evil portent, ill portent, we can say. Will those figures be talking of, or trying to talk the masses into the trusting of the legal process and the value of thoughtful, nonviolent disagreement? Au contraire, there will only be more casually violent talk, such as Mr. Trump's obvious threat to launch a war in Chicago this month. So on to another day and another executive order from Donald John Trump that literally no one asked for. Okay, that might be a stretch because Pete Hegseth was likely all for it, but according to Huffington Post, Trump signed an order to rebrand our Department of Defense as the Department of War. This is also the man who promised no war for the United States during his second term. So there's that. Of course, he doesn't mean a foreign war. He means civil war. Per the Associated Press, the goal of this rebranding is to strengthen military presence and forces around the world. However, people aren't happy with the idea of changing the name or any potential reasoning behind it. Many took to social media to slam Trump's Department of Defense rebranding and to criticize Trump's maneuver with militarizing various American cities. With that, I'm going to provide into our chat room and into our text box a link that was provided by Brendan Zogit. And here we have the link right here into the text box for Holly and Aristides and all the rest who can access it to review. Everyone else, it's in the chat room. And this source is from Brendan Zogit. Not everyone supports Trump rebranding the Department of Defense into the Department of War. After the department, formerly known as Defense, was announced, those who were not thrilled with the idea took to X, formerly Twitter, to share their thoughts. Most didn't understand the point, while others pointed out how Trump has ordered the country's own military to act on civilians in cities like Chicago and the District of Columbia. Someone posted, "Why are we, the taxpayers, going to pay $2 billion so Trump can rebrand and change the name from Department of Defense to the Department of War?" That doesn't sound very peaceful to me. Trump is attacking our own cities and civilians. What the fuck is wrong with morons supporting this? This is from a post I'm reading. It's not my own self-speaking here. Someone else posted, and I read therefrom, if violence isn't the answer, why do we now have the Department of War? Could it be this very...
and I'd like to clarify, it's also not sourcing from me. I just saw it online. It's someone else had written an article. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
That wasn't me, per se, saying any of this.
Okay, thank you. Now, someone else posted, if violence isn't the answer, which Trump has also just said perfunctorily, why do we now have the Department of War? Could it be this very rhetoric that has pushed political violence in our country? Golly, I don't know. And another Trump critic called it a terrible excuse for a distraction from more details about the Epstein files. Others could barely contain their rage, and here I provide another link that, doesn't source from anyone in particular, but is definitely relevant. And it doesn't source from anyone on Team Dietrich, but I find it to be relevant, and here we are with that link. Here's another quote. Like I want to say that it can't get more stupid, but they'll just keep finding new ways to make it dumber, like a bottomless pit. Department of War? Are you trying to sound cool like you're fucking 12? That's what someone else wrote in their post, and I'm simply reading therefrom. Regardless of all of these examples that I'm providing right now, Trump has revealed his own rationale behind rebranding the Department of Defense. The AP, the Associated Press, reported that Trump wanted the rest of the world to better understand the power of the United States military. He also reportedly said the previous long-standing name for the department was too woke. He said that the new name sends a message of strength to other countries, although he has to get Congress to officially sign off on that change. There is already an official Department of War account on X. So Brendan, help us out here. He can't change the name without Congress. It's illegal to do so. So this department is almost like a cyberspace fantasy in virtual space where Trump is waging his goddamn war.
Officially, it's a secondary name. Which is, it's a brand. It's just like making a brand name.
Yeah.
Nothing legit.
Thank you. I appreciate
But it's
that.
the executive branch asserting this notion that they are all that matters.
That's right, Holly. That's right.
And Congress is in the bag, so there's no challenge there.
No. I mean, well, we don't know that
he's
yet.
He's got that.
I don't believe Congress has voted on this yet. So he may have it.
Come on. I mean, he's got everything. He's
so far
and
true.
More than he's asked for.
So
they're going to say, sure.
Your point's well taken. However, we still have yet to see if even that will be enough. Remember, the Japanese...
When they dust off the files,
Yeah,
exactly.
The Japanese, forced the Americans to forever forswear the act of war ever again.
Right.
And so, yeah, that...
Right. Well, apparently they're already printing the new stationery, just saying.
Understood.
Yeah, but it's just a brand. It's like just...
Yeah.
It's like...
But it's Trump's brand.
It's just like a licensing. It's just, you just put your name on it.
It's a takeover by the executive branch.
It's just like his phone.
Trump branded.
About the phone?
Tell us about the phone. Yeah.
There was Trump Mobile. They said it's going to be the most revolutionary news service brought to you by Trump. And then, and it turns out it's just a licensing company, and they were like literally swooping intellectual property by just taking some other company's phone and putting a case on it that was painted gold with a T on it. Right. And all these people prepaid for the service, but they never got anything because it was a pump and dump, like carpet pull scheme. And then when when they went to the Trump Foundation and they said, why aren't you guys producing it? They said, it was a license. It's not us. It's a license.
Yeah.
And
We
that was the end
licensed
of
it.
that. Yeah.
Man.
Well, that must
So
have
that's
been
all
what
it
they
was.
did with Trump the fragrance.
Everything. It's just a name. It's just
There's
a brand.
there's a perfume.
Yeah, it's all ephemera.
There's
Yeah.
all right now. Trump the fragrance.
No, I get what you're
The
saying.
fragrance.
They actually produced that. From what you're telling us, Holly, they actually produced that at least.
Well, somebody was producing it.
Yeah.
But whatever swill that was.
Oh, it's probably just
they rebranded it.
It's probably just a urine spritzer. But all that being said,
something.
all that being said, thank you for that input, both of you. Very astute observations.
Sneakers, Bibles,
Yeah.
NFTs.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
He's doing big business in NFTs.
Oh yeah.
Some stupid, eagle and sitting on Trump's head, and that costs, $5,000, and people are lining up.
I mean, that's someday.
It's so crazy.
Someday this will all be viewed as a mass insanity by analytical historians.
Well, yeah, if we survive the weather and the AI and all that shit.
Well, the population is declining rapidly. I can tell you the population is crashing worldwide. We're going to have a lot less people to kill off. That being said, well before Trump signed the executive order to rebrand the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth had shared a poll to his personal X account to get opinions on changing the name. In March of 2025, Hegseth posted that poll, which ended with the Department of War winning by less than 10%. Bear in mind, this is just his private fucking page, his post on his private fucking little, space and that forum. You might think that would deter Hegseth and Trump from moving forward with these plans, but apparently it was just to reassure themselves they were doing the right thing. And I use that term pretty fucking lightly here. By the way, here we are. Brendan, tell us about this link. The Trump Mobile removes Made in USA from their smartphone website. Oh, shit.
Well, originally it was going to be this phone that was pure gold or had like a gold case and was going to be made 100% in the US. But obviously that's not even possible. So they had to remove it. And then it turns out all the ad copy was just a Samsung Galaxy like S24 or something that they just spray painted gold. Or even if they did it in Photoshop, it's figuratively they just spray painted it gold. So, but it's the same platform as a Samsung phone, so it's just so cheesy.
As is everything else affiliated with this monstrous regime. Thank you for that, both of you. Very astute. Azil, the manufactured martyrdom of an infamous Trump monger, has lain bare America's bloody and broken politics in a conspired act to manufacture a MAGA martyr via the gratifying termination of Charlie Kirk. The all-American shooting of Charlie Kirk, a paleo-reactionary accelerationist who had turned his zest for provoking the left into a powerful role as paleo-reactivism's unofficial envoy to the young, especially on campus, is but the latest act of political violence in these United States. Political violence that will devour us all in an anti-culture awash in weapons and partisan hatred. The influential anti-2S LGBTQA+ agitator Charlie Kirk was put down on Wednesday midweek last, doing what he loved, berating liberals on site a university. While condemning violence is something most of us can get behind, the sanitization of his hate baiting has gone too far. The whitewashing of Charlie Kirk's toxic legacy is underway. Sometimes bad things happen to very bad people. It doesn't erase their life of crime. You cannot yell fire in a crowded theater or stick 'em up to an innocent in a public restroom. Kirk was terminally guilty of such crimes which, to our present peril, have yet to be legislated. Yesterday, at a political event held on site Utah Valley University, just north of Provo, Utah, hundreds of attendees watched the takeout of a paleo-reactionary movement builder and itinerant controversialist, but another grim marker of how political violence has become a recurring feature of American life. The far-right influencer and anti-2S LGBTQ+ instigator, Charlie Kirk, was only 31 years old when he was shot and killed while berating a campus student body, itself but the latest in a string of politically motivated violent attacks on American public figures. Yet Kirk's far-reaching influence on American imperial politics, mass communication, and paleo-reactionary movements around the world belied his young age. Quickly, political figures and pundits rushed to denounce the killing, as perhaps they should, but everyone went further, valorizing and lionizing a man who built his career on contempt of people he viewed as lesser than himself. Organic political violence is corrosive, and we must not excuse it. Killing Charlie Kirk was catalytic. But we must never sanitize the memory of a man who wished harm on all those he disagreed with, and who spread a message of hatred to anyone willing to listen or pay him to do so. We can denounce the violent killing of the right-wing agitprop or agitation propagandist activist, Charlie Kirk, without praising his abhorrent legacy. As others have noted, the pusillanimous pundit Kirk expressed nary a care about the very gun violence that took his own life, and actually strove to condone it. An ardent Molochian of the Second Amendment, he said in 2023 that it was well worth it for the United States to experience gun deaths every single year. Within hours, millions more had seen the satiating video of the moment when, in mid-sentence, a bullet pierces Kirk's throat and streams of blood issue forth, with his becoming another victim of America's epidemic of gun violence. Actually a pandemic, since rivers of iron are shipped and smuggled south to massacre entire populations in Latin America. It did not look like a survivable wound at the time, and I am happy to report that it was not. As a combat medic in Kuwait once told me, you can't put a tourniquet on a neck. No motive is known, and authorities have named but one suspect, who himself is quite suspect. In other words, he's framed. Kirk's killing was an inevitable outgrowth of the pro-gun culture that he himself helped foster. The culling of the high-profile paleo-reactionary youth radicalizer Charlie Kirk is but the latest in an obvious string of terrorizing acts of political violence in these United States. Real America's Voice, which aired Kirk's incendiary show, announced his death. He had lived 31 years too long. After initially saying that the police had arrested a suspect, the school then admitted that there was no suspect in custody at the time, and that the shooter's motive was not known. Videos of the shooting posted to social media by onlookers are intrinsically comical. President Donald Trump has ordered flags to be flown at half-staff until tonight, throughout Sunday. The weekend, that is. Colorado Governor Jared Polis and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, also Democrats, both ordered flags flown at half-staff in honor of the instigator Kirk. What fools and traitors to their own cause, to themselves, or rather to their constituents, who had the foolishness, the naivete, to trust them at all. The pair of self-staged attempts on Trump's life last year, one of which left him bleeding ketchup from the ear, are only the most prominent recent instances of programmed political violence. In June, a Minnesota state representative and her husband were killed, while another state legislator and his wife were critically injured. As Adrien Lafrance reported in a 2023 Atlantic magazine cover story, scholars have warned for years about the growing presence of violence in American politics. Extreme rhetoric has become common, and it too often leads to action, usually not by organized groups, but by individuals responding to the broader culture, in which more Americans say they approve of political violence. To quote us from Lafrance's writ, "The form of extremism we face is a new phase of domestic terror, one characterized by radicalized individuals with shape-shifting ideologies, willing to kill their political enemies." Something from Brendan here. Brendan's type. Just say it out loud, Brendan. What's this about? I believe it's Governor Cox from Utah. He says,
that the kid's not talking, and he's not admitting to guilt. They keep saying he's not admitting to it. I thought it used to be, at least, even if you were like accused of some heinous crime with all the evidence, it was innocent until proven guilty.
Thank you.
I don't know what happened to that. But
that's
can't really. Just don't get arrested these days because you can't assume that anymore.
Thank you.
You're guilty.
Thank
Which
you.
I'm not saying he's innocent. It's just that he's a patsy. They'll just say, "Look, we know it was him, and he's not saying anything now."
But you know what? This is the new generation of patsy, where the mind control is not enough. This kid's broken it. He's basically saying, "Hey, I'm not cooperating with your shit. I'm not going to admit I'm the killer," because he's framed. It's what you have to give credit to. Oh, Lee Harvey Oswald said the same thing. Lee Harvey Oswald said, "I'm a patsy." And then they shot him.
Right.
And they shot him in the gut.
Got him. And then they got him. Jack Ruby came in out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is, where is the evidence? I'm not doubting anything or speculating. It's like, it was just one photo of the guy. Then this is how the story is. Then the father saw it and then turned him in. So it's like, how is this? Is there like fingerprints? Was he like licking the gun? Like, I still haven't heard like a full evidential breakdown. It's very strange. All I'm saying is it's odd.
To say the least.
Well,
And
now the governor's hasn't had that kind of discernment and is now fully on the bandwagon with his radical reprogramming, which, i.e., wink, wink, the funny roommate.
Yeah. Well, tell us about
this. The funny
Holly.
Roommate did it to him, as far as the official line is.
Yeah, well, tell us about this, Holly. What do you know of that? And tell us about what you know about Governor Cox was talking peace and reconciliation, but Trump had to talk with him. Talk with him.
That's all over now. Yeah. That's all gone.
Yeah.
He's fully on board with the plan.
Yeah. And
funny roommate. That's that. Case closed.
Tell us more about the funny
radical
roommate.
Left.
Yeah.
But
what about the transitioning roommate?
He was dressed as like the 4chan character, like the frog. He was doing the same pose and stuff. It just is so
The
odd.
Roommate? Oh, I don't know anything about him,
roommate,
just that he's
guy.
handsome with long blonde hair. Okay.
No, the kid. The dude.
The kid. Oh, yeah.
Accused.
He's got a crazy history. And the mother.
You
saw that
he
shot.
He dressed as Trump for Halloween, too. So this is like...
Yeah. Radical leftist. You know how they are.
I guess.
Yeah, they got photos of him with automatic rifles since he was 6 years old. As soon as he was old enough to hold one.
That's normal in Utah. That's what's so silly about it.
You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of them out there. Seeds planted, and they'll be coming.
Anywhere in America. It's like I told you guys a story. We went out to someone's property when I was like 10, and they literally handed me like the Russian version of an M1 Grand, and they said, "Shoot the tree, shoot the tree. This is America." And I shot the tree, and I was devastated because it like blew the tree apart, and that's just America. Yeah. Guns,
yeah.
So
that's how we celebrate.
Yeah, by killing
and then
nature.
They laugh at Afghanis.
Yeah, but by the way, just the fact that you attack a tree, they made you attack a tree. That's the equivalent of take down that bitch, like shoot down a woman. It's like
shoot something beautiful.
In their defense, I don't think that even crossed their mind that it was alive. It's just a tree, it's just a target.
Right.
just like paper. It's
It
like they
can't
don't
run
even know what
away.
it is.
And you won't get in trouble.
Like, you know, and I even was saying, like, what about cans and stuff? And they're like, we don't need that. We don't need that shit.
Just shoot the trees.
Jesus Christ. It's so awful.
Where I live, they shot up all the archaeological sites.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, target practice.
Yeah. Though, according to NBC News Meet the Press, the Utah governor claims that the suspect's roommate is very cooperative with investigators.
Oh, yeah.
Well, of course, he's scared to death.
Because apparently they, you know, the second they started, you know, saying, I'm coming out, and then the guy said, I'm leaving, you sick bastard. That's basically what happened. So for them to say that he was, like, into it or something is so weird.
Talk about a misrepresentation.
Totally pins it all.
Yeah.
That person
roommate's the problem.
Is like, yeah, imagine all you do is say, look, I'm different than you, and then you lose your like fucking help and rent because the guy was just a phobic crazy.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, we've gotten to that point where instead of saying like, look, I'm not into it, but I'll leave eventually. It sounds like he just left.
Yeah.
So.
And this millionaire needed a roommate for his Utah apartment.
Oh,
I mean, doesn't he have a house with his wife someplace?
None of it adds up. I mean, as we
thank you.
can see.
No, he's so cheap that he has to rent out the room, and he ends up with a trans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, how do you like that?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes not. Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. I just want people to know how important all of this is. At any rate.
Well, and on your theme tonight, I got to say, last Sunday, a week ago, I was sitting here thinking, oh my God, I dread whatever's in the news in the coming 5 days, and that's really bad. I've always been haunted with a sense of impending doom, but it ain't down. It ain't going away. So it's ironic you're like mind reading me now. You're up in the next 5 days from tonight.
Yeah, thank you, honey. I appreciate that.
That's kind of some time traveling going on.
Well,
thank you.
Unfortunately,
it
happened while Doug and I were talking, literally live.
Yeah, tell him.
And then Doug said, "Oh, something happened to this Charlie guy," and I said, "Oh man."
Got it.
And then like an hour later, it was like, "Oh, he's dead." And we're just like, "Oh, of course."
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I didn't know nothing, but I started getting texts.
But guess who was the first person to break the news?
Tell him!
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump himself!
From Truth Social.
Yeah.
So all the news articles.
Oh my God.
Doug can vouch for it. That people seem to forget this real quick, but
Holy
all the
shit.
news articles were saying, according to Truth Social. According to Truth Social.
Oh God.
So he was the first person to break the news both times.
With a tweet.
With a truth.
Yeah.
A truth.
Yeah, a truth. You're killing me.
Truthy.
Talk about satanic conversion.
Stop hurting me.
But anyway, so that's very strange for it to do.
Yeah.
But like I said, the chance for not the chance, but for the actual the bolstering of cover-ups, media, fantasy to take over. What would be the deception for media deception?
Yeah.
To work, this is the best astrological,
time.
Basically foundation
window of opportunity.
Window.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah. So that's why they're taking advantage of it, because there are different grahas and in between the eclipse corridor, which also strengthens the disillusionment aspect of the lunar nodes involved in the eclipse for normal people.
Yes.
It makes it harder for people to discern what's real and what's not.
There we are.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much.
So I wonder who the court astrologers are.
Brendan?
I wonder who they are.
Yeah, we all wonder, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Edomites. It's
Because you think these are all businessmen. They don't worry about stuff like that.
oh, they do.
No, they have.
But
they
hell,
have, like,
Ronald Reagan did. Fuck.
They
So.
they have
all do.
beyond that. They have like Chaldean astrologers. These people that use
Yeah.
use astrology that's not even in any book or anything.
That's right.
Ah.
Like you can't learn it. Like it's just stuff that's in their file, like in their
And ancestors. Yeah. Oh, boy.
book collections or whatever passed down through generations. Like this
Absolutely.
is normal. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm.
Very important point. The Chaldeans. It's part of their legacy, their bloodline through the Edomites that it comes to us now.
As opposed to the Vedics.
Yes. Thank you. In disambiguation from the Vedics. Brendan?
Yeah. Vedics.
Yeah. Or
Brendan?
yeah.
I mean, they use Vedic too. They don't pull.
All right.
When
Whatever
it comes
works.
to, so knowledge is power. So whatever knowledge that you can get, you take. It's not a problem. Like, it doesn't matter where it comes from.
Well,
if it's real and it works, that's what they use.
true enough.
And this is
Simple.
what the right now seems to ignore that fact.
You mean the populace?
Well, they don't even know. I mean,
Yeah.
they don't even know about. They don't even know. Like if
No,
you told
but I
them-
mean in the greater sense. I mean it's an animal behavior to use what works. And so now everything's so
but it's beyond that. It's like knowledge.
self-defeating.
No,
Yeah.
it's like it's beyond that. It's beyond.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Like-
Go on. Like, Brendan?
It's just beyond. It's just beyond like human stuff. These are like, they're being guided
Forces.
by beings that they don't always
Yes.
know who's above them.
I feel you.
So,
Right.
and who's giving the knowledge, and even the knowledge of astrology. Like, not to get off topic and go cosmic, but that doesn't
Please.
come from a human angle. So, like
Yes,
in
okay.
in the Vedic text,
Yes.
like Brihat Ahura Shastra, it's written by this is the words of the Rishi, the original astrologer. It starts with Shiv spoke to Parvati, meaning Shiva was speaking to Parvati, the goddess,
Yes.
and he's listening to that, and that's how he gets astrology. So it's not a human science; it's something
Yes.
beyond that. So
Revealed.
the people using it are guiding humans to their own ends. So the humans don't, like, the beings don't know. They don't, not to the extent of the pawn
And it's
holders.
not personal. It's just great forces moving.
Well, it's personal when we all
Ants.
die because of it.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah,
honey.
but not
yeah.
for them.
Yeah.
It's
Personal
personal
for
when they
us.
subjugate humans to the point of not caring about anyone. Yeah.
Well,
Problem becomes a problem.
I would have to impose that the framework that I operate in, however, would be that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was using the Vedic cosmologic astrology because of its Aryan roots, whereas the Edomites are using the Chaldean. So this is the,
AKA Babylonian.
yes, which is ultimately the cosmic war between the Semitic and Aryan cultures that is now being fought on the American front. And it is Trump that represents the Chaldean, Babylonian, Semitic, Zionist, Judeo-centric culture, and of course the Japanese represent the Aryan culture, based on, of course, their roots from the migrations out of Aryan India towards the Pacific, ultimately Japan, the original true Israelites that escaped after the sundering by the Babylonians to Japan, and of course the Indo-Aryans into Europe, from which my biological father Adolf Hitler took their cultural legacy. So all of that being said, which was an important tangent, to bring it back into focus of how we're all personally impacted by the latest act on behalf of Edomic, apocalyptic conspiracy. All murders are provocative, but political violence brings its own special challenges. A society that resorts to violence to solve its problems starts to surrender its claim on being a society at all. A grim irony of this case is that Kirk was appearing on a university campus, a place that is supposed to be set apart specifically for the testing and debate of ideas, a place for discourse and conversation. Kirk was a habitual harasser on university campuses. He was shot while sitting under a tent, as he typically did, that said, "Prove me wrong." He has been willing to face off against overtly hostile opponents, such as students in the venerable debate clubs of Oxford and Cambridge. Kirk achieved political prominence by converting and indoctrinating young paleo-reactionaries who have been crucial to Trump's electoral success. Now, we have
Dude, so
yeah.
did the bullet in the neck prove him wrong?
I'll prove him wrong.
It just hit me. All right,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah.
So-
I hear you, honey. Brendan, so Captain James T. Kirk, yes. Tell us about James Tiberius Kirk, because that's where Charlie Kirk was named thereafter. Charlie James
His
Kirk.
middle name was
Is
James. His
Yes.
name was James.
Yes, right. It's Charles James Kirk. Yes.
Yeah.
Important point.
So it's the same as Captain Kirk. Yeah. That's all.
Yes. Thank you. No.
So it just adds to the psyopery. I don't know if they even meant it for that, but it just
it adds
especially
to
for
the
the Gen
pre-program.
Xers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The pre-programming. And
It's like it's like they, it's like, what would be the word for it? Like
to them, they've seen Captain James Tiberius Kirk get taken out.
Yeah, get murked in front of them. Yeah. So
Yes.
yeah.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Thank you. Now, Trump personally had Kirk taken out in such a public manner because implying that such force was resorted to by his target populations would obviously be an admission of their defeat in discourse. A person who resorts to violence has concluded that he cannot change the terms of debate with words or arguments. Might may not make right, but it can end the conversation. Scholars have noted that assassinations occur most frequently in countries with strong polarization and fragmentation, and that lack consensual political ethos and homogeneous populations in terms of the national and ethnic landscape. In other words, the more diversity and the more fragmentation, well, you no longer have a melting pot, you have a powder keg. That's a good description of this moment. American politics today are dangerous not merely because they are polarized, but also because they are so closely divided. The melting pot is at the boiling point. No party or side is able to win an enduring political advantage, which produces a constant back and forth, the boiling point. What the scholars John Cediz, Chris Talsonovich, and Lynn Vavrick have called calcification. Now this, Nepal's finance minister. Oh man!
No, that's for you to review on your your leisure. We don't have to bring it into this.
He's fat. He's naked. And oh my!
I certainly don't feel bad for him. Like I said, I'm not condoning it, but it's like imagine the damage that guy's done.
Yeah,
he's supposed to be financing his whole country's well-being, and he's fat, and everyone else is working to death
and poor.
It's a bad look. It's a bad look.
In Afghanistan,
starving to death.
Yeah, the folk saying in Afghanistan is, "Don't trust fat people in skinny countries."
Exactly. So.
Now,
not to mention he's the finance minister, so he's corrupt as hell.
Yeah.
He basically just buys his own shit and leaves everyone else struggling.
Oh, he was ministering the finance, all right.
Right.
Now, about
eating
this...
like prime rib and filet mignon every night and shit. While everyone else is like scraping, lichen off the rocks. It's so sick.
Man, let's just put it this way. If they hadn't killed him, he would have died Derek Talley style of diabetic fucking Venus. What would you call it?
Right, they just sped it up. He didn't look like he was going to last long.
Now, as I said,
I'm kidding. Yeah, but we won't get off topic, but we'll talk about it later.
Thank you.
Curious how the woman's gonna, the new prime ministeress. Hopefully,
Yes.
she can they can rally around her in some benefic way, some proper way.
Oh, we'll pray on her behalf. Yes.
Right.
Now, as I said, this scholastic term, this academic concept of calcification, it's wherein partisans on both sides believe that the stakes of each election are existential for their way of life, and perhaps even for their actual life. Conspiracy theories, including claims of electoral fraud, are common. People who have concluded that they are powerless to stop politicians and policies they oppose are killing, trying to kill, or threatening to kill CEOs, Supreme Court justices, judges, members of Congress, most of all, Asian people. Although political violence and support for it have been the registered trademark problem on the right for the past few decades, in recent years, there have been a number of prominent acts of left-wing violence. The impulse to solve political problems through violence would be a danger to any society, but it can prove particularly lethal in these United States, where firearms are common and easy to obtain legally and illegally. Kirk himself was a major proponent of the Second Amendment, and gun rights advocates monotonously point out that most people with guns don't use them to hurt anyone. That is, however, what many guns are designed to do. Widespread access to guns means that any conflict can easily become fatal. Political violence is terrorizing in part because it is self-perpetuating. Even before anyone had been arrested, much less identified, in Kirk's shooting, social media abusers were quick to denounce suspected motives. Such attributions tend to fly fast after any incident, well before real information is available. Attacks inspire copycats and reprisals. They also draw government responses, which is particularly worrying with a president who disdains the rule of law, overrides any checks on executive power, and wants to remove all civil liberties. As Adrien Lefrance wrote yesteryear, periods of political violence do end, but often not without shocking retrenchments of people's freedoms or catastrophic events coming first. There's little reason to expect that this period will end differently. The public relations, it's a PR spin problem, all right, full of damage control in its own way because of the mistake they made with the flunky they chose to patsy. But the public reactions en masse have been, to compound our baseline distress by orders of magnitude, universally sociopathic. Confederates of Kirk, who have in every instance celebrated the murder of their enemies, have sanctimoniously rallied in religious communion this time, when from such rabble the most precious gift one can hope for is total silence. Until recently, I would have assumed revulsion from everyone at the murder of a political figure at a public debate. Now the expressions of sympathy, condemnations, and gestures of humanity land differently from how they used to. They are, in one sense, a relief, given the outright glee with which other recent acts of murder have been received. In a paradoxical other sense, they are worrisome, because each time one arrives, I remember that just a few years ago, these minimal acts of grace would never have been in doubt. Another fact not in doubt here be that Charlie Kirk was not assassinated. Now, before I get into that, let's check the images that were shared by Brendan Zoget. Wonderful sigils to protect us through the night. Thank you so much, Brendan. These are awesome. And
Hey, Douglas,
yes, honey?
Douglas, I
Yeah.
forgot the punchline on the story about the poor black lady they're railroading on her second mortgage taxes, okay?
Oh, so she's black. I didn't even know that.
Oh, hell yes. Is that Cook? It might be her last name, but they're after so many, you lose track. But here's the thing of it. Pulte, who I believe is a black man,
Mhm.
but I could be wrong. But whoever was put in charge of HUD,
Housing and Urban Development. Go on.
yeah, the purse strings of, millions of people, right?
Mhm.
Affordable rent.
Yes, honey.
Oh, hold on. If it's, I'm not sure. I've tried to stand back from this, but if that's who this is that's coming after her,
Mhm.
because there is a guy up front.
Yes, darling.
Both his parents,
Mhm.
and I think his wife's parents or a close relative,
Mhm.
are committing this fraud.
Okay. There you go.
That's the punchline of that story.
Well, that's
So
state hypocrisy.
keep an
and-
eye on that as it goes forward. Yeah,
Well, fuck.
because that's what I
Yeah.
read today.
I
And
mean,
we
that's-
talked about that earlier, but I
that's-
forgot the good part.
Well, that's symptomatic. I mean, Brendan,
Right?
tell Holly how they're telling everybody you got to be nice about Charlie Kirk, but all they do is shit and piss all over us whenever any one of us dies or gets killed. And they have nothing good to say about any liberal, progressive, transgender, or black. Tell us, Brendan. Yet, yeah, they're all for it. When suddenly we all have to be humanitarian when Charlie Kirk, the biggest son of a bitch on God's green earth, gets taken out, put down like a rabid animal.
Well, I just had to get that in there
Thank you.
because
Thank
that
you.
another, false flag event,
Yes. Well, thank you, honey.
if you will,
I appreciate that. It's part of
on their part.
the radicalized right hypocrisy. Now, as I said, Charlie Kirk was not assassinated. We don't want to use that term. It dignifies him and what happened to him. But in order to get around to the point where I hammer that point home, the first thing you've got to realize about this situation and what has taken place is that you don't have to say nice things. You don't have to say nice things about Charlie Kirk because he's fucking dead. Any son of a bitch can die. You can condemn political violence in all its forms, and perhaps you should. You can wish his family well, though I sure as hell won't. You can express your sincere condolences to all families of all victims of all political violence. You can even overlook, if you believe it's worth it, the fact that Charles James Kirk spent nearly all of his misspent young adult life selling for profit the hatred of racial and sexual minorities, liberalisms, and the Democrats generally. In fact, all that's liberal and progressive and well and good in toto. You can choose to do these things in full confidence that you have lived up to your obligation as a decent human being, but otherwise you don't have to say nice things in order to prove to someone, whoever that is, that you are not glad he's dead. You don't have to prove anything. Because he chose to live by the sword. It would be appropriate to suggest, quite gently, to the idiots around you, that Kirk could be a victim of the kinds of politics that he sold. Just as it was appropriate to suggest that the Marlboro men were victims of the kind of products that they sold. All 5 men died of smoking-related diseases. Kirk embraced political violence as a remedy. The cure. to the illness of all who's not a white heterosexual male. He bussed his followers to the J6 insurrection. He once said, "We need to have a Nuremberg-style trial for every gender-affirming clinic doctor." It is in no way an endorsement of political violence to suggest to all around you that Kirk saw the consequences of his choices. Just as it was not an endorsement of, say, lung cancer to suggest that the Marlboro men saw the consequences of theirs. In 2023, Kirk infamously said, "Annual gun deaths are a rational price for our society to pay in exchange for its liberties." To quote his T, "We should not have an utopian view of gun violence. We will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. That's trivial. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational." So it's not only appropriate to suggest that Charlie Kirk died by the sword that he lived by, it's deeply moral, as it affirms the belief that no one but the individual can be held responsible for the choices of that individual. The designated patsy, it should go as sans saying, will be held responsible for Trump's delegated poaching of the Charlie horse. I would even say it's deeply conservative to say, as I have said. I took that to be Matthew Dowd's intention when he said, in reaction to news of Kirk's death, that hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. Dowd's comments were downright bland to those who know Kirk's work, as the historian Seth Kotler does. He noted this week that when a conservative gun enthusiast tried to assassinate Trump, Kirk immediately tried to fan the flames of division by blaming it on them, by which he meant everyone on the left. Everything. That's well and good. Though bland by conservative standards, it was too much for MSNBC. The network sacked Matthew Dowd before saying that he made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise, as if Matthew Dowd were endorsing violence. By contrast, consider this moment during a recent Fox broadcast in which, as a remedy for homelessness, the co-host Brian Kilmeade suggests involuntary lethal injection. Just kill them all! Charlie Kirk always said, "I can't stand empathy." Well, if he insists. This is the last conversation Charlie Kirk had before he died.
Well, apparently they retconned the empathy thing. Apparently he didn't say that, allegedly.
Bullshit!
It was out of context, quote
go.
unquote.
Oh, fuck me!
But as we said before, which can be vetted, and it's not shit talking, it's just that he said a lot of things that were Randian in philosophical nature. So, like survival of the fittest, which implies lack of empathy anyways. So that's...
Well, dude, I'll put to the test tonight whoever claims that this is out of context. I'll quote it in context, I assure you, but thank you for that input, and by all means, Brendan, tell them about the Ayn Randian aspects of Charlie Kirk, which belies his claim to Christianity. Ayn Rand is atheistic,
Right.
and what Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk...
she's an atheist.
Yeah, and what Charlie Kirk was claiming as a Christian was that we assume an objectivist, id est Randian perspective, which is the basis and the foundation of the ideology of the First Church of Satan established by Anton Szandor LaVey. So you have...
Which is why this whole thing becomes so convoluted with, and to quote Sigmund Freud, I know this is just cheesy, but he said America's the most anti-psychological place on earth, and he never came back after he visited once or twice.
Thank you.
And this is the reason why, because it's like, how can you say you're Christian when you're not following what Christ said? If you go by, Sermon on the Mount, it says nothing about like persecuting others, it says nothing about what these people always claim that say they're Christian. So when these people come up to me and they say, oh, here's the word of the gospel, I always ask them, do you know Sermon on the Mount? Can you tell me something from it? And no, of course, the answer is always no. It just becomes this weird dogmatic shit. But
Thank you.
Basically, Christ wouldn't be doing this.
Thank you.
He wouldn't be going out and debating. And in fact, people spat in his face and all of that. And he's still, whatever, the Christ figure, if we're talking theologically, he wasn't anything like these people. That's all I'm saying.
Bless you. And I will validate everything you've said.
Yeah, we could read the scripture, but that usually ticks people off, so we'll just leave it.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'll do so in my own way throughout tonight's narrative. I'll have to, in order to deconstruct Charles James Kirk. Now, and
it seems like there's a lot of people quoting stuff without discernment between the Old and New Testament.
Well, we'll get back to that, honey. Don't worry, I'll cover that.
All right.
Now,
all right.
My son Ed Biff.
Listen, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch over to YouTube.
Well, I love you dearly, honey. Most
and I'll
blessed
check
be.
in later if I can. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Wonderful time.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Before you go, Heather
All
Holman says, when people scout Christianity to me, I ask them if they want to pray with me. Okay. That's probably usually a way to put people off. She says they
That's
rarely
fair.
do.
Yeah. Have you heard of Urantia?
I love it.
You got to meet my guru.
Yeah. Well,
good.
So Ed Beth had the Blood Boys take down a
yeah.
transcript, just a very short transcript. I'll read it here. I want to thank you, Holly. Drop back in whenever you can. So the debater asks, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? Obviously, a pre-programmed, posited question. It's not anything a natural person would ask because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Charlie Kirk responds, too many! And the crowd cheers wildly! That's in the transcript because that's what actually happened. Because, they're in fucking Utah, as our man Samuel Romero said, the Serengeti of white people. The debater then followed up with the opening part of whatever he said being inaudible due to crowd noise. It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I want to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Charlie Kirk responds, counting or not counting gang violence? At the precise moment Charlie Kirk finished that sentence, a bullet struck him in the neck. This was a midday outdoor event at Utah Valley University. The event was hosted by TPUSA, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's paleo reactionary organization for college students. In other words, basically a pedophile ring of the mind. The crowd that would have cheered Charlie's gang violence comment instead screamed in shock. Talk about gang violence. The screen, or should I say, it was seen on a screen, but the scene itself immediately became absolute pandemonium. Watching the footage, it is clear that the moment Charlie Kirk was shot, that he was not going to survive. Charlie Kirk had spent years touring college campuses debating college students in this exact same manner. Deep breath, everybody. We are now in deeper shit than we already were as an empire. I understand that this is the cost of doing business the way that I do it. I'm in the business of speaking openly, honestly, and mockingly about white supremacy and the powerful people in this empire who are the drum majors of white supremacy. I know what it is like to feel like you are personally in danger for what you have said or done. I know what it is to be targeted by the people you disagree with. I also know what it is like when being surrounded by hostility is a part of your job. When I see Charlie Kirk getting shot and killed, facilely for his beliefs, I am reminded that I've imagined myself in that same position many, many times. And yet I have no empathy for him. Or maybe what I mean to say is that I have no extra empathy for him. Before any of you reviewing this transmission as an uploaded episode, scroll down to the comments to tell me how agog you are. Just understand one thing. Charlie Kirk would be fine with my lack of empathy for him. Not that I ever needed that particular white primate's permission. To quote the late Charlie Kirk, "I can't stand empathy. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term. It does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics." What in the overprivileged cracker yammer is going on with this sentence I have just quoted? Empathy is a made-up New Age term? I hate to go all Oxford English on y'all, but here we go. Empathy is not a New Age term, unless Charlie thought the New Age started in 1909. That's the first time empathy appeared in the English language. And here you go with a link in the chat room and a link in the text box so that all of you can verify this for yourselves. After all, I've always said, don't take my word on it, look it up. Also, it is fundamentally weird, to bring back an underused Tim Waltz word, and extremely hypocritical, that the Charlie horse, a super adolescent man-child who spent all too much of his time labeling himself a Christian, didn't value empathy. I guess for Charlie Kirk, the second W in WWJD, or What Would Jesus Do, stood for wouldn't. What wouldn't Jesus do? In fact, you would have a much, much, much more difficult time finding a Charlie Kirk quote espousing the values of Christianity than you would finding a Charlie Kirk quote where he was promoting hate. Let's check what Aristides has sent us. Ah! Here we go! Tell us, Aristides, who is this? Is that BB Netanyahu in having knocked him off? The Jews love Charlie Kirk. I'll get back to that later. Holly's coming back, and so is George Knight. So, George Knight, say hello to Holly and everybody else aboard. And
Hey, George Knight.
Yeah.
Hey, Douglas. Hey, Holly.
Yes.
I've just joined.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I just had to congratulate you for really nailing it on the head, Douglas.
Bless you, honey. Thank you.
This from Trump, Elon, Thiel, all of them on down.
Yeah.
All the guys with the money think this way about empathy.
Thank you.
And they say they all have nice, expensive copies of Ayn Rand on their
Ayn Rand.
bookcases.
Go on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
And
go on.
are all down with it. So yeah, this money over empathy.
That nickname almost fits because she's like a dried up orange peel,
Yes.
basically. When she was
Yeah.
like smoking,
Yeah.
like those old interviews, she'd be smoking and saying, "I hate empathy."
Yeah.
And rhymed is kind of
So
funny.
Yeah.
it's taking over.
Yeah. Well,
But-
rather the cultists who believe it are taking over.
Yes, they are, because they have the money.
Yes.
Because they don't have empathy to begin with.
Yeah, that's how they get all the money. By the way,
That's
before
how they get all the money.
Yeah.
So
on.
now, as far as, the kings go of Edom, it's just about creating the chaos.
That's right. And that's where we're at. By the way, before we turn to George, ask him how much time he has with us. Heather Holman quotes the Bhagavad Gita, BG chapter 2, verse 11. The Supreme Lord said, "While you speak words of wisdom, you are mourning for that which is not worthy of grief. The wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead." So thank you, Heather. Appreciate that. And
It's nice to have that kind of emotional detachment,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
emotions are a percentage of our being. Minds, bodies, feelings, and the mysterious spirit part. So I
Yeah.
worry when I meet glassy-eyed Buddhists, I call them.
And
You don't want to get glassy-eyed about it.
I hear you. I do hear
Above
you.
it all.
Yeah, Heather does say I'm a
All right.
monster. Of course, her grandfather
No,
indoctrinated
she's
her
not.
into that. No, that's her
No,
grandfather
you're
speaking.
not.
Her grandfather kept telling her, "It's all your fault, Heather. You're making me do
Right.
this. You're making me
horrible.
do this." Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah. Don't believe him, Heather. Okay,
no.
so George.
Fight it to the end.
Yes.
All right,
that's right.
George, go.
Yeah. George,
sorry.
how
I'm
long
gonna-
are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. I've only got about a good, probably 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
Half an hour at the most, probably. We'll see how it goes, Douglas. But thank you so much. And yeah, so much has transpired over the last few days since the last encounter.
Yeah, no, you've got to tell us about what's going on in London with this incredible
Yes.
right-wing protest, all awash
Absolutely.
in the
Yeah.
flags of the British Cross alone,
Yes.
taken outside of the Union Jack. That's what the British flag would look like if there was no Northern Ireland, no Wales, no Scotland. That's what the British flag would look like. Would be simply
Yes.
yes. So and the problem was
absolutely.
every time these guys were
It's the
spraying,
English flag.
Yes, the English flag.
English.
Yeah. So every time I
It's
would
just
see
the
it,
Union Jack. Yeah.
yeah, painted
Mhm.
everywhere
Yes.
all over England. I kept seeing it at an angle, so it looked like an X. So I kept thinking, why are they spray painting the Irish flag everywhere? That's so fucking ironic.
Yes, the
Yeah,
X, the
yeah, but-
cross. Yeah,
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 yeah.
As opposed to the cross. Yes, the
Yes.
actual. Yes, I
Yeah,
know what you mean.
yeah, because I kept seeing it at an
Thank you.
angle, the way the photographers were taking it. But by all means, so tell us, George, this is pretty intense.
Yes.
What happened? Tell us what's going
absolutely.
on. Yeah, what's going on?
Yes, and soon I was made aware of it. I think I informed everyone on the show a few weeks ago, and then I informed them the last show that it was happening on the 13th, it transpired on Saturday. So yeah, it was a march that was orchestrated by the leader, obviously Tommy Robinson, which is his alias. He's the man who organised and orchestrated that march in so-called peaceful protest, but the Metropolitan Police was leading a lot of the crowds down the wrong alley or the wrong direction, leading them to anti-protest, stance, these were the anti-immigration people that were marching, but then you had these pro-Palestine and pro-migration protests that were going on simultaneously, and the police were leading them down these streets where there was blockades from another police barricade, and they were telling these marchers to ride on through, push through, do not let anyone stop you. And so we had about, I believe the news reports announced 25 arrests, and they reported around about between 100,000 to 3 million march protesters that were marching throughout London, across Westminster Bridge, and down. Yeah, I think the route was to
past Westminster, and then outside down, I believe it was Downing Street. So yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of the direction, but what I did see last night was you had obviously the leader, Tommy Robinson, walking side by side with other far right activists, Katie Hopkins being one of them, holding his arm, marching down, and then they got to where they were doing all the speeches, and he had these screens placed throughout. I'll have to look up the name of the street for you, Douglas, but when I saw the video when he was announcing the march going back several weeks ago, he said, we're going to have these screens everywhere and we're going to do these talks and it's going to be peaceful, he was saying. He just kept telling people we don't want no violence. And Elon Musk came on the screen.
Oh boy.
He had Elon Musk appear. Yeah. And there was cheers and chants.
Oh, geez.
And yeah, that was what I wanted to let you know.
How
Douglas.
ignorant can these people be?
They
This is
really
like
are.
Dr. Evil shit.
Yeah, just to let people know what this is, I have to tell people in black and white straight up, this is civil war, what's going on. It's going on in the United States, and it's happening here in Britain. There's a divide, and Trump just announced he doesn't care about the division. He's not here to fix it.
He sure did.
He's here to create it.
Yes.
This is what the Russians want. This is what the Russians want.
Yes. Yes.
This
George,
is war. Yes.
Would you say this thing was a youth movement, or was it everybody, all ages?
The whole intention of this is outlined in Alexander Dugin's book, Foundation.
Right. But you said 3 million people.
Yeah, that number is staggering. That's the equivalent of a mobilization of an army that does not even exist on Earth by any nation state that is conscripted at this moment in time. That's correct. A large number of people.
Hell yeah.
A large number of people. That is the equivalent of the entire, what you would say if you were going to combine forces, the communist Chinese with the Koreans, with the Russians.
I mean, it's crazy, right?
That's larger than all of them combined, yes.
Absolutely.
So it was more like, but huge.
Yeah, apocalyptic.
200,000 or something.
This is apocalyptic.
If they were armed to the teeth, if this was, and I explained yesterday, if this was the United States, the reason why the United States has never been invaded in terms of armed conflict, what you call conventionally, from what the normal average person, like an amphibious invasion, like a land invasion.
Yeah.
The reason why is because you have 360 million people, and 50 million of them, 60 million of them are illegal immigrants. They are armed to the teeth with guns. Now, if you had that in the United Kingdom, it would have been armed to the teeth if there was no such thing as gun restrictions. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
It's only Britain's gun restrictions, its firearms reform that prevented the Civil War from open engagement the last few days with what George is describing. George, tell them that you can vindicate.
Yes.
Yeah, you can validate.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Yes. And so that's to try and put things into perspective for people. What happened? What was going on Saturday? And the whole intent of it, the whole intention of it, because we are a floating island. We are an island that's separate from Europe. And what Alexander Dugin advocated was we sever ties from the European Union to destabilize. But you also create rifts and you create a division within the actual, what you call the actual population itself.
Chaos.
So there is going to be civil war. Yes, so there's civil war, and that's what's going on. It's the people against the establishment. That's what they want. But what they are advocating, like Douglas pointed out on the last show, we are being interfered by foreign adversaries that are under a dictatorship, that are telling the people of another sovereign state that they are under a dictatorship themselves when they're not. Yes. So it's inflicting fear, inciting fear among the population, and then you have uprise. And that is the whole intention of this. Make no mistake about it. This is civil war that's intended by a foreign adversary who runs a dictatorship.
Yes.
So that's what's going on. And it's to
Putin
inflict
gone
racial
wild.
fear. And the whole intent of it, if you read his book, it says racial fear. To inflict racial fear and to use and in the United States, they call it Afro-American racism. Like black supremacy, that's what happened with the Ukrainian girl.
Absolutely.
They use that
Yeah.
as a form of racial
War.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's what is it, that this is all orchestrated. It is synchronistical. It is not something. That's the reason why it makes the headlines. It makes the headlines that way. You'll notice other things do not make the headlines.
That's right.
When people tell me Charlie Kirk, poor Charlie Kirk's daughters. Yes, I'm a father myself. I feel for his daughters. But also Charlie Kirk stated back 3 years ago, back in 23, that every death convicted by these people with guns is all those deaths. So he was standing on the graves of those dead children at those schools, at every high school shooting, every mass shooting, he was stepping on their graves and he was saying that every single death is necessary for the Second Amendment.
That's right. The
To
American
be
Moloch.
justified.
Yes.
Yes.
And
This is what he was saying.
that's right.
And so what that does is when he's killed by a firearm in the United States, in Utah, that means his death was necessary according to his own stance, because under his own ideology.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So that's from him. But his followers, his cult followers, they're saying poor Charlie Kirk and his family. And they're all giving, there's a fundraiser, they're all giving the family the money.
Yes.
Now,
I mean,
I'm a father. I resonate with that. I can resonate myself. I can acknowledge that. But what about those children, those sons and daughters, fathers and mothers that were shot by guns?
before.
If you explain that politely, you don't get First Amendment protections.
That's,
First Amendment.
what Holly is explaining is that the First Amendment is the freedom of speech. The Second Amendment is the freedom of firearms. And believe me, the firearms have more rights than humans in America.
Exactly.
But when it
Because
comes
now,
to
coast to coast, people,
And there's
academics and teachers are getting run out of their jobs
for
politely explaining. There's a couple of states
the threat of Charlie Kirk. Yes. Yes.
So politely explaining why they're not lowering the flag to half-mast, for God's sake.
Yes. Yes. Well, they're giving the orders to
or
make this person
Medal of Freedom or whatever.
Oh God,
Douglas.
the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Presidential Medal of Freedom. I'll go into that later. But
I'll bet.
Don't worry,
And
Holly.
You can.
Yeah. But in terms of what you can tell people, George, and I want you to respond to this while we're blessed with your presence for a few more minutes. I want you to, I mean, when you speak about the daughters and these people who are basically exploiting his family by trying to say, oh, how pitiful his family is, you can explain to them, first off, his wife looks ecstatic. His wife looks exuberant that he's dead. And if anything, his daughters are now free of what must have been a horrific and abusive presence in the household. If anything, his family has been liberated. Now, she makes all the statements that, oh, they've awakened a sleeping giant in myself and I will carry on the torch. It's only because this is now her source of income. Her source of income now is picking up the torch. And saying that I will carry on what my husband carried on. But believe me, it won't be long before she gets tired of the bullshit and just retreats into the shadows with all the money she's going to get, which will be substantial. With a new man, and just move on. Yes.
Exactly.
So
that's what they all do. Yes.
That's right. That's right. And I'm not condemning or judging her, but if anything, I judge her for the decision to have children by this monster. But do go on and
I appreciate that. Yes, I really appreciate that, because we know the reality of it. We know the reality of Charlie Kirk and what he really stands for. He's a spokesman for Donald Trump.
Yes.
Of all people.
Yes.
That should tell anyone with any common sense and any logic, any logical thinking, that's all they need to know. And to realise who he is and what he stands for.
Not only that,
so-
but you know, people are trying to point him out as someone who was basically waking up to the Zionist conspiracy. What a load of shit! I want people to know
Absolutely.
that Israel is naming a public square after Charlie Kirk. Are you aware of that?
Exactly.
Bibi
Yeah,
Netanyahu
yeah.
wants to give him the
He-
Israeli
yeah.
medal of freedom.
He said, yes,
Tell-
exactly, the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor or something. It's like the Israeli equivalence or something like that, Douglas. I saw his statement. I saw Bibi Netanyahu's statement, and that he sends his deepest condolences to the family.
Yes.
Because what a wonderful man Charlie Kirk was.
Yes.
And so, yeah, he was standing. Yes, he was standing. Yeah, they love him. They absolutely love him.
Thank
But
you.
this is
It'll
not-
be
it's
right
not
off
in
Donald
line with
Trump
the spirit.
Boulevard.
Yeah, it'll be right
It'll
off.
probably
Donald-
intersect with Donald Trump Boulevard.
It- they-
Didn't they name the main streets of like Tel Aviv and Jerusalem?
Yes, after Donald Trump. This is quite
Yeah.
true. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Israel says Donald Trump's the best president Israel ever had.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
Yes.
another other couple points, Douglas. Whilst
please.
it's in my train of thought, there's two things. One thing I've got to correct what I said on the last show is, and I kind of knew it subconsciously what I said at the time, because I mentioned the Mexican UFO, that the investigative journalist that appeared during that congressional hearing about UAPs. They call it UFOs.
Yes.
I said Hànyǔ, but his name is Hànyǔ.
Okay.
So excuse me for that. I do pardon
No worries.
and apologize for anyone that was, it was misconstrued, because Hànyǔ, just coincidentally, that was on September 11th, that last show, and that was the name of the suicide pilot.
Got it.
That flew the one, yes, which was apropos, but it wasn't relevant to what I'm speaking of. And it was just, that was just slip of the tongue, that was, because it was reflexive. When I said Hànyǔ,
no, hey, no worries. And
Hànyǔ.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the name of the individual. Yes.
Actually, you've reminded me
I
of...
knew that, and
Yeah,
I
go on.
realised that, like, going back from what I said. I was like, hang on, that's not him. That's someone different. I
This
just wanted to
happened.
apologise.
Don't even apologize. This happens to all
Yeah.
of us, and I want you to know that it reminds me, and I'll take advantage of this moment right now to point out
Yes.
that I was talking about my looking at the cell phone that I had. This was on 9/11. I was watching reports of the towers coming in and all that. And
Yes.
Brendan pointed out, no, that wasn't the case. And this is because of the way my mind, thanks to my hypnotherapist, the psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, has compartmentalized a lot of the more traumatic experiences in my memory on a personal level. That is actually a picture from 3/11 during the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown that was triggered by the Israelis downloading the Stuxnet virus that they had
Stuxnet
used to take out the Iranian centrifuges. And that same Stuxnet virus was downloaded to the Israeli Fukushima Daiichi nuclear complex in order to prevent its safety mechanisms from kicking in like they would have when the tsunami hit. They had minutes of warning that the tsunami was coming. The safety mechanisms that were supposed to kick in could not kick in because the Israeli Stuxnet virus took it out because it uses the same industrial control mechanisms created by Siemens in Germany that the Iranians were using on their centrifuges. And the Israelis did that to prevent Japan from economically working with Iran anymore. So Japan had to withdraw its economic relations with Iran after the Fukushima Daiichi terrorist attack by Israel on Japan on March 11th of 2011, my mother's death year. She died only the week thereafter, within days of that attack. And I want people to understand that this is an act of war, and Japan is now positioning, you're aware of Japan positioning its F-15 interceptors, its fighter jets, in Western Europe to help repel the Russians in the event of the Russians attacking Western Europe. Are you aware of this now, George? Okay, so
I'm not. No,
Brendan, if you could catch George up on that, please, just a little bit. Tell him about that and the attack on Romania by the Russians that just happened. I take it you're not aware of that either.
Yeah, so the front is obviously two-pronged. It's a psionic.
Yes.
Excuse me. A psychic how do we put it? Psychological
psyop.
war.
Psychological
It's a
warfare.
psychological war on the
Yes.
people, and then a military war on the front.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
And so
Absolutely, Brendan.
with their, with everyone in the West on the back foot dealing with all this inner shit turmoil, they have incurred upon Poland, and now Romania has also intercepted Russian drones.
Wow.
And in the meanwhile, Japan had sent, for the first time in history, sent fighter support F-15 interceptors into Western Europe, and they're stationed, I believe, in France and Germany.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
No,
Because,
George.
Russia and Japan are still at war.
Because Russia and Japan are still at war, and also
Yeah.
the Japanese have been called on to help Europe because in case Congress actually votes in Donald Trump's name change to the Department of Defense to the Department of War, this is part of the reconcretization of the Axis powers, with Britain now on the side of the Axis. Yes.
Yes, they're paying attention now, Douglas. Absolutely. And it goes back to me to bring up those points about the Alexander Dugin's book, The Foundation of Geopolitics. What he said was, we will offer back Japan the Kuril Islands, the northern islands of Japan, that's been occupied since proactive prosecution of hostilities, as a way of pursuing them to then be against the United States. And as we know, we point out in the before, Vladimir Putin has rendezvoused at G summits with the former prime minister before he was assassinated, Abe Shinzo, or Shinzo Abe, however the surname proceeds in Japan, 25 times to offer a peace deal, and it was refused each time. And so they never were able to accomplish what they wanted to. But what Vladimir Putin's doing, as Alex Jones has introduced Alexander Dugin before, and people like Tucker Carlson they refer to Alexander Dugin as Putin's brain.
That's right.
What Alexander says, Putin then pursues it. Yes. He follows up on it.
Yes.
He is the man that implements foreign affairs, and Vladimir Putin just acts on it.
That's right.
And as you point out, Douglas, very correctly so, about Putin is a puppet president to the communist Chinese, to Red China.
That's right.
And what they advocate in that book is to destroy them.
Yes.
And they're using Donald Trump. And what Donald Trump has said, we're going to impose 100%. And before it was far higher than that, tariffs on China to destabilize them. And so he's using Trump as a what they call a useful idiot.
Yes.
He's a puppet also to Vladimir Putin. He's a puppet president to Vladimir Putin. And Putin is a puppet president to
Xi Jinping. Yes, absolutely. The parasites have parasites. Go on. Yes.
Parasites have parasites, yes. And so what's occurring is Trump has said to NATO, I can end this war in Ukraine just like that. And if you don't follow up on my orders, you're wasting my time. And that was Donald Trump's words. He said, you've got to now what you'll call impose harsher trade sanctions on Russia. He pointed out there are these nation states that still buy in oil from Russia. He says you have to implement harsher trade sanctions on Russia. If you do not do so, I will not impose heavy trade sanctions on Russia. He hasn't done anything up until this point against Russia. He hasn't done anything to try to stop the war. He's saying that it is the West's fault for not ending the war. He said, I can end it whenever I want to, which is all a lie.
Yes, of course. That's just bloviating. Yeah, bluster, bluff, and bloviation. But
exactly.
Go. Yeah.
Yes. I'm just pointing this out to people because this is what's hitting the headlines right now, and people are buying that, just like they bought Charlie Kirk as a good guy.
Oh yeah, what a joke! I'll deconstruct that the rest of the night. But do continue with let people know who are. I'm already getting some emails of people who say, "Oh, but no one takes Dugin seriously." Remind them that his book is a textbook in the Russian War College that all the Russian officers it's required reading. Please remind them.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And that reminds me itself that for any of these people that used to follow Aquino, any of his what you call, they've got so many terms in my head. There's so many terms for people, that followed his temple.
Yes.
They're occultists. Whoever he had that was initiated into that. There was several books. I mean, multiple. I mean, tens to the hundreds of books that required reading. But
that's right. He had a reading list a mile long. Go on.
Yes, absolutely. When they join these, what they call, is it pillars, pylons?
They're called pylons. Pylons.
Yes, when they join, yes. And he was advocating that, because he resided in Scotland, but he was trying to, recruit, and it was a recruitment scheme for England during, this was, I think, the year, I wasn't even born then, but, oh, my God. But there was that interview that I shared with you, Douglas. I sent it to you. Via that hyperlink to YouTube of him, like, I believe in the year I think it was either the year I was born or a few years before, in England, talking to an interviewer and saying that I'm here to recruit people for the Temple of Set.
Yes.
And it was around about the time, you were liaison, you were assigned liaison to Michael Aquino. Right. And who for people who, who just listening in, he is the PSYOPs expert.
Yes.
And so he was the man who was there to create division himself, and by controlling the thought processes of the masses, he could indoctrinate an entire nation. And he was doing so through several books. He had several people, occultists, that followed him, like Peter Levender, who wrote the book Unholy Alliance, where people would conflate Nazism to
with
Satanism.
Right.
Yes. And so that was how, he created this. And I believe even the neo-Nazi movement, that was all domestic in its origin.
That's
right.
The United States. Purely homegrown. So, yes, go on.
Homegrown, yes. And that was a movement that was created by men such as Aquino, if not directly from Michael Aquino himself. And so, it was things like this, which was the rise in the United States. And that was how he would control and create division, which would incite and inflict, which will result in a civil war. And it's been going on for decades.
Yeah.
But now it's really what is it? That swing of that ball is really swinging at the moment. It's been, smashing away at the other rocks, but now it's really, I'm trying to think of
the wrecking ball. The wrecking ball is taking down the walls. So
exactly.
If you can take a look at your screen
it's
share.
Really rocking.
Yeah. Can you gentlemen see your screen share?
I can.
Okay, so if you take a look at that, as well as Aristides and Brendan Zogit. Brendan, I don't know if you can see this, but what's interesting is without my linking this, it's like sometimes when I'll just put something in, like a single letter, then things will come up based on what I've looked up in the past. You can see examples here. Firefox suggestions. By simply putting the X in, I get Zephyr. I've never looked Zephyr up, but Zephyr, as it's pronounced, is more like Hefir. You can tell him, Brendan. Yeah. That refers to a member of the Temple of Set. Now, does this look familiar, gentlemen? It does to Brendan. This is Miguel Andujar's setup. Tell him about this.
He had the candles. He had the full setup. Yeah. The crystals, the candles, all that shit.
Yeah. And he was saying, give Seth a chance. Was he not?
Right. Yeah. He's saying, Set is the true God, and you guys are all misunderstanding the ancient texts and shit like that. Just some Aquino prop.
Yeah. But this brings us back to Aquino sent myself behind the Iron Curtain to personally meet with Alexander Dugin, the man who runs Transnistria, the power behind the throne, the man behind the scenes, the cosmonaut formerly known as the Plemia. He is an individual who, when he was conducting combat in space, and there was combat between the Americans and the Soviets in the secret space program wars, his job was to take down zombie satellites that had been sent up from the Soviet Union by the Resistance, which was all satanic. And the Resistance in the Soviet Union, because they had eliminated the churches, they had eliminated a belief in God, they couldn't admit to the existence of a satanic resistance because that would imply there is a God. And as a result, the
Exactly.
Satanists were given free sway, as they are in the United States, because they cannot be prosecuted here, because then the United States would have to implicate other churches in religious crime, such as all of Islam. They'd have to follow up with entire Islamic churches for the crimes of Islamic terrorists in the United States.
Yeah.
So as a result of trying to lower down their operational responsibilities in the United States, the Satanists are given a free hand, and the same thing happened in the Soviet Union. This has resulted in the triumph of the Satanists in the Soviet Union, the downfall of their government, the rise of the black Tsardom, or the invisible Tsardom of Dugin, Alexander Dugin, who was appointed but not anointed. If anyone asks, why doesn't Putin, because I get email letters even at the moment we're speaking, why doesn't Putin declare himself Tsar then? Here's why. The Tsar has to be anointed. It's a religious position. And because Putin is satanic, he can never be anointed the Tsar. And
he'll be acknowledging that God exists. And
Thank you.
That's it.
And the Russian Orthodox Church is entirely corrupted. They're materially, shall we say, bought off to the point where the corruption is so ostentatious. They're wearing Rolex watches, extremely expensive ornamentation and jewelry that no church members should be wearing. They've been excommunicated by the Exarchate in Constantinople, in Istanbul, and who has taken the side of Ukraine as the real Christians, who now have a Ukrainian Orthodox Church in the process of recognition, meaning the Russian Church is fallen. And until the new Russian Orthodox Church is established that can be re-recognized, a Tsar cannot be reconsecrated, because it would have to be an anointment. So please always bear that in mind. You can explain that to people who just aren't understanding that this is a religious war, that we're in an apocalypse. So
that's right, Douglas. Thank you. I appreciate you saying all that and reminding me, because I remember you saying that before. But it's important to try for myself to remember that. Most people won't comprehend what was said, but I certainly do have the gravity of that situation of what's going on right now because of those reasons you've articulated, Douglas. If that makes sense. Yes, absolutely. And so, as you pointed out, it is religious warfare that is going on right now. As I point out, people, this is civil war, as well as you have got a global war going on simultaneously in Europe and in the Middle East and throughout. It is something that is happening all simultaneously, and it's something that is very, very, what would you call it? Just precarious, unprecedented, but it's something that is orchestrated simultaneously, and it is basically perpetuated and orchestrated by individuals, and it's to point out who the enemy is, so people understand who they're fighting, not each other because of the ideological alignment, but because of who's starting it. And that's the problem, and that's what people need to come to terms with. And people are just bobbing down into the conspiracies. They're saying that, it's this person. People were then defending Charlie Kirk because they said he is a man of Christ, and he was using that as a front to try and hide his actual real ideological alignment stance. He's not a religious figure himself at all. He doesn't know anything about Christ himself.
Thank you.
He doesn't know anything.
Yes. He quotes he quotes
the Bible. Yes. Thank you. That's all we do.
In the satanic sense. Satan knows every chapter and verse. And so understand that it's only in that sense that Charlie Kirk abuses the Bible. He doesn't use it. He abuses it.
Yes. Thank you. Much
by all means. What I will recommend is certainly listening. I'll timestamp it, but listen to the majority of tonight's episode after it uploads, because once you review it, I'll be going deeply into Charlie Kirk tonight. And I'll be covering, of course, Irina, the poor dear who was truly assassinated in what is a race war that is manipulated by the Russians.
That's manipulated by the Russians. Yes. Absolutely, Douglas. Because as we pointed out, the man spoke to the individual, the assailant who murdered Irina. He was talking to his sister and said, my brain has been bug chipped. It's been microchipped. and I heard her call me basically the N word.
Yeah.
And essentially, yeah, he said that I targeted her. I followed her, and he followed her on board that train, and then he got her. And then, as the bystander pointed out, when he was trying to retreat after conducting what he did, he stabbed her 3 times in the neck. The individual said, "He's losing blood," and he pointed out, "No, it's not my blood. I just done that white girl."
Yes.
And that's what he said.
No,
So this is a race. This is it's racially.
Yes, it was definitely
motivated.
It's how they always say, you may ignore politics, but politics does not ignore you. You may ignore race, but race does not ignore you.
Exactly.
Now Incubate in the chat room says, what were some of the book titles JMA would require? Now, I presume he means Michael Aquino. I have no idea what the acronym JMA means, but in the context of what we were talking about, I presume he means what did the Temple of Set require of its... it had a reading list a mile long, and I can tell you that it's. I would have to look at the list. It's been so many years, but it kept growing. So people were required to read something like at least more than one book a week. It was literally, these people were highly dedicated to reading, and he would review that they had. It was all about erudition and how much a person could take, but it was also part of the brainwashing process to force people into a speed reading mode for absorbing massive info dumps. And this also would dazzle their mind, so to speak, or leave it so ragged that they were open to other forms of suggestion. But that being said, obviously a number of these would be books he himself wrote. In fact, they would predominate on the list.
Yes.
You'd have to read every book he ever wrote.
Exactly, Douglas.
And Alexander Dugin's books, which, of course, forced many people to learn the Russian language because, as you can tell people, George, Alexander Dugin's books, in the main, have never been translated into English. This is part of the problem. Americans don't even know what he's saying. So
no, thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Douglas. I have acquired the PDF only online. Okay. I will never purchase the book. I'll never send them any money. Yes. Never ever support that. So I have the PDF in English to read.
Excellent.
So that's how you and me, Douglas, are able to then articulate what is written in that in that book. It's around about 800 to 900 pages long as well. There's so much in there, but it's basically outlining what's going on in today's world that is promulgated by the Russian Federation. And there's so much that he advocates in that. And that's what I pointed out with Brexit, because you had a man called Nigel Farage, who has now established this Reform Party. So under the polls, under the statistics, they could potentially run as government. He could potentially be the next prime minister. Potentially. There is that threat. That chance and opportunity from him. But what people have pointed out in the past when he's conducted interviews, they've said to him, well, you never recognized Vladimir Putin as the aggressor in Ukraine. You have merely said back in 2014, I believe, he said this is just, I believe, either prior or post the annexation of Crimea. He pointed out when he was in front of a I believe it was the European Union Council meeting, when he stood up, he said that NATO expansion is going to be the reason that pokes the Russian bear right in the belly, and it is going to basically provoke and incite a war of aggression from the Russian side.
Which by the way,
he didn't put it. He didn't put it like that, but he said basically it's NATO and European expansion, which is going to basically result to a war with Russia. And so he was blaming it on the Europeans.
In other words, he was acting as a propagandist for Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
Thank you, Douglas.
That's
what he's been pointing out, because people have pointed out you're echoing Vladimir Putin's stance, because he said it's NATO expansionism. You're basically just regurgitating what Putin is saying. They point out to him. And so that's why people need to understand that Nigel Farage is not a quote-unquote a patriot. He is basically a useful idiot for Vladimir Putin. As soon as Brexit, because it was David Cameron, when he announced there's going to be a referendum, the public all voted in the majority for Brexit because of men like Nigel Farage that were promoting disinformation. They weren't promoting it. He was basically saying the wrong thing to the
Yeah.
public, giving out disinformation, misinformation about
disseminating,
the European Union. Yes,
disinformation.
thank you.
Yes.
Yes, disinformatia, which is the Russian term for disinformation. And what you have is then after that, once that democratic vote was then sided and it was ratified and then it was substantiated, then you had Nigel Farage rendezvous back with Donald Trump in the United States. That's exactly what happened. And it was to sabotage from the European Union. It was because they recognized us as a floating island of the West. A floating island, a floating flotilla of the United States. So for us to be destabilized and have no control, they needed us to be severed from the European Union, which is what they accomplished. This was all Russian disinformatia, all Russian propaganda.
And the
People
way
need
to
understand that.
yeah, and
That's
the way
what
to
Nigel Farage is.
yeah, and the way to explain this to people is to understand that George Orwell wrote
Yes.
1984
84,
as a forewarning. By the way, I'll get to what Incubate says. Incubate says, NATO is no hero, though, and I will explain that exactly what my position is on that. By the way, our friend Brendan also sends a link. He says, how is this dude 81? Larry Ellis. And I'll take a look at that. And Brendan, George won't be with...
He's just the Oracle CEO.
Okay. Yeah. Almost as wealthy
But
as Elon Musk.
Doesn't look 81.
Yeah. Yeah, that is odd. That is odd.
It looks like he's in his 50s. So
yeah, well,
that
we're-
cloning shit works.
Yeah. Well, it's parabiosis. It's the blood of young boys. What do you think? Everyone's
Well, he's got a lot of it. Sure.
yeah, yeah. He's got a harem. Yeah, and but this is an important point, as I've explained, George Knight. The elderly, say for instance, what happened with Charlie Kirk and his supposed the patsy who's been accused of killing him, who refuses to cooperate.
Exactly.
This individual was in turn affiliated with a hate monger named Fuentes. And Fuentes is being thrown under the bus as the ideologue behind this lad's actions. And all these young men, Charlie Kirk getting taken out after helping Trump come to power, Fuentes, who helped Trump come to power, being thrown under the bus, the young man who was obviously dressed as Trump for Halloween and adored him being thrown as the patsy before the wolves, all the young crowd of young men who helped bring Trump to power in what is nothing less than a revolution, have now come to learn that revolutions devour their children. And I mean that literally. These are all the young crowd being devoured because for the first time in history, these elderly parasites have the key to longevity and extended lifespans. And for that reason, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, who have all been seen in extremely poor health, just like Donald Trump has, still keep bouncing back. And they keep bouncing back with genetic input, parabiotic infusion from the blood of young boys, and they feel they'll be in power for 100 years, and they don't need this younger generation. If anything, the younger generation is a threat to them because they will rise up and take them down. So they're killing the younger man, and this old generation of parasitic, gerontocratic, elderly hospice, this kind of gray zone between life and death, they're leading us to the grave. As a globe, as a world, they're leading us to the grave in the sense that the Allies during World War II, especially the Americans, realizing they were going to lose, decided we'll create the plutonium bomb, and they felt that this chain reaction would dismantle the Earth on a molecular level, end the world, and that would be their victory. That in the death of all that God created, they would win against God himself and uplift themselves in the eyes of the anti-gods in a new form of life, a kind of cosmic resurrection. This was their idea, and why Oppenheimer thought his words would be the last words ever spoken on earth. I have become death, the destroyer of worlds. And yet that failed. But it's on that spirit that Trump and Putin and Xi Jinping are leading us all to the grave. They know that they've lost World War II all over again. That when you go to George Orwell's Forewarning of 1984, he was telling people that at that point in that world history where the Soviets and the Chi-Coms, the Communist Chinese, and the Americans dominated the planet, Britain was simply Airstrip 1. That all Britain was the forward base for America to combat Europe. It was just Airstrip 1 at that point. Yes. And this is how Dugin and Putin view Britain. That Britain is Airstrip 1. Yes. They got to take down Airstrip 1 to take down the West. But what they don't, they're trying to instigate civil war in Britain and let people know that by that analogy, by that parallel, that Britain is the battlefield on which this war will be won, and that they have to understand that this civil war in England is existential for the world. But the only way that Britain can really escape is by becoming a world power on its own again. It'll have to. It's empire or death. And this is the mistake the Russians made to their own ultimate demise. The Russians have tried to divide England so that it will be taken out of the game. But all they've created by Brexit and its divorce from Europe is the need for Britain to reestablish empire. Yes. And ultimately, it will be Russia that will be the new Raj. So always remind people of this, that this is what makes the war in Ukraine existential. The British have to help the Ukrainians defeat the Russians, which will ultimately lead to the downfall of Satanism in Russia, and ultimately the need for the British to help reestablish civilization there.
Yeah, exactly. And just to point out, all those men that marched yesterday in London, all those men, 2 days ago, I should say.
This army, you're talking about the largest army to walk the earth in generations since World War II.
And the irony of it, the contradictory irony of it all, is that all those people, and the majority of them are all males, they all will claim that they are patriots of Britain, or I should say England, and what their stance is, they will not go to war. The irony of it, they're so-called patriots, but they will not stand up to defend king and country, and they will not fight for king and country, and they will not fight for Starmer either.
They're traitors. That's treason. They will not go to war against Russia. They will not tell
fight.
them that what they're taking the stance of is the stance of a fifth column. That makes them a fifth column. If you will not fight for king and country, you are a treasonous fifth column on behalf of the Russians.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. That's what they are. They will not stand up and fight. The majority of them are unable and unfit to fight. They are all unemployed, majority of them, because most people that protest do not have jobs. They do not have lives. But that's what they do all day, is to go online and just to incite hate speech against migrants, because that's all it is. That's all they do all day.
Whom without the migrants, they have no quality of life.
Yeah, exactly. And some people even pointed out it was quite ironic and funny, actually, that when they were in London, they were buying all these they were going to all these Indian stores buying onion bhajis and then they turn around and say, like, what the true anti-Semites say, when everyone has a stance, they're like, oh no, it's not legal migrants, it's illegal migrants we're against. And it's like, no, you're just against anyone who is of different color to yourself.
Yes.
And the thing that I say this, Douglas, but the irony of it all is white people, when they are sick, they become blue or green.
Yes.
When they're born
pink.
They're born
when they
pink,
die, they
red,
turn gray.
Gray with rigor mortis. They produce all the colors of the rainbow, but yet they have the audacity to call everyone else of color.
It's morbidly entertaining. Now, to answer what Incubate asked earlier about NATO is no hero, though he means, of course, is NATO actually the good guy? Well, I'll tell you, I fought against NATO in Serbia, and I want people to understand this much. NATO is a defensive organization. It was essentially a contract between nations to protect each other and the greater whole, the West itself, from a potential threat from primarily the Soviets, but anyone who would invade or strike against a member state of NATO. And NATO was sorely tested in a contest in which it failed. It was found wanting when presented with the challenge of Turkish invasion of Cyprus, because Turkey was a Muslim empire that was not a member state of, well, it's a member state of NATO, and so was Greece. But it was basically two NATO members went to war with each other, a NATO civil war in Turkey's invasion of Cyprus, and no other NATO nation took action. Basically, Cyprus became divided, and the Turks occupy northern Cyprus to this day. It's a government that's imposed by Turkey. It's not recognized by any other nation on earth. So they simply occupy it. But with that being the precursor, NATO essentially went against its charter, violated its own charter, when Yugoslavia fragmented and fell into a state of internecine conflict. At that point, when you had these various microstatelets that had broken out of Yugoslavia, and the Serbs were dedicated to maintaining the federation, they were simply all that NATO had to rationalize its existence because of the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union. Now, because the Russians at that point were no perceivable threat, you had democracy on the rise, you had Yeltsin voted in, and legitimately at that, quite legally, his government was a legal democracy, the first that Russia had ever experienced. The only thing NATO had was Serbia. And when it went to war in the Balkans, it violated its defensive charter. Now, I was on the side of the Serbs in that conflict, and I fought against NATO forces. So I do want you to understand, at that point in history, the argument could have been made that NATO ceased to exist as a legitimate organization and became a rogue mafia state, what you'd call a supra, not super, but supra, S-U-P-R-A, overstate or suprastate, that was several states combined in a combined act of aggression for which there was no rationalization. But that having been said, their only argument, which was completely false and illegal, was that, oh, they're fighting an aggressor in Europe, and they're somehow a European defensive organization. While they illegitimated themselves in that conflict, we are now living in entirely different times. And I ultimately perceive NATO to be on the way out because of its indecisiveness in what I call, it's the symptom I described only briefly in our last episode was what I call the Singapore trap. They believe that they can go through these like defensive motions and deter the Russians. Obviously, the Russians are not deterred. So yes. In the end result is, I can almost guarantee you, in the upcoming conflict, NATO will be defeated, and this is why you're going to have to see Russia, or rather Germany, as a nation state reform as an empire, Britain reform as an empire, France in its own way reform as an empire, so that they can take on the Russians as mobilized nations because of the failure of NATO. They're going to be forced into this because of NATO's failure, and that will lead to the rebirth of Germany as the center of a new Warsaw Pact centered on Berlin, absorbing all of the former Soviet satellite states, including Belarus and Ukraine, into their new Warsaw Pact, with the British containing them through Norway and Russia and North Africa, where they will reestablish government in, of course, the new city being built outside of Cairo, essentially for their population, which will likely be displaced by a change in climate. So back to George with all of this. This is very important.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that's where the largest megachurch is built.
Yes, the largest Christian church in Africa
Africa.
in
Yes.
in a Muslim nation is being
Yes.
built there. Yes.
Yes. That's been substantiated. Yeah, that's what they announced. It's the largest ever constructed.
Yes.
Essentially, that's what their claim is anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, Douglas, I do thank you for having me on. I do appreciate it, and hopefully I'll be able to join you on Wednesday's show as well.
Excellent.
I do have to pursue the rest of my day, but thank you so much, Douglas.
Well, we love you dearly.
So,
Stay safe and be
yeah,
well.
love you dearly too. Please, yes, and everyone, please support Douglas and
Yes.
take good care of yourself. And I'll speak to you soon.
Okay.
And bye-bye, Brendan and Aristides and Heather.
Yes. Thank you so
And
much.
Holly.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye for now. And so share our love with your family. And that was George Knight. We, of course, invite Brendan to give us further details on some of these. Brendan, yes, if you could tell people what you shared with us about Japan's defense minister and also the family of course, these various, the Seito Kishi Abe family. Yes, incredible political alignment of very powerful families. Yes, tell us about all this.
That was just in response to
Holly's.
Shinzo.
Yeah. Oh, Abe Shinzo. Yes,
or,
that's
or
right.
as I said, Shinzo San.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. What
Which
George was
also
bringing up.
talk about political violence. It's like
Yeah.
you can't escape it. The real thing. If someone's determined, they'll just do it. Like in case of Abe. But
Yes.
anyways,
Well, that's what he
Japan's
got. That's what he
minister-
got for fucking around with the Reverend Church. Reverend Moons.
Unification Church, which
Thank
is now officially outlawed in Japan completely.
Thank God.
And they dismantled all of the infrastructure they had. And sent the people to like re-education or like
Excellent.
anti-cult,
Yeah.
counseling.
Yeah. So how can you say Japan's not fascist? Yeah. How can you say Japan's not fascist? Yes.
Oh, they are. That's
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah.
But anyways, so
Thank God. Yes. Go on.
so in the as they say, as the tables turn,
Yeah.
the fascist country that won the war has to come back for defense of the West
Yes.
that helped create it. And it says here, Japanese defense minister says his country is sending F-15 fighters, jets to Britain, Germany, and Canada, starting on Sunday. The
Excellent.
first ever dispatch of air self-defense force fighter jets to these countries.
Yeah. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah.
In other words, the ones in Canada are to help defend Canada from the United States.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And it says here, Nakatani, who is the defense minister, stressed that the dispatch will embody the common acknowledgement that the security of Europe and the Indo-Pacific region. So notice the Aryan tie there. They're adding India.
Thank you.
Is integral, indivisible, and interlinked.
Yeah.
He adds he wants to further and deepen cooperation amongst allies and like-minded countries. There you go.
Very good.
So Japan has come to, in Tolkien speak, Gondor has answered the call,
Excellent.
Gondor
Excellent.
calls for aid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, truly, we're going to war against Mordor. And if anyone hasn't seen Russia, the post-industrial wastegate that is Mordor. Oh, my fucking God. It is a
Yeah, and
wasteland.
Sauron and his, his master Morgoth were anti-godly. That's what Tolkien made them.
Yes, that's right.
Because Morgoth, he was an angel and then interweaved into the fabric of creation, his dissonance.
Yes.
So against the creator god in the Tolkien mythos.
Yes.
So he is an anti-god. So there you go.
Excellent. I mean, it's excellent for people to know this. And this is...
Which is why Q loved him so much.
Of course. He wrote the book from his perspective, which was,
where Sauron would help Morgoth regain power and all that shit. Yeah.
Yes. And, of course...
and kill all of the ring bearers,
yes.
torture them to death and shit. And guess what? Remember, I don't know if anyone was listening, that's still listening, but as you told us, it was originally only only available in the Russian translation.
That's quite true.
There you go.
Yes, of course. Where else? I hope you're listening, George, and if not, I'll stamp it. Just review everything from,
That was Q's fan fiction of the
Lord of the Rings.
We'll call it the alternate ending of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, the alternate
the
ending.
satanic ending.
That's right. It's like one fan of mine on Facebook said, I can't wait till Michael Aquino rewrites the book Jaws from the perspective of the shark.
There you go.
And thank you, Brendan. Beautiful. That was profoundly important. And we definitely want people to okay, so I'll dive back into it. Interject whenever you can and whenever you wish. Oh, yes, as for Germany, of course, this is concerning, of course, the AfD and, any victory they might have in coalition government in Germany is obviously...
Yeah, Alternative für Deutschland is what that means.
Yeah.
And then the irony of that is that the ruling party is called the Christian Democratic Union.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's the alternative of Christianity? Like Russian Satanism.
Thank you. Thank you.
Saying.
Excellent. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Everyone take notes.
And he's like, this scumbag's like a Bond villain. What's his name? Elon. He always ends up showing up.
Yes.
He said the same thing about AfD.
Yeah.
He showed up to one of their rallies, and in this latest spiel, he's there. Like a floating head, like Zardoz and shit.
Yes.
It's just so bizarre. It's so strange.
Yeah. It's disgusting. There's no words. I mean, he's so George has entered here we are. This is the book, The Foundation of Geopolitics in English, the PDF. I've just downloaded it. Thank you so much, dear George. And believe it or not, I never knew a copy of it existed in English. It didn't for the longest period of time.
Talking about Dugan? Dugan's?
Yeah, Dugan's book. Yeah, back in the day, it was never translated into English. So somebody finally found it.
Just assume that the person translating it jacked it up. So.
Yeah. There we go. That's true.
Until we have evidence otherwise.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah, and such being said, again, Brendan, thank you so much for these incredible insights. And by all means, interject so long as
we're
you're
definitely
awake.
living in interesting times.
No, well, these are very much.
And it's strange. Like I know George had to go, but maybe he can respond later. But that during that whatever they call it, protest or whatever the demonstration, the Million Man March.
Fuck, it was swarming.
During the swarming. Yeah, the figures are so jacked up. So it goes from 100,000 people all the way up to millions. I mean, it's just such a strange, like you could, estimates can go wrong, but not that wrong. It seems strange to me.
No, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. It's like
is it 3 million or is it 100,000? Because a lot of the sites are saying it's 100,000 people, but if you see the footage, I mean, it's full, wall-to-wall people. But then again, never know.
Yeah, it seems almost supernatural in that sense. It could be, of course, just the typical Russian Trump tactic of grossly inflating numbers by orders of magnitude. But I think, look, our man George lives there, and he could see it on the TV screens. He said himself he was not going anywhere near London that day. I'm sure it was swamped. Whatever it was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah. It's Civil War level. This is thank you for that. And there you go. As I said, Charlie Kirk, all this crap about him. Well, let me get down to deconstruction. First off, Charlie Kirk was like a used car salesman at the end of the fiscal year. He was literally giving the hatred away. His slogan might as well have been, "Come on down through. I've got a hatred for you." Let's put it this way. I've got something for you all. I'm going to put this into the chat room and into the text box. And for our listeners first, you will get access now to 17 quotes from Charles James Kirk. I'll now enter this into the text box of our infinite call. And this is Charlie Kirk in his own words. And this is important because it sources all of his quotes. So when you hear me quote him, there are sources that you will find through this source. The sources from which his quotes are derived. So these are not misquotes. These are all vetted. On empathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. By the way, Brendan brings up about the King James Bible.
Oh wait, no, finish this first, and then this will follow it up.
Okay, love it. Thank you for Matthew 12. So I'm just going to go through these quotes first. On the death penalty. The death penalty should be made public, should be quick, should be televised. I think at a certain age, it's an initiation. At what age should you start to see public executions? Really? The Great Replacement Theory. It's not a great replacement theory. It's a great replacement reality. Just this year, 3.6 million foreigners will invade America. 10 to 15 million will enter by the end of Joe Biden's term. Each will probably have 3 to 5 kids on average, while native-born Americans have 1.5 per couple. You are being replaced by design. On black people. Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. On black women. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken seriously. You had to go steal a white man's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. On civil rights, we made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the mid-1960s. On the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself, MLK was awful. He's not a good person. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. On George Floyd, this guy was a scumbag. On black pilots, if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. I've never seen a black pilot on a passenger airlines myself, but Muslims, they aren't even hiding their intentions. Muslims plan to conquer Europe by demographic replacement. Will Europe wake up in time? Yet on Palestine, I don't think the place exists. And on the Jews, Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical open border neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and non-profits. This is a beast created by secular Jews, and now it's coming for Jews. And they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges, it's the non-profits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. In other words, he's saying liberal progressive Jews are at fault, and this is why all the Zionists love his ass. On Democrats, the Democrat Party supports everything that God hates. And on transgender people, you're an abomination to God. On gay people, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser reference part of the same part of Scripture is in Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. That's the worst English I've ever fucking read. I don't know what Bible he was reading from, but it's the poorest edited edition. If just saying,
It's
Some-
like the
Yeah, go on.
ones they had to dumb down for Americans. They're called like New Standard Edition because they can't read the King James. Even that one is like brought down from the Latin, and they can't read that.
Cellular text edition. Cellular
And
text.
what was the passage number?
Leviticus 18. Leviticus 18.
Which I believe is the Old Testament, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's like they don't even listen to Christ. It's like, it's just it's crazy.
Thank you. If anything, this is Jew shit. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. Then finally on
You notice they conveniently leave out the rest of that. Like,
Thank
don't have sex with animals.
Yeah, thank you.
All these other ones that,
Thank you.
stuff. That's just.
Thank you.
This is actual. So they're quoting Moses. This
Yeah.
is Moses' direct quote.
Thank you. Yeah,
No
Jew
one
shit.
to approach any close relative in having sexual relations. So that's half of the. Half the population of America right there.
You have the population of the Jews as well, mind you.
Yeah, do not dishonor your father or your mother. Oedipus Rex level shit. Do not have relations with your father's wife. Do not have relations with your sister or your father's daughter, etc., etc. Your son's daughter. So they cut out the whole freaking passage basically.
Not to mention, it goes to show.
Do not approach a woman in the uncleanness of her monthlies. Anyways, I'll spare you the rest. Do not give any of your children to be sacrificed to Molech.
You would think that would be common sense, but but we do it here in America.
To tell them at one point.
Yeah. Well, here we do it.
Had to explain.
Yeah. Well, but all I can say is our equivalent of that here in America is our Second Amendment. That's our Moloch. We give our children unto that every goddamn day. Yeah, and,
I don't see the part about the dudes with dudes, but
yeah,
it's probably in here somewhere.
It's in.
Here it is. Do not have relations with a man as one does with a woman. That is detestable.
Man, he couldn't even quote that right. That son of a bitch.
That's almost like loophole worthy, but not that I would advocate it.
Understood.
Like,
Besides, it goes to show in all the cases of everything we just mentioned, right down to the sacrifice of the kids under Moloch, but everybody fucking each other.
How come they never explain that shit?
Yeah. No shit. Well, I'll get there. But, when it comes to everybody fucking each other, male, female, dad and mom, relations, everybody else, they're all fucking each other. It just goes to show how little there was to do when you're wandering the desert and all you've got to look at is your other family members in the same tent. I mean, the fact that he had to go out and emphasize this to such an emphatic degree, such a violent degree, is it goes to show they were all doing it. That's all it's telling us. It's
pretty much.
Yeah, thank you. And as for the quote on feminism, important point to emphasize from Charlie Kirk: reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. Now, before I get back to this, we're going to look at what was sent to us by dear Brendan, and that includes the biblical quote he sent. Basically, before I get
the actual Christian quote from Christ himself.
Thank you. Though it is from the King James Bible, but still, the Church of England is to be respected as the church. Yeah,
the section that is attributed to Christ's words. That's
got it. Which is the important point. Yes, thank you. Point well taken. Either make the tree good and his fruit good, or else make the tree corrupt and his fruit corrupt. For the tree is known by his fruit.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Matthew.
So it's like, how come these
chapter
people
12.
don't ever quote Christ? Because I remember the old school Protestant Bibles used to have like stuff
outlined in red. Yeah,
that was Christ's actual words.
Yeah,
but they never seemed to actually speak from that, because he would say things like, don't strike at your enemy, stuff like that. Like, love thy enemy as thyself. How come none of them ever say that? No, I've never heard an American say that.
No.
And even when they when I was young and naive, I used to quote, tell people, they would say, what would you do if someone fought you? And I would say, well, if you're going by Christ, you would turn away. And they would say, you're a bitch. You're a bitch for doing that. You have to fight back and shit. So it's like they don't even follow Christ. I mean, they're proud to say it.
Yeah, they truly are. They don't get the balance. Remember, without...
And I would just say it philosophically, but they would say, no,
Understood.
you have to fight back and shit. Yeah,
it's but believe me, Brendan won't take any shit. Yeah, it's and neither would I. But we do. I certainly call myself a Christian, but what I will emphasize is the fact that Christ was very balanced, and where the problem is that people do take everything out of context and they forget parts where Christ would say, "I bring you not peace but a sword. I come here to turn son against father, and father against son."
Yeah.
They forget these parts of Christ where he goes Rambo. So there's a balance to be struck.
Like kicking the moneylenders out of the temple.
No, oh yeah.
There's only like a handful of Christians that ever say never borrow money because it's a Jewish enterprise.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not me saying it's bad. That's from the scriptures saying you know, if you take a loan, you are a slave to the lender. So therefore it's not Christian.
Yeah.
Essentially. Because you're supposed to be a slave to God. You know, so,
yes.
Like
no, it's an excellent point to be made. This is why Jews were hated by both Christians and Muslims. And yet they both knew them to be the people of the book and turned over all of the financial responsibilities to them because they figured, well, all the Jews are going to hell anyway. So you may as well let them handle the accounting. Now, tell us what's going on with the elementals being unleashed. There's a lot going on here with this. Southeastern Utah. Utah!
Got hit. The desert is having tornadoes.
Ooh.
Tearing apart people's homes and
I love it. This
literally
is
not possible.
They've raised the elementals, the jinn, the dust devils. The literal dust devils have been raised by this sacrificial ritual. Yes. They'll try
multiple tornadoes touching down in San Juan County in Utah, swirling, destroying homes, buildings, and it's so rare that I think it's like been many years since that's ever happened. Since it's happened before.
This is biblical.
60 feet wide at its base.
God damn.
This is the stuff that the Native Americans were warning of. You know, the end times you would see shit like this.
Yes. Well, this is definitely the end of our times as we know them. This is an apocalypse, and this is exciting and alarming. And you must gird yourself for these times. And but this is the direct result of these sacrificial rituals, and they're going to try and appease these anti-gods with their coming Sunday solstice ritual of the death of the sacrificial death of their version of a lamb. That ain't no fucking lamb. This rotten old goat, the Kirkster. And so bless you for bringing this up, dear Brendan, and I thank you for emphasizing these symptoms of the sickness that he spread. It says
Utah only averages around 3 tornadoes per year.
God damn.
And in one night they had like 6 plus.
God damn.
Plus flooding. So
biblical. Yeah. Biblical. And it's well, I mean, I'm excited. Okay. So, with all of the quotes that I've just reviewed from the Kirkster, here the Kirkster knows his Bible, chapter and verse.
Oh, and also, just quickly before we move on from this, where's the part about the stoning? I didn't see that in there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Moses at the end just says, like, kick them out, you know, like I vomit them out, so shall the land. That's all he says. It doesn't say anything about killing anybody.
Thank you. Well, that's
just like you just don't live with them. If you don't like them, you don't, or if you're not allowed to be like them, you have to not live with them. There was nothing about stoning or anything.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's just Charlie Kirk with his sick fantasy of violence and the promotion of the killing of others. That's, of course, he represents.
Isn't that like a sin to misquote the text?
I would hope so. Yes, I would like to think so. Yes, but yeah, thank you for making that point. your point's well taken, and
I mean, I'm no scholar, but I didn't see any stoning in there.
Yeah. And so understand I'm saying this only metaphorically, that the Kirkster knows his Bible chapter and verse. Obviously, he does not. That's
the strange thing about American church and stuff is that when we went to like youth group, like when I was in high school, just you know, as a social thing, I went with friends that were Christian, and I was as well. I am baptized Orthodox, but I would go to these Protestant churches just because they would have, you know, Sunday sessions or whatever, just for fun, you know, just to spend time with people my age. And it's like they would just take one line and that would be the whole sermon would be on one line, and by the end of it, it probably was nothing to do with whatever
that line meant
in context. I remember one where it was just like you know, thou shalt not worship idols, and then he just showed us a bunch of Michael Jackson videos, and we were just like having a great time, like singing Michael Jackson. Like, we didn't get the point at all.
That's funny.
And he said, "See all the people falling at his feet. This is idolatry." And we cared about was listening to the concert. It was just, we didn't care.
That's funny.
So this American style of religion is very weird, where they just chop it up and then that's all people remember. It's like a weird indoctrination.
You know what it's like? It's like in American screenwriting, the advertisements are so hot and heavy and so constant that it creates a very fragmented story where they would have to, on TV episodes, have it end on a cliffhanger before every advertisement, so that people would wait through the advertisements to see how the situation was resolved that was presented before the ads came on. So this way they would compel people to be entranced enough, interested enough to wait through the ads. And so TV, when you see these with the ads taken out, TV stories from the golden age of television are incredibly fragmented, and it represents a fractured state of the American mind. But the Americans treat their Bible like that. And so the preachers are the God pumpers. The God pumpers in America will take one line and expand it into an entire sermon because they think of it as a job where the entire Bible can then be taken apart to support them infinitely. It's almost as if they believe they have an eternal life on earth, and that this gives them a way to stretch out their career as a preacher through eternity is by going through one line of the Bible at a time, rather randomly at that, and then taking the line out of context and making it seem relevant to whatever their current topical situation is. Therefore, the American view of the Bible then becomes intrinsically or intuitively to something to exploit by cherry picking. That's it's there you have it. It's just a fundamental flaw in American religiosity. Thank you for that.
And it just creates an issue, because then the people that think they're talking to a Christian, it's not exactly a Christian. They think, oh, they're the same like me, but
no.
No.
Yeah, that's so I do want to get this out of the way. I've told people this before, but I'll re-emphasize it tonight just to get it out of the way and make it clear so that people understand something about Charlie Kirk's presumed or mispresented religiosity. This is and I
don't know if I have to qualify this, but it's like I'm Orthodox, so it's neither Protestant nor that thing.
Or Catholic. Yeah.
So it's a whole different style that I was brought up with.
Yes.
And they made us read the full thing when we went, you know.
There you go.
Like they would have you sit down and go through in English, and they would read it in Greek, English, and Arabic. And so it was like a whole event.
Well, let's put it this way. The Orthodox Church is like, if you were to compare it to branches of service, like, the Catholics are the army, and the Protestants are like I don't know what the fuck to compare them to, but the Orthodox would be like the Marine Corps. It's basically they're into the discipline. It's just basically this is intense, this is doctrinaire, and you're gonna know your Bible. It's like that's they're the original church. So just bear that in mind. The oldest and, in a sense, purest form of Christianity in the sense of churchianity or an organized religion. So, So
they're a little more hardcore.
Yeah, they're hardcore. And so in terms of the Kirkster known as Bible, it's not chapter and verse, even though...
It's not just philosophical. Like, it's not just talking. Like, they make you do shit.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Whereas that's the Orthodox Church Brendan's talking about. Whereas in the sense...
And Europeans would know that too, like in the South, like Greek and Italians. Like, it wasn't just you talk about the Bible. It's like you get hit with rulers and shit. Like, it wasn't just... It's not just like it's not just mental. Like, they actually did stuff that was Christian oriented. You know? Oh yeah. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Tactile.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In America, it was mainly just chit chatting and that's it. So mental.
It's let's put it this way. The Protestantism of Martin Luther from Europe that led to all these incredible religious wars that dominated Europe and even the world. That has nothing to do with the Protestantism of America. America's evangelical Protestantism mainly is rooted in baptism and, of course, is very Southern influenced. And this is the Christianity that rationalized chattel slavery. It's from this tradition that Kirk exploits his Bible, not chapter and verse in the sense that Satan does, but Kirk, we'll call it Kirkianity, or Kirk anti-Christendom, or Kirk, it's just Kirk hucksterism, Christo-hucksterism. He knows full well, in the satanic sense, that God does not believe that goddamn Bible. Because put to writ in its context as it was by Jews, entire tranches of the Bible are filled with hate speech. I am not just referring to tranches of the Old Testament. The New Testament is perhaps even worse. There is a verse in Timothy that says that all Scripture is for our edification. This verse is the verse cited by the Kirkmongers of the Trump cult, who despise critical thinking, and is perhaps the most morally repugnant verse in the Bible. It is the foundation of the most fundamental principle of brainwashing. Believe this, and we can make you believe anything. In the book of Timothy, chapter 3, verse 16, we read, "All Scripture is given by inspiration of God, and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness." The all Scripture here refers to the book of the Jews, the Old Testament. Tranches of the New Testament had not even been written at the time. It is the Gospels. How repugnant is this verse? Frank Schaeffer, the son of the late famed evangelical thinker Francis Schaeffer, a Baptist, has suggested that we take every despicable verse reeking of hatred and bigotry in the Bible and append the "all Scripture is given by inspiration of God" ending to it, or thereunto, in order to get the full effect of how fucked up your Bible is. Now, by the way, I apologize. Francis Schaeffer was a Presbyterian. Now that I remember, I'm thinking back on it. He was certainly a key Christian apologist, an evangelical theologian at that, but he was definitely a Presbyterian pastor. Now, the sainted Paul offers the following advice to women in the first book of Timothy, chapter 2, verse 12. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent. And then add to that, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. End of discussion. Shut up, bitch! Which is exactly what Charlie Kirk remembered when he said, revoke your feminism, you fucking cunt. Submit to your husband. You're not in charge. Which is a accurate paraphrase. Or the first book of Peter, chapter 2, verse 18. Slaves, submit yourselves to your masters with all respect, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the cruel. Again, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, and for ill measure. That pro-slavery teaching is a New Testament verse with all. Or the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verses 28 through 29.
Oh, Deuteronomy is the one that has a lot of crazy shit in there.
Oh,
And it's like,
go ahead. Tell us.
If you were to follow that word for word, disobedient children must be stoned to death, and talk about crazy. I mean, it would be a different world if they followed that to the T.
Yeah, dude, that's Grimm's fairy tale shit.
If you rape a virgin, you're forced to marry her and pay the father a tithe or like a stipend, and then you can never divorce her or you'll get killed. It's just like, imagine that kind of world. Like, world.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, it addresses the issue of rape. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. That's pretty Judaic, shekels of silver. According to the Bible, raped women are forced to marry the rapist, and the only person restored is their fucked up father. Contextualize that with all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable indeed. Or the book of Judges, chapter 19, verses 25 through 28. So the man took his concubine and sent her outside to them, and they raped her and abused her throughout the night, and at dawn they let her go. At daybreak the woman went back to the house where her master was staying, fell down at the door, and lay there until daylight. When her master got up in the morning and opened the door of the house and stepped out to continue on his way, there lay his concubine, fallen in the doorway of the house, with her hands on the threshold. He said to her, "Get up! Let's go!" But there was no answer. Then the man put her on his donkey and set out for home. Yeah, all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable indeed. Or the first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 3. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Now go and strike Amalek and devote to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness by a mad God of the desert. There is another choice besides rejecting religion outright, which is to embrace faith in God by thinking for ourselves and openly rejecting the parts of one's scriptures outright that fly in the face of fact, compassion, and decency. If one adopts the view that all the Bible is true, then it turns out that most people are a lot more loving and compassionate than their God. Which begs the question, where did that love come from? Well, obviously, empathy. The empathy that Charlie Kirk so despised and held in contempt and discouraged. I believe that the source of that love comes from a God who gives us the rational mind to challenge the Bible and to say that not all scripture is true or even approved of God. Bound as I myself am unto Lucifer, I can testify that God does not believe that goddamn Bible, and that his son Christ judges all who literalize it as the synagogue of Satan. But you can never hear God or the Christ who came to give him voice, because Charlie Kirk does all the talking for them. Trumpmonger Charlie hated the blacks, the browns, the gays, the trans, the gazans, the libs, the women, the Latinos, the Latinas, the Latinx, the undocumented, the browns who were documented, the Chicagoans, the San Franciscans, the woke, the broke, the comedians who told good jokes, and much, much more. Charlie Kirk hated the Democrats and the ladies who owned cats, but he loved the crypto-plutocrats. Charlie Kirk was a bad faith actor who spent all his time coming up with new ways to create more bad faith. He did it for the money, for clicks, for shits and giggles, for clout, and worst of all, he did it for his dear leader, Donald Trump. Shortly after Charlie Kirk's death, Uncle Trump announced that he is going to posthumously bestow upon Charlie the Presidential Medal of Freedom, formerly the American Empire's highest honor. If medals are the coinage of valor, and the cult of the kings of Edom continues to accuse myself of stolen valor, a working moral compass will be needed to fix the position of wherever the Fort Knox is located in which all this valor I'm alleged to have stolen is to be found. I can guarantee you that if you ever find it, you'll find it empty, albeit not on my account. There was never any to be had, as evidenced by that worthless Medal of Freedom. The day after Charlie Kirk's death, I was at an event designed to reimagine education at the SF MoMA, San Francisco South of Market in San Francisco, the Museum of Modern Art. In the green room, I was acting security for my son's husband, but when he told me he needed private space to make some deals, I had to respect that. And I had a beautiful conversation thereby with an Asian woman. We didn't know each other before our conversation, but very quickly we did that thing that I love about being an Asian in America, something impossible in Asia, where all the races hate each other. In America, we have to cooperate, or at least coexist, because we're mutually despised by all other races in this darkest of all continents. So in a minute, I was talking with her like she was my auntie, and she was talking to me like I was her nephew who she hadn't caught up with. In short order, I learned that she was a grandmother, a retired middle school teacher. I thanked her for her service. That's true service, not some shit in the military. And she was a true conservative. At one point in the middle of our conversation, she had a far-off look in her eyes and said, "I just don't have empathy for that man." I immediately knew which that man she was referring to. Her tone was one of regret mixed with confusion. I could tell that she was generally an empathetic person, and she was somewhat surprised to find herself lacking empathy for anyone. Although I had only known her for a few minutes, I knew that she was a good person. She possessed a pale vibration of the same kind of energy my late and sainted Cyrus had personified. Also, she taught middle school for over 20 fucking years. If she ever has need to ask me, I would be her character witness in court. I quickly responded to her statement declaring, "You don't have to have empathy for that man." And her eyes got big and she looked at me and exclaimed, "Thank you!" Now, let's check out what our man Brendan has sent us. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let me find the puke emoji for this. Tell us about this, Bren. What's this latest shit from the sewer shit that's Elon Musk?
Well, George Knight already told us, but we know he's trying to instigate a revolution in England. He says, this is when he came on the Jumbotron like Zardoz. He says, UK needs revolutionary change of government. So in their capital, they put this dude You know, this dude's like beyond a Bond villain at this point. This is ridiculous.
He's an antichrist.
Yeah.
He's an antichrist. There's more than one antichrist in the Bible. And there are many
Here's
heads.
one of them.
Yeah, this is one of them. And so...
And he says the actual words, revolutionary government change.
What a son of a bitch. That's
his exact quote. Yeah.
Honestly, the British need to send out a assassin to take Moscow. This is, talk about a traitor. He was born a citizen of the Commonwealth of English-speaking nations.
Presumably still is.
Yeah, that's quite true. He's an illegal immigrant.
People with money have triple, quadruple citizenship. They don't care.
Well, he's an illegal immigrant in these United States. You and I know that.
Oh, so, yeah, well, of course.
Yeah.
No, he didn't need a passport. Yeah, he just paid everyone off.
He just paid, son of a bitch. And so, in terms of, at any rate, in the wake of Charlie's death, people on all sides of the aisle.
And the irony is all those elites are, right? Peter Thiel, and all these people.
Members. Yeah,
the whole government is overseas agents, and this is worse than anything like from the Second World War, like what they were saying about Aleister Crowley and shit. It's like this is worse.
Yeah, you've got a foreign occupation.
These people are
government.
like quadruple agents and shit.
Yeah, you've got foreign occupation.
Russia, South Africa.
Yeah, you got foreign occupation government of white supremacists from South Africa in the persons of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. These motherfuckers are trying to instigate an apartheid state over here because we destroyed theirs over there. If you can't see that, you're fucking blind. And this is what makes it so pathetic that in the wake of Charlie's death, people on all sides of the aisle have run to express empathy to a man who had none. That's great if that is what you want to do, although I myself will judge you. There has also been a lot of online pushback and grandstanding against people who don't feel the need to express any empathy at all. There has been even anger towards people who mock Charlie Kirk's passing, or toward those who would dare to remind the world of who Charlie Kirk was in life by quoting him. People have literally lost their jobs for just describing who Charlie Kirk literally fucking was. I understand all of this is just what happens due to social media contagion. And I am smart enough to keep my spiciest hot takes in the private call. But I certainly won't be gaslit into performatively pretending that Charlie Kirk was some sort of saint in death when he was factually just a truly evil miscreant in life. I am not editorializing. If you don't believe that to be true, either you just haven't seen enough of the clips of him being awful, which is another way of saying he was just being himself, often directly in people's faces, or you've just made your way to the wrong corner of YouTube. Charlie Kirk's last words on Earth were both racist and transphobic. His spoken term, gang violence, has been a broken dog whistle for the mud colors of yellow, brown, black throughout my entire life. Charlie Kirk died trying to own the libs. That alone makes him an even bigger martyr in the circle of evil cult insurgents he mouth-farted his ideology into. Kirk was a bigot, a misogynist, and a racist who regularly excused the very same sort of gun violence that ended his own life. Charlie Kirk always did say that gun deaths are worth it in order to have our Second Amendment. The Tipusa, the Turning Point USA CEO and co-founder, made this remark while answering a guns question during a TP or Tipusa, Turning Point USA, TP USA faith event. Faith event! in 2023. It's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment here now. I quote his T at length and verbatim. So that any motherfucker who says I'm taking this out of context can take the full text and shove it up their ass. Now remember, this is Charlie Kirk talking, not Douglas Dietrich. So, I'm a big Second Amendment fan, but I think most politicians are cowards when it comes to defending why we have a Second Amendment. This is why I would not be a good politician, or maybe I would, I don't know, because I actually speak my mind. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment is not even about personal defense. That is important. The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend yourself against a tyrannical government. Which is exactly what Charlie's trying to usher in and already has, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, which is another irony.
Thank you. Tell us.
Like, I sent you the video of that poor old man that lost his ass in his farm. His farm's like getting foreclosed, and he's sitting there saying, you guys should be ashamed. You should get that tyrant out of office, and fuck Trump. You know, I'm going to go bankrupt because of him. And, you know, he's like yelling about it.
Yeah.
So this is the tyrannical government that fucked everyone over, all their own people. So it's just, you know, that's just the irony. That's the ultimate irony. Like,
yeah.
They're not to be turned on other constituents. That's not what it says in that. You know, it's supposed to be, you know, to defend yourself against the military of a corrupt state.
Yeah, it doesn't say that, by the way. I'll get into
people.
That. Yeah. I'll get into that. It doesn't say that, but I'll get into that. But yeah.
Or at least that was that's what they claim.
That's what they claim. I'll get into that.
What's the word for it? That's the image they conjure.
Yeah, that's their interpretation, which is a misinterpretation.
Yeah. But it does say something about tyranny, doesn't it? Or is that
no
Jackson or one of those?
No,
I think that was one of the later commenters.
No,
right?
Yeah, that was all later added by fucking, you know, perverts later on,
Jackson,
hundreds of years down the line, I assure you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but back to what Charlie was saying. So again, this is quoting Charlie at length and verbatim here. If that talk scares you, well, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then, you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Number 2, you've not read any 20th century history. You're just living in Narnia. By the way, if you're actually living in Narnia, you would be wiser than wherever you're living, because C.S. Lewis was really smart. So I don't know what alternative universe you're living in. You just don't want to face reality that governments tend to get tyrannical, and that if people need an ability to protect themselves and their communities and their families, now we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price, and that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000. 50,000. 50,000 people die on the road every year. I'm quoting him verbatim, so I don't know why he had to repeat that number 3 times. Does he mean that it's 50,000 multiplied by a magnitude of 3, like to the 3rd power? Or is he just, like, got Tourette's syndrome? At either rate, he goes on, that's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. But he was so happy about it, he had to repeat it 3 times. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to 0. It will not happen. You could significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home. Yeah, not like Charlie, hopefully. By having more armed... Go on. Yes, go on.
It's just, I mean, this stuff was just designed to scramble people's brains. It's like they just unleash these people on all the time, you know? And they're just talking and talking about, it's just, they don't think about what they're saying.
Yeah, but by the way, Brendan, tell our listeners, we instituted car control. We imposed age limits. You have to be a certain
that's why
age.
That's why I was gonna say.
Seatbelts. Bring up seatbelts, for God's sake.
Cars originally were very dangerous. There was no traffic lights. There was no drunk driving laws. There was no seatbelts. There was no airbags. All of that stuff was done through legislation, and throughout the 60s and the 70s, car deaths, you know, and safety went up through the roof because of all these
controls.
They would. Yeah, all these governmental controls, which people would say, oh, it's oppressing the people and shit. I mean, it just doesn't make sense when that's just the natural evolution. Yeah. Is you want things safer and more effective, not Wild Wild West.
Yes.
You know,
and
that's even in the Wild West, people, you had to have a sheriff in the town. Otherwise, it would just be chaos and bandits. And, you know, so it's just very strange. They fantasize about these kind of things. And,
in other words,
reality is different than a fantasy. Yeah.
Thank you. In other words, they enjoy the prospect of living Mad Max. They want to live Mad Max.
I'm saying they talk about it, but if it was actually in front of them, they're presented with that, they would be scared and they would be like horrified.
Very astute. Very astute.
Like anyone, so like it's just a multiversal thing, like a universal thing, like natural cosmic law. No one wants pain and torture. That's just the simplest thing. That's the most logical thing. No being once says give me pain and torture. That's never, no one can handle that. It's just not a thing. Only the anti-gods push that shit, that's okay, or that's, you know, pain is good, or any of that. That none of that is real when it comes to the actual reality of the universe. No one wants pain and torture.
Bless you. And the whole thing about what's his solution? Charlie Kirk says more fathers in the home. Really?
But like I said, it's just they're just talking. Everyone that says stuff like this is just talking nonsense, because what does that have to do with anything? There could be, you can have more fathers, but like if all of them are bad, then what does it matter?
Yeah, tell about your dad. Tell me your dad. The fact that he was home didn't mean shit. If anything, it was worse. It would have been better if he had run away and left you alone.
Yeah, of course. But that's what they're not taking into account. It's just making blanket statements about weird, you know, it's all fantasy. That's what I'm saying. The mental realm, you can't live in the mental realm. Like reality hits. Like, that's the Saturnian aspect of this creation. So anyways, let's not get metaphysical on people, but
we have to. We're going to have to. So I want to thank you for your input. Keep it up as long as you
like
feel...
Hegel called it the reality principle. Like, you can't disrespect that.
Thank you.
Whatever side you're on, it just comes after you. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. For every action, there's a reaction. There's price to pay, just like this fucker was saying, and he paid it. So, don't condemn us for pointing that out. Now, back to what Kirk was saying, aside from his solution of more fathers in the home, whatever the fuck that means. Does he mean like a gay couple? By having more armed guards in front of schools, we should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have an utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So he's going cosmic. We're going to go cosmic, Brendan. First off, when he says our other God-given rights, he's claiming the Second Amendment is a God-given right. But such being said, when he's saying that
God made guns, yes.
Yes, God made guns. But when he is saying all this shit about you cannot have a single gun death, nobody is expecting by introducing seatbelts,
Right.
alcohol laws to cars. Nobody expected there not to be a single car death.
This is like rhetoric 101, like the straw man and the slippery slope. It's they're deliberately using them because people don't know them. They're not taught rhetoric like they used to back in the 60s and stuff.
Thank you.
It's like these are like the 9 no-go zones of public speaking, and they all use them.
Yes.
It's called the straw man argument and all that stuff. Like, we learn them, and if you take public speaking, you learn all of them.
Thank you.
So,
yes.
And you're told do not use them because it is
unethical for one, but go on.
Yeah, it's unethical, and it betrays the idea of public debate.
Yes.
Because you're supposed to have an even Steven argument of minds.
Yes.
That's what the Greeks wanted.
Yes.
When they came up with these.
Like a chess game. Go on.
Yeah, so you don't set up these statements to be basically traps. You don't set up traps for your opponent. That's just not how that rhetoric works. So it's when they send people out, not just this guy, but all these different people, and they're all setting up traps, just like what they do to you too. They just say, "Oh, he said something and it wasn't this," or if Dietrich says this thing, then he must mean everyone dies. You know, it's just these blanket statements. That's not what debate is about. So.
Bless you. And
it's not what the fathers of rhetoric wanted, like Plato and
thank you.
All these people. So, yeah.
Thank you. And in this case, because Brendan is so familiar,
the real Western tradition, the real,
thank you,
honest Western tradition of,
thank you,
what they would call democracy.
Thank you. That's quite true. A democracy,
Western ideals.
Yes, a democracy of the informed and critical thinkers. That's the whole point. Nobody's taught critical thinking. And so that's what this predator is taking advantage of. And since he's doing it to youth, he's basically a youth predator. And this youth predator of the mind is predating people's minds.
Yeah. And excuse me, just a correction. It was Aristotle was the father of rhetoric. So later Plato used it, but he was... You're supposed to have ethos, pathos, and logos. That is what we were taught, and that's the foundation of Western philosophy.
Bless you. Yeah. So this son of a bitch, Charlie Kirk, not Brendan, he says that you can't reduce gun deaths to 0. We're trying to reduce them at an exponential level. Not totally, because we are realistic. Therefore, we're advocating firearm reform. But you keep taking it to an extreme that makes no sense. Just as we've made cars safer by eliminating your ability to drink while driving, and hopefully legislate it soon so you can't smoke pot while you're fucking driving because people are killing people while high.
So that's already on the books. That's
Thank you.
Came back.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know that. So
it's the equivalent of a DUI now. So if you're like,
excellent.
There are levels to it, but if you're like completely baked out of your gourd on some edibles, then yeah, you'll get. It's the equivalent essentially now.
Bless you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you get our point with that. Back to Charlie's quote here. So then, by the way, I am reading this obviously with a facetious tone, but these are his exact words. So then, how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, "Oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings?" I don't know. I'm so impressed. I mean, thanks, Charlie.
I mean,
yeah, thanks.
I mean, there's no point in debating with the dead. It's almost we shouldn't lower ourselves.
I do feel obligated to finish this quote. Okay, so I'll finish the quote. It's only a few more sentences, but it's probably a few more sentences too many. But it's just, people need to know what this fucker was. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? I don't remember mass shootings at baseball games ever being a problem, but
Oh. Oh, you noticed that? Of course, because, yeah, well, let's not go into conspiracy, but yeah, because they don't target the bread and circus because that helps them, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
But anyways.
Anyhow, what he says is, because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How did we stop all the shootings at airports? We have armed guards outside of airports. How do we stop all the shootings at banks? We have armed guards outside of banks. How did we stop all the shootings at gun shows? There's no fucking shootings at gun shows. Anyhow, he answers his own question. Notice, there's not a lot of mass shootings at gun shows. There's all these guns. Because everyone's armed. If our money and our sporting events and our aeroplanes have armed guards, why don't our children? There are no fucking armed guards on aeroplanes. We had them, and they got rid of them. That's why they search you at the port, because they don't have armed guards on airplanes anymore when they should. Anyhow, meanwhile, while he was saying all this shit, a shooting at Denver area high school left that community shaken during the third week of school. Students at Evergreen High School in Colorado were more than halfway through the school day in their third week. When amidst all the brutality of Yester Septimania, police arrested a 13-year-old boy in Washington state accused of making threats to kill who had, their words, everything ready to go for a mass shooting. One could say that Charlie Kirk died for what he believed in, producing young men like this, going out to shoot others. But now it's time for the truth about Charlie Kirk, the mainstream mass media machine won't say. To wonder why he believed in that fraud, braggart, and traitor to all things truly conservative, Donald John Trump. The lessons of Charlie Kirk's death are simple, and we, as an empire, should have learned these lessons a long time ago. The first being that the Second Amendment is the paleo-reactionary Moloch. Together with their anti-God, they created this violent world. We're just forced to live in it. The weapon right-wing organizer Charlie Kirk was murdered in cold blood with Wednesday midweek last wasn't any handgun or even a hunting rifle. The single long-distance shot appears to have come from a military-grade rifle. And that matters, because if it were up to liberals, weapons like that would be illegal to own. If it were up to us, gun violence wouldn't only matter when conservative royalty is killed. It would also matter when Democratic legislators are murdered, and especially when school children are slaughtered. But it's not just the guns. It's the climate that President Donald Trump and his allies have built. Scholars call it eliminationist rhetoric. The idea that political opponents aren't simply wrong, but evil, dangerous, and must be eradicated.
Giving it the title of rhetoric is almost offensive. Just call it trickery or
deceit.
Snake tonguery.
Thank you.
Worm tongue, as Tolkien called it.
I love it.
Worm-tonguery.
Worm tongue. Good. Was that a language of a particular ethnos?
It was a character. It was the character that poisoned the king and against the people. His name was Worm Tongue.
Excellent.
The agent of Saruman. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
So he would whisper into the king's ear all this sick shit, like all these people are against you, and so he would go against him. It eventually killed his own son and all that. So it's very poetic.
Thank you. Perfect. It's language that leaves no room for disagreement or coexistence, only destruction. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent Anna Paulina Luna gave us a perfect example with her post on X. In her first breath, she claimed she was sick of the rhetoric. In the next, she insisted that liberals and the media were to blame for Kirk's murder. That by calling Republicans fascists, we caused this. She piled on grotesque charges that liberals were doping up kids, cutting off their genitals, inciting racial violence, and protecting criminals. Now, the screenshot is accessible in the chat thanks to Aristides finding it. I am done with the rhetoric this rotten house and corrupt media has caused. This is the representativist Anna Paulina Luna. Every damn one of you who called us fascists did this. You were too busy doping up kids, cutting off their genitals, inciting racial violence by supporting orgs that exploit minorities, protecting criminals, and stirring hate. You are the hate you claim to fight. Your words caused this. Your hate caused this. Charlie, his family, those kids. No one deserved this. Enough is enough. I mean, really? Really? Talk about projections. So much for lowering the temperature. Paleo-reactionaries like to spout that guns don't kill people, people kill people. But according to Luna...
Okay, so now
Yeah,
I think now's the time to bring in the thing I was going to say is that
Please, yeah.
if you're really going to take in scripture, we might as well scrape in the Apocrypha real quick.
Please.
And if you read the Apocrypha, the actual source of human-on-human violence was one of the fallen angels that taught people how to make swords, weapons, bows and arrows to strike against each other, because humans before that never even thought of such things. So it's a fallen angelic device is what weapons are, and then you add fire and it turns into a gun. So these aren't godly or any kind of they're not any kind of heavenly item. Let's put it that way. And so it says that in the Apocrypha. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that profoundly.
So maybe you can contextualize it, but you get my point.
Oh, I'll do my best, and thank you, and appreciate that. And so just taking a look at Heather and what she sent me in the private messages right now, and I'll respond to her later, of course. And this is, I think, something.
Yeah,
wonderful.
and it was Azazel. So
Azazel.
The most darkest of the fucking all.
Yes.
He taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, and made known to them metals of the earth and their art of working.
There you have it. But
yeah,
remember that the motive behind deploying these weapons are the words. The words that ensorcel people, entrance them into using these weapons against their fellow human beings.
Yeah, and the rest of the quote goes pretty hard here as well.
Please.
It says, there arose, and he also taught them makeup, but we'll leave that aside, ornaments, bracelets, but there arose much godlessness. They committed fornication, and led astray and became corrupt. Thus, needing to, basically, that's what happened.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As I said, these paleo-reactionaries like to parrot, guns don't kill people. People kill people. But according to Luna, who I've just quoted, the shooter didn't kill Kirk at all. Liberals did. That's not calming the fire. Remember how Brendan said you add the fire and it becomes a gun? These words are that fire, the inflammation that's pouring gasoline upon us all before the match is lit. This isn't the first time this cunt by the name of Anna Paulina Luna, this so-called representativist who doesn't represent you or I at all, this isn't the first time she's done it. She's an Azraelite. Azazelite. Is that right? Azazelite. Thank you. When one Democratic Minnesota legislator and her husband were murdered, and another legislator critically injured in June, Anna Paulina Luna blamed Governor Tim Walz for planning to speak at an anti-Trump No Kings rally, which was canceled in the wake of these shootings. In her word, hate means nothing more than daring to disagree with Donald Trump. But disagreement is as old as America itself. Our empire's founding was based on an argument: Federalists versus anti-Federalists. We fought bitterly over slavery, civil rights, the Vietnam War, women's rights, marriage equality. The list is long. Democracy has always been messy and loud. Most of the time, conflict is channeled into more speech, more organizing, more politics. But history also shows the danger when one side decides that disagreement is simply intolerable. Slavery didn't just divide us. It tore our empire into civil war. The Vietnam War triggered deep domestic unrest and violence. The lesson should be crystal clear. Once politics givest way to eliminationism, the result can only be bloodshed. That's what makes this moment so dangerous. We are going to disagree, fiercely, especially with a government that is actively dismantling itself, sending military forces to invade American cities, and shredding democratic foundations. But the answer cannot be to silence opposition with threats of more violence. That isn't democracy. That's literally totalitarianism. Plain and simple. Now, this cunt Luna is right about one thing. Kirk's family and his children didn't deserve this. No child who loses a parent to gun violence deserves it. No parent who loses a child to it deserves it. And that is why liberal policies, like universal background checks and bans on weapons of war, would save lives. Maybe they would have saved even Kirk's. But instead, the right is already escalating. Conservative activist Christopher Rufo is demanding political opponents be jailed under the pretext of chaos that conservatives themselves are fomenting, criminalizing dissent until nothing is left but paleo-reactionary obedience. This isn't calming anything down. It's intensifying. It's accelerationism. With Trump incapable of even a shred of moral leadership, the ugliest impulses in our society are rewarded, and the flames fanned hotter. And history tells us where this road leads. When violence replaces politics, the body count can only climb. And historically,
right. Speaking of that, I don't think I said it before, but when they were chilling with Trump talking about this dude getting killed, they were talking about him, and they said, "Oh, it's so sad," And Trump said, "Yeah, but look at this beautiful ballroom I'm building." Like within seconds, like they were shocked that he changed the subject. It was just like he had no, It's funny because the people that hate him care about him more than Trump.
Then Trump cares about them. In other words, he does not reciprocate their love.
No. No. It's like, that's just what it is.
Yes, thank you. He's psychotic. He's fucking psychotic.
He's psychotic, and it's all by design. It's like, it's just like, to quote Peter Moon, par for the course.
Yeah,
par for the course.
Yeah, he would know. Yeah, he would.
So basically, he knows it's just to dissolve everybody into these ranks of fighting each other. I mean, it's the oldest trick in the book, divide and conquer, because then it makes it easier for them when everyone's fighting each other. So
they're taking us.
That's the real danger.
They're taking us to the grave. All these gerontocrats.
And just to finish up about rhetoric, this is literally from Aristotle himself. Rhetoric is a counterpart to dialectics centered on proof, rhetorical proof, excuse me. So he had rules. It says, as neglected by the previous manuals of rhetoric that focus on emotion, slandering, and other techniques speaking outside of a subject, I am now declaring speaking outside of a subject is forbidden in states with good legislation that benefit rhetoric. Rhetoric is the capacity to discern the available persuasive potential in any given case. And he goes on. There you go.
Thank you. And
so it shouldn't be about emotion. It shouldn't be about inciting anything. It's just putting facts on the table, which none of these people do in the American world at all.
That's
or
right.
Any politics nowadays. So, but anyways, I digress.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That was important. And it's urgent. It was urgent.
Yeah.
So now this is their world. They fought for it, built it, and defended it, even when the victims were children. And certainly when they were Democrats. Kirk himself admitted as much in 2023 when he told that rapt crowd at a TPUSA, a Turning Point USA event, "You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel, but I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given right. This is a prudent deal. It is rational." Rational. For Kirk, gun deaths weren't any tragedy to be prevented, but a cost to be accepted. That's Molochianism. Molochism. He called it prudent. Rational! And now his own family is paying the price. Or enjoying their liberation. So stop blaming liberals. We hate this shooting as, well, we don't. We don't really hate this shooting, but we hate the concept of shooting in general as much as paleo-reactionaries claim to. The difference being that we hate all the other shootings as well. A mere 27 words hold this nation hostage. Well known, but completely misunderstood. The Second Amendment states, "A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed." Those words, hotly debated and used and abused by the NRA, the National Rifle Association, and their supporters to protect their right to own guns, even in the face of the mounting evidence that guns are indeed a large part of the problem behind the statistical and existential horror that is the United States' gun violence. And I'm just looking at something our dear Holly has sent again, and she's on a roll here, so thank you, Holly. In his landmark paper, which I assigned to the Blood Boys to review and read and critically assess, titled "The Hidden History of the Second Amendment," the law professor Carl Bogus lays out the fact that the Second Amendment is part of the reason that the United States tolerates a level of carnage and terror unparalleled in any other nation at peace. You see, other countries, reflecting God's priority of preserving life over defending man-invented rights, have responded to gun violence by restricting guns. Shamefully, in failing to follow suit, the United States of America is far and away the leader, so to speak, in gun violence among all developed nations on earth. Every industrialized country is orders of magnitude behind us in this kind of travesty. Some will contend that I'm setting forth a false dilemma, that preserving life and protecting the right to own guns are not at odds. They are wrong, and I'll explain why later. First, however, to kick things off, I want to look at our cousins across the Atlantic. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has reduced the carnage of gun violence to almost non-existent. They've done so through strict anti-gun legislation. Legislation that works, undeniably so. After the shooting spree of Michael Ryan on August 19th of 1987, known as the Hungerford Massacre, in which 16 people were mass murdered, the Parliament of the United Kingdom passed the Firearms Amendment Act 1988. The act effectively banned semi-automatic rifles, certain shotguns, and created a license and registry for shotgun owners, among other provisions. Unfortunately, while reducing gun violence, it wasn't enough. On March 13th of 1996, Thomas Hamilton walked into the Dunblane Primary School in Stirling, Scotland, armed with 4 handguns and a bag of ammunition, and gunned down 16 children and a single teacher, critically injuring 15 other students and educators. That horrific act prompted the United Kingdom to take even more drastic action, and in 1997, Parliament passed the Firearms Amendment Act of 1997 and the Firearms Amendment Act No. 2 of 1997. Rather, an amendment to the Firearms Act of 1997 itself. Combined, these two acts banned all handguns. It's been over a quarter of a century since Parliament passed the two Firearms Acts. In fact, I think now it's pushing well over 3 decades, and the United Kingdom has not suffered a single mass shooting ever since. In these United States, there were 2 mass shootings in the month of May of 2022 alone. In Buffalo, New York, 10 people were mass murdered by a racist motivated by great replacement theory. And in Uvalde, Texas, 19 students and 2 teachers were mass murdered. After the school shooting in Uvalde, Sky News reporter Mark Stone asked Senator Ted Cruz the straightforward question, "But why does school shooting only happen in your country? Why only in America?" In reply, Senator Ted Cruz huffed, "You've got your political agenda," and then stormed off. Political agenda? Really? Okay, sure. But it seems that certain political things should be universal. Exempli gratiae, the abolition of murder and grand theft auto, is political. Yet almost all of us agree over the fact that those 2 things should be illegal. Which is exactly why they indoctrinate children to enjoy them by indoctrinating them to become homicidal carjackers through Grand Theft Auto. By the way, what's this, Brendan? Let me take a look at this link. He sends us a Facebook link here. Oh,
it's unrelated to this topic, but it's
okay.
basically...
Oh, this is important. TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, has showcased its cutting-edge honey jars produced from bees around its Taiwan facility due to the company's effective ecological changes. Oh, incredible. Yes. Thank you.
So they're probably the only... I don't see any apple honey out here.
Yeah.
In Silicon Valley. So,
thank you. They're acknowledged as company employees. They're fab workers delivering the product of honey. Thank you. Yes, I love my
So
Taiwan.
basically, they've fixed the the pollution issue around their factories to the point where they could produce honey with their, you know, their flower fields and various things that they've done. So that's quite something.
Bless you. Bless you.
And poor Stephen King. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really gonna support the guy. He's a piece of shit, but he got canceled like on his deathbed. Poor guy. He's crying. He said, "How can you cancel my legacy? All because of one mistake."
Yeah. What he spoke out against Charlie Kirk, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
He said, this is his original quote. He said, this is Stephen King. "I've apologized. Charlie Kirk, oh no, this isn't his original quote. This is his apology. Charlie Kirk never advocated stoning gays to death. So I deleted it."
That's not true. He did. That's not true. I just quoted him. He fucking did. But go on.
Well, his books got removed. It says, "We thought more of you." This is the bookseller. This is like Peter Moon, Belfast Books. "We thought so much of you, Stephen King. Even though this may harm us financially, we're removing all of your books from our website. Abhorrent, ill-informed comment."
Outrageous.
You know,
outrageous.
I don't even know this word. They're really proving that they're book nerds. Inchoate apology. What is
Inchoate. Inchoate.
Yeah, inchoate apology doesn't begin to cover it, and so they never relisted his book. So now he's crying.
This is cultism. This is cultism. This is the cult of the kings of Edom. Ironically enough, Stephen King has become a victim of the monsters he writes about. This is the cult of the kings of Edom in action. And they run your government. This is, again, the end times we're in. This is the end of the world as you know it. Thank you, Brendan, for that. That's incredible. Yeah. And, of course, you know, Stephen King is not poor. And
couldn't happen to a better person.
Yeah, it's, I mean...
I'm obviously not a fan.
Believe me, I'm ambivalent. We'll go into this at some other point in the future more about Stephen King just for the sake of fun, because, you know, he's not a sympathetic character, but he's called out the Republicans consistently, so we have to give him credit where credit is due. And it's beyond Stephen King. Stephen King has simply been a martyr. Here, the real martyr is not Charlie Kirk, it's Stephen King. Agreed? Thank you. I know it's hard. That's why I didn't give you a chance to respond.
I'm sitting this one out.
Yeah. It's actually...
You should just consider me as just... Yeah. I'm just over here. I'm floating in neutral territory because I hate everybody.
Yeah.
I'm JMO in this scenario. Yes, it's like... Yeah. I'm so sick of all this shit. It's like...
Understood.
If it didn't affect me negatively, I wouldn't care if everyone just fought each other, but it's gonna fuck all of us over.
Yeah,
that's the only problem.
That's right. So you've got to take sides, and you've got to take the lesser evil.
I'm taking the Japanese side. That's the side I'm taking.
Thank you. Excellent.
Yeah, forget about this crazy place.
Yeah, that's the true side of right. As I was saying, we all agree, at least in a general sense, of social responsibility that the abolition of murder in GTA, not the video game, but actual Grand Theft Auto, is political, and yet we agree to the legislation of rendering these actions illegal. While it's true that law can't change hearts, that doesn't mean that certain acts should not be regulated and abolished for the good of the community. And while numbers aren't known for telling whole stories, when it comes to gun deaths, the numbers tell enough of the story to conclude that our lack of firearms regulations and laws are harming our communities, literally killing them. Across the United Kingdom, around 0.20 per 100,000 people are killed with a gun. By way of contrast, the United States, 12.21 people killed per 100,000 by firearms. Sadly, however, many people in this country believe the lie that firearms reform doesn't work. This is where the crux of the issue lies. With the word political, Cruz meant partisan. Gun supporters' feelings don't care about the facts. The belief that owning guns is a fundamental human right is woven tightly into the controlling narrative of paleo-reactionaries. I'm not even sure that I need to defend my exposition. I imagine that paleo-reactionaries, albeit possibly confused about what I mean by the controlling narrative, would give a full-chested "Amen" to my observation that they believe owning guns is a fundamental human right. During the most recent NRA National Convention, well, the one that I remember being as old as I am before I just stopped checking in, Wayne LaPierre told the attendees that very thing as a justification for rejecting any and all gun restrictions. Any and all! Gun restrictions impede their culturally defined happiness, a definition that is inextricable from a specific philosophy of liberty. Paleo-reactionaries, by and large, defend tooth and nail a Lockean definition of liberty, including the pursuit of happiness via the enjoyment of that liberty. By their words and deeds, they reveal that preserving and protecting Lockean liberty is the first and greatest commandment. That's the controlling narrative into which the right to own guns is woven. For Christians, however, it's necessary to confront ourselves with the reality that Lockean liberty is problematic for kingdom ethics in primarily 12 ways. Number one, it's based on an autonomous epistemology, and hence autonomous anthropology. The Bible clearly refutes this. We are not autonomous, and we don't discover knowledge. Knowledge is a gift revealed from God. Number two, it prioritizes property over life. Don't believe me? In the Epistolie, the epistle titled The Second Treatise of Government, property is inseparable from liberty. Because of this, Locke writes, "This makes it lawful for a man to kill a thief, who has not in the least hurt him, nor declared any design upon his life." Not only does this belief stand in stark, rebellious opposition to the Old Testament principle of lex talionis, it contradicts even further Jesus' new covenant command to turn the other cheek. Just giving a nice heart emoji here to Dietrich, a wonderful heraldic shield presented to me by the lovely Heather Holman. Now, the New Testament is not unambiguous in revealing that kingdom ethics demand that followers of Jesus surrender their rights for the sake of others. Not to mention, the Bible clearly values life over property. King Jesus is equanimous with you killing someone who is trying to steal your car, but not because your property is more important than the life of the would-be thief. Philosophically, the worth of each are not even close. But because your car is the modern equivalent of a horse that stands between yourself and death, and ergo thou art defending thy life and livelihood along, by extension, thy dependence, it's understandable that you would kill a thief attempting to steal your car. This is circumstantial, of course, and if you were Jay Leno and had a whole fleet of cars and the thief is stealing them for a completely different reason, well, I think Jay Leno killing a thief over trying to steal one of his cars then becomes a bit more ethically problematic. But if you've
Here's a comment from a Brit that's on one of these Facebook threads. Play with guns, die by guns. Laughing emoji.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah,
that's how they think about it. That's not me saying this.
Well, good for them, and well, they should. I mean,
and whether she was talking about the accused Patsy or the victim is pretty much irrelevant.
Thank you. Yeah,
It's just
point-
all of America, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all America. It's all America's included in our observation.
Yeah.
So I want everyone to understand that John Locke's political philosophies are products of Enlightenment rebellions against God, and not from a proper exegesis, nor even any application of biblical ethics at all. However, the philosophies and political theories of John Locke play an outsized role within the controlling narrative of paleo-reactionaries. And Locke played an outsized role in the formation of this empire. So this is where Charlie Kirk gets off in being an Ayn Randian who claims he's a Christian. This is the weaponization of a false front to actually promote a rebellion against God. To quote us from the work titled Nation of Nations, subtitled A Concise Narrative of the American Republic, published in 1996, another reading assignment for my blood boys. Colonials in America accepted a maxim laid down by the English philosopher John Locke. Property guaranteed liberty. Protecting the individual's right or property was the main responsibility of government. That belief was poured into the United States of America, and alongside it came pernicious platitudes like self-made man, or pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, and the objectivist Ayn Randian plagiarism of Cain, with
The people in the comments when the fucking farmer that was crying about they're all losing their asses because no one's buying American wheat or soybeans and shit.
yeah,
They're all going bankrupt and praying and shit.
yeah,
Then everyone in the comment is like, I hear those bootstraps are pulling. Pull up those boots, hear those bootstraps.
oh my God,
Because that's what they've been saying to everyone else for
Yeah,
years.
that's
When
right.
they were getting government subsidies for eternity.
Thank
saying,
you.
You guys don't pull your bootstraps.
Yeah,
You
when
pull
they
your
all lived off the
bootstraps."
government tit. They all
Yeah.
lived off the government tit. That always.
And then when
Yeah.
Cheese Lord wiped it all out, now they're saying, only God can save me.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you fucked up that relationship. Yeah.
So,
Thank you. All
so
based
the
on.
people in the comments were trolling, saying, "Yeah, I hear the bootstraps. I hear
Yeah.
the bootstraps pulling them."
Snap them bootstraps, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, you take the objectivist Ayn Randian plagiarism of Cain with I am not my brother's keeper, and you take this whole concept of self-made man. You tell us about your fucking uncle claiming this when all your relations
Well, piece
stole
of
everything they fucking had. All
Piece
of
of
them
shit, yeah.
are saying, well, your problem, Bran, is you're
Yeah.
not pulling yourself up. You're not applying yourself.
You're not applying yourself. You're not doing enough. And he in his crazy mind, my grandpa worked 40 years in the desert in Saudi Arabia to give them all the shit they had, pay for their school, buy them property. And he said, I had no help. I did it all myself, and it's like really
Yeah,
fucking pathetic.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then when I would say, look, I just need, help just to live, to survive, he'd say, you're just not applying yourself. You're just lazy,
Yeah.
stupid hippie.
When you were working 2 jobs, when you're working yourself
and
to
going
death.
to school.
Yeah.
And going to school. And I proved it with my straight A's, honors, dean's list.
Yeah.
And they still said, you obviously are doing something wrong then if you don't have money.
Not only
that's how sick they
not
are.
only that, but they would look askance at education itself. Like, well, your education can't mean much if you aren't making money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he would say shit like, why did you waste your time getting straight A's? I floated through on C's, and now I'm an engineer making hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, man, I'd hate
It's
to
like,
I hate
how
to
are
see
you
what he
proud?
engineers. Hate to see what that
Yeah.
motherfucker engineers.
No, he doesn't. He's just, they're all liars. Him and that other bitch, like, they just fake it. That was their whole thing. Oh, just fake it till you make it. That's what we do. That's what we do. And if anyone, like, if they actually clamped down at the, like, wherever they were working, like, and said, "What do you guys exactly do?" Then they would all get fired because they're not doing anything.
Yeah, there you go.
Those pieces of shit.
Yeah.
So that's got to be like, at least 10% or 40% of Gen X is like that, where they all just floated in on the high horse, and then the people doing the work are all slaving away while they're all lying, just getting through.
Thank you.
But anyways, you get the point.
Yeah, we need that. And so understand that liberty, in this belief, is the key to maximizing our talents and strengths. Liberty tells us that if we fail, it's our fault. Meritocracy is one of the primary doctrines of this culture, or should I say, American anti-culture, which may seem like a point that's far afield from a specific discussion about the Second Amendment. I assure thee it is not. The Second Amendment didn't happen in a vacuum. Therefore, it's important to understand that this, not only is this country and its constitution not sacrosanct at all, but substantial arguments can be made that Christians need to be wary of how we interact with the Founding Fathers. Satanists all, deists who believed God had abandoned our universe and that they could assume his throne. You must be wary how you interact with not only their persons but their documents, and this empire in general, as a Christian. The question needs to be asked: do our epistemology, anthropology, and subsequent political theories owe any allegiance to the Enlightenment's secularism at the expense of fidelity to our own king? No, I'm not talking about the King of England. I'm talking about the Christ. Before delving into theology, however, we must take a closer look at the Second Amendment itself. Remember, Charlie Kirk conflated that Second Amendment with theology. Ergo, to deconstruct Charlie Kirk, I had to instruct my blood boys as to the reality of that Second Amendment and the reality of religion. As every American who attended high school knows, May 14th of 1787 signaled the beginning of the Constitutional Convention. Two main proposals were debated: James Madison's Virginia Plan and the New Jersey Plan. Madison's vision, that of completely scrapping the Articles of Confederation and starting over with a new document and a new government, beat out the New Jersey Plan's desire to simply rewrite the Articles, with some major revisions, to be fair. At stake in the debate was how much power the central government should have. Realizing this, the plantation-owning, slave-fucking, and I mean that quite literally, Patrick Henry, whom historians have described as an implacable foe of centralized government because he was stark raving fucking mad and a proto-Maoist as well as a exploitationist of slaves, angrily skipped the convention. This was problematic for the proceedings and subsequent events and has important bearing on the development and inclusion of the Second Amendment. Combined with the states' rights proponents at the convention, Henry helped lead a cabal of angry anti-federalists throughout the fledgling republic to push back on the more federalist impulses of the majority of delegates. While the Virginian plan won out on the convention floor, the problem of convincing the states to accept it remained. Among the worries of the Southern states was the issue of slavery. In their work titled America, subtitled A Narrative History, the historians David Shi, a Chinese American,
A proto-Maoist?
Yes, he demanded a revolution. He said that liberty feeds on the blood of patriots, that tree's natural manure is the blood of patriots, that in order to feed that tree of liberty, that we must have a mass slaughter, a Revolution that never ends. Every generation. That's Maoist.
Yeah. Who was this? This was Samuel Payne or someone else?
Patrick fucking Henry.
Oh, there you go. Founding fathers. You've been talking about this for the longest time.
Thank you. Yeah.
But the latest thing I saw was they were saying some proposal from one of these guys. They said, in order to combat deporting workers, we're going to send school kids from the age 8 to 15 to work in the fields one summer. You know,
Child
mandatory
labor.
one summer.
Child labor. Slavery, in
Yeah.
effect. Go on.
Yeah, in order to, you know, foster patriotism, you know, and what is it called? Like working with the community. And then someone was like,
Collectivism. Collectivism. Go
the
on.
commenter said squints and sees Maoism.
Yeah.
You know?
Thank you. Thank you.
So they're proposing straight up, you know, collectivist ideas to fix the problems they've created.
Thank you.
So the
And
irony is,
yeah,
and
go
this
on.
is just such a soup. It's such a inverted piece of shit soup that we're in.
Shit soup. It's shit soup. It's what you get when an adolescent wants to find out what happens in the toilet when you mix shit and piss and puke. Oh, what's it like when you mix shit and piss and puke all together in the toilet? And somehow they think that soup is going to, that probably boys add sperm too. This is the people who are running your empire into the ground right now. So thank you, Brendan. Yeah. Now, another work I've assigned to my blood boys to review, analyze, and critique, titled America, subtitled A Narrative History from Where I Got the Term America's Controlling Narrative. In that work, the historians David Shi, a Chinese American, and George Tyndall have writ, and here I quote therefrom, of all the issues that emerged during the Constitutional Convention of 1787, none was more volatile than the question of slavery and its future. While the issues of representation of slaves, the racist 3/5 clause that Brendan had to remind me of in a number of these discussions, and federal intervention in slave trafficking were at the forefront, an even more important meta issue was also at stake, an existential stake. Professor Bogus presents the argument in his Epistolia, his epistle, that Patrick Henry and company's primary concern was the federal government's authority to dictate policy to the southern states regarding slavery. If allowed to hold, the Southerners realized that that authority would signal the death knell for the institution of slavery. Hold on to this for a few minutes, however, as I need to finish erecting history's scaffolding, as I do for the lads, before looking at the details. To placate... before I go into that... what's going on from... Nepal's interim prime ministress. What does she have to say? Vows to end corruption, Brendan? Perhaps you could tell us a bit about this.
This is the latest thing that just came across the ticker here. But she's saying she's going to stand with the people if they maintain common cooperation in ending government corruption in Nepal, but she won't stay in power for more than 6 months. So, so it's at least she's going to, play the part. It's good for her.
Thank goodness. And hopefully people will convince her to stay. We'll see what happens. She's being very humble, and that's very commendable. But we wouldn't want her to abandon people in their hour of need. Right. So let's put it... thank you for that. Now, where was I? Yes, I think it was... yes, I was talking about the lads and how I erect history scaffolding before getting them to look at the details. So the scaffolding is this. To placate the states' rights crowd, including the slave owners in the Solid South, James Madison proposed a Bill of Rights. On this promise, alongside political gamesmanship from both sides and fierce partisan battles, the Constitution was eventually ratified. Interestingly, of the 13 states, only North Carolina and Rhode Island, Lovecraft country, had failed to ratify the new Constitution prior to the addition of the Bill of Rights. Rhode Island, or rather Lovecraft country, was so anti-federalist, the state had failed to see any delegates at the convention. Regardless, finally brought before Congress in May of 1789, Madison's Bill of Rights were approved as amendments to the Constitution. It took until the end of 1791 for the required 3/4 of the states to approve 10 of Madison's 12 amendments. The Second Amendment was gifted, for the worse than better, to Americans by the founders. If asked, I myself would observe that most supporters of gun rights would reveal an unwitting ideological debt to Stephen Halbrook, an attorney specializing in Second Amendment cases. Halbrook dominates gun rights arguments, having had his beliefs and opinions accepted by Supreme Court justices. In his books, subsidized by the NRA, titled A Right to Bear Arms, and another hack titled That Every Man Be Armed, alongside several hack articles, Stephen Halbrook was one of the first, if not most prominent, voices arguing that the initial writers and supporters of the Second Amendment believed that citizens owning guns were an important bulwark against their government turning despotic. This is referred to as the individual rights position and traces itself back to the Declaration of Rights that came out of Great Britain's Glorious Revolution. A position, of course, that malevolently ignores the initial statement of the amendment that includes the words well-regulated militia, which is embodied in your National fucking Guard, thus obviating the need for non-regulated militias, meaning citizens with guns. Now, let's see now. Who is German? And what exactly makes someone German? Germans have been arguing about these issues for centuries. The current German constitution, called the Basic Law, is clear and concise. A German is anyone with a German passport. Citizenship cannot be revoked.
Oh,
I'm sorry?
I sent that just for the photo.
Oh,
Sorry.
I see. Thank you. And discriminating.
I
I'm sorry.
don't want to say they're celebrating, but they're commemorating the Nuremberg race laws. So
Ah, I love it. Thank you.
or condemning them in the anniversary, basically.
I
Like,
see.
talking again.
Yeah, the fucking new
But that
Germans.
photo's nice. It's like
Yeah, of course it
looks
is.
like a nicer time. You know, everyone's happy.
Yeah,
The
not like in
Mercedes
Germany
Benz
now.
is fresh off the press.
Yes, I love it. Thank you. And then this, farmers are being squeezed, and it's testing their loyalty to Trump. Yeah, well, you voted for this, motherfuckers. Yeah, corn belt, porn belt.
Well, they can't undo it. They can't undo it. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Because the politicians can't go against him now.
yeah, that's
Like-
right. Yeah.
So
Because
they're
it's a
basically left.
dictatorship. Because we're living in a despotic tyranny that all these
Yeah.
gun cultists support.
Yeah, well, you know, can't eat bullets.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Can't eat stones. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Now, challenging the individual rights position, the law professor Carl Bogus exposits the clearly intended foundational thesis that the Second Amendment was not enacted to provide a check on government tyranny. Rather, it was written to assure the Southern states that Congress would not undermine the slave system by using its newly acquired constitutional authority over the militia to disarm the state militia and thereby destroy the South's principal instrument of slave control. In effect, the Second Amendment supplemented the slavery compromise made at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia and obliquely codified in other constitutional provisions. Now that's a monumentally revelatory paradigm, and one that's likely jarring to people first interacting with it. And it's not even necessary to my own exposition, which I'll demonstrate soon enough, but Professor Bogus has gone to great lengths to plumb primary sources to cite, to provide airtight evidence for the actual thesis of the Founding Fathers. During the fight to ratify the Constitution, Virginia was viewed as the swing state. And remember, back then it was enormous. Virginia was, well, North and South Virginia fucking combined. It was its own kingdom. Federalists having written off New York, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and North Carolina, New York and New Hampshire did ratify the Constitution, but only after Virginia had exerted enough pressure on the Federalists to create changes and assurances that satisfied the 12 previously recalcitrant states. While it would seem that convincing Virginia to ratify the Constitution was balanced towards the Federalists, owing to the fact that James Madison was a favored son of the Commonwealth, the opposition was led by the fiery, charismatic, and popular slave owner, Patrick Henry, with the intelligent and respected George Mason standing right beside him. Now, here we are with another image sent by Brendan. Let's see what this is. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu went on Fox News on Thursday, before a suspect had been named, to declare that Charlie Kirk's killer was connected to an alliance between radical Islamists and ultra-progressives. This is a worldwide problem. The radical Islamists and their union with the ultra-progressives, they use violence to try and take down their enemies. Whether it's President Trump, who has been almost assassinated twice, or they tried to kill me too, but they got Charlie Kirk. Netanyahu has never experienced an assassination attempt. No one has tried to kill Netanyahu, though everyone should. I'm sorry, go on. Yes.
Oh, I just said he said the Islamo-communism, they're together.
Oh, it makes so much sense. I mean, atheism and Islam,
and
of
gays.
Course they're natural allies.
Islam and gays together doesn't jive.
Yeah, Islam and gays and communists. Yeah, of course, perfect. Yeah, an unholy. It's not just an unholy triangle. That's an impossible triangle. Yeah.
Right, it's impossible. There's no way they could work together for some kind of end goal, honestly.
Thank you. Benjamin Netanyahu could barely wait 24 hours before exploiting Charlie Kirk's death for pro-Israel propaganda. Here he is on Fox News trying to connect his killing to the so-called Islamo-Marxist alliance his Hezbollah agents have been hyping. This is a worldwide... Look, Israel is at war with the world. And Netanyahu comes along and says Kirk is an extraordinary friend of Israel. All you need to fucking know. That, I'm just, help me out here, Brendan. I'm at a loss for words. This is...
Well, I don't know what else to say. What do you want me to, what was the question?
It's kind of like mixing puke and piss and shit all together in the same toilet bowl just to see what, I don't know, what do they call that? Homunculus, just to see what kind of homunculus you can produce, and it's spoiler
alert, it's not pretty.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's this is okay. Okay, so all right, now recognizing the power of fear, the literal slave fucker Patrick Henry steered the debate into the larger issue of slavery. Now, the good Dr. Bogus exposits, and here I read from his writ, the Southern states had made it plain that they would not join the Union if emancipation was an open issue, and insisted that the Constitution protect the slave system. Although the federal government could not abolish slavery directly, however, there were ways in which it might undermine the slave system indirectly. For the South, this was a terrifying prospect. So the literally slave fucking Patrick Henry was fully aware of this. seeing how he was one of the primary drivers of the fear, and he continued to play that fear off the Federalists' need for Virginia to ratify the Constitution. In his Epistoliae, Bogus provides historical accounts that fueled the growing fear among Southroners that removing even a little of their power over the slave system would amount to violent disasters. Since enslaved people made up enslaved chattel. Remember, they're not people by legal definition at that time. They were chattel. They were property. And since enslaved ambulatory property, chattel, subhumans made up a sizable percentage of the population in the Solid South, the ability for whites to control them was of tantamount importance. To keep the enslaved people in line and under their thumb, the South had developed an elaborate system of slave control. The basic instrument of control was the slave patrol, armed groups of white men who made regular rounds. Virginia, South Carolina, and Georgia all had regulated slave patrols. By the mid-18th century, the patrols had become the responsibility of the militia. During the American Revolutionary War of Independence, the Southern states were wary of committing their militias to the war effort because they were afraid of what would happen if the militias weren't present to assert control over the population of enslaved chattel. The existence of militias and their owning of guns was not an abstract issue to Southerners of the late 18th century. However, Halbrook and the NRA malevolently pull out of context quotes given about militias during the American Revolutionary War of Independence to support their individual rights to own guns as protection against standing armies / tyranny, shibboleth. The "give me liberty" or "give me death" speech, which is the only thing most people know of Patrick Henry, is the bludgeon abused by Halbrook and the NRA to support their imposition upon us all. At the time, of course, the militias were the only army available to take on the British Army on the field of battle. I mean, you've seen the, what the fuck's that Aussie's name who made the movie The Patriot? Help me out here, Brendan. You know,
which one? Mel Gibson?
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't get that out without you. Thank you.
There's also a Russell Crowe. Which one?
Well,
They're all
it's Gibson. I was thinking they're all nuts. Yeah, and they're all Brits or Commonwealthers. You know,
Commonwealthers.
Yeah, trying to portray themselves as Americans. It's really fucking funny.
So I found this article in this one of the crazy soup internet soup articles on Substack. One half of this article saying he refused Netanyahu's funding and wanted to, he was publicly countering the Zionist line to in a conversation with Shapiro. But then at the other half of the article says, when Kirk was 18, he launched T-Poos in 2012. From its inception, he was propelled by Zionist donors through neoconservative outfits like David Horowitz Freedom Center. He repaid his wealthy backers by unleashing relentless fire hose of anti-Palestinian diatribes, etc., etc. But they're saying all of a sudden he started talking against them after October 7th. So that's why they got pissed at him. That's what they're insinuating.
Thank you. That's so important. Send me
true?
a link. Of course it is.
Oh, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, of course it is.
So they felt betrayed that he did that. Is that
maybe. Well, I'm saying the rest of it is true. I kind of lost it towards the end in terms of what exactly they're saying is that he did something to betray the Jews and then the Jews wiped him.
They supported him early on and he paid them back. And then after he got free of their funding, he started questioning their line. Mm-hmm. So they're insinuating that's why they got pissed at him.
Yeah. Thank you.
But
Who knows?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know about that. It's part of basically this is Judeophobia conspiracy where the Jews took him out, and the bad thing about that is these fuckers are trying to make him, ergo that makes him the good guy. So we all know that's not the case. So it's bullshit. So yeah. So let's forget about that. But the other elements of it are true. He was supported by the Jews, and he fucking loved them, and was simply trying to say that the right-wing Jews are suffering only because of the actions of the left-wing Jews, which is all bullshit.
Okay, and apparently his final interview that was that was like televised, was him and Shapiro, where he criticized Israel directly to Ben Shapiro's face. This is according to this article.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go. I mean, all I can say is that he's just a piece of shit who was working with a whole bunch of other pieces of shit, and they all deserve each other, and they're all cannibals killing each other, but they're going to make him their little saint. I hate to make this analogy, but these fuckers are trying to make him their Horst Wessel. Remember Horst Wessel was the Nazi, martyr? And they're trying to make him into that, but of course he doesn't rate that level of historical importance. But
and apparently Bibi came out and said Israel did not assassinate Charlie Kirk.
Of course. Why
would he even have to say that?
Yeah, he said that because look at what he works with. To the Zionists, the American and European Russian radicalized right is their next of kin. This is what the Zionists work with. So he has to come out and say that because he's trying to placate his allies. That makes sense? As much as anything insane can make sense.
It's hard to deal with. I mean, as far as
just
thinking about it.
Yeah, I know. If you think about it too much, you're just going to become as crazy as they are. But yeah, so think about me trying to teach young men about how we got here, but let me try and finish that lesson. But again,
this is according to Bibi on his social media. He said, "I spoke to him 2 weeks ago and invited him to Israel."
I bet he did. Yeah. Keep interjecting whenever you feel that it's relevant. By all means.
I don't know how much more I could stomach of this, but yeah.
I mean, if you fall asleep, I don't blame you. But at any rate, Patrick Henry and the others were directly promoting citizen militias during a specific time and place as the only tool available at hand to ensure the objectives of the colonists. And they abused rhetorical devices of propaganda to galvanize the citizen militias to fight. Contrasting the perceived nobility of citizens defending their land against the perceived corrupt standing army of England, the leaders of America's revolt stoked the ego of the armed colonists. As the war progressed, however, it became readily apparent that a standing professional army was needed to defeat the British. I mean, North Carolina and Virginia's militia turned tail and ran. Good God, what the fuck, Brendan? What was that?
What?
Did you hear that? Some interesting noises were being made. I don't know if you heard them. Hopefully they're recorded onto the record, or hopefully they're not. I'm not quite sure what to say about that. What's this about the gray zone you're presenting me right now? Here we are, Charlie.
Oh,
Kirk.
that was
the
Internet Soup article.
Thank you. Good way to put it. Yeah. And
just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, it is. So let me give that I'll acknowledge it, of course.
And just as a qualifier, it came off of this Renz column.
Oh, so it's Rentz, Jeff Rentz. Yeah.
No, that's not him. It's just he posted it on his thing.
I see. Yeah. Got it. But still.
So it's equally sketchy.
Yeah. Of course. Anything he posts is something that he thoroughly, thoroughly agrees with, or he wouldn't post it. So at any rate, as I was saying, anyhow, there was some bizarre farting noises. I don't know if you caught them. They were like farting or something like that. That was it's the man who's on a call. We all know who it is. It's the NSA assignee who's just on all of our calls. Now, as I said, As the American Revolutionary War of Independence progressed, it became all too readily apparent that a standing professional army was needed to defeat the British. I mean, North Carolina and Virginia's militia turned tail and ran without even firing a single fucking shot during the Battle of Camden, South Carolina. To quote us from The Hidden History of the Second Amendment, the founders, therefore, had a different view of the militia after the war than they had when the revolution began. In other words, these guys are fucking useless. Unlike what Hal Brooke, the NRA, and Mel Gibson in the movie The Patriot, and all these other defenders of the individual rights canard would have us believe, the founders left the American Revolutionary War of Independence with their belief upended and refuted that armed citizen militias stood a single fucking chance against a government with a standing army. And this was during a point in history when the average citizen could arm himself with relatively the same equipment as what the professional army used. The founders would be completely dumbfounded, flabbergasted, confounded over the notion that citizens armed with AR-15s, shotguns, handguns, etc., are any sort of bulwark against a government that possesses F-22 Raptor fighter jets, M109 Paladin 150mm artillery, and military-grade drones and high-technology control over communications. So, when the slave plantationist Patrick Henry delivered his impassioned speech in Richmond during the Virginia's 1788 debate over the ratification of the Constitution, whence he argued that the continued presence of an armed militia was necessary to safeguard the Commonwealth, the question needs to be asked, from what or from whom? Clues to that answer can be found in the fear of the federal government having control over Virginia's militia, fears that were further stoked by George Mason, who warned in his speech that it would be a disaster if Virginia's militia were sent to New Hampshire, to use his own example. In other words, Henry and Mason wanted to remove the federal government's authority to move Virginia's militia to another state in the instance of problems in that other state. He wanted Virginia's militia to be used for Virginia's purposes and nothing else. As already proven, one of the Virginia militia's main purposes was to control a population base of enslaved chattel, which they couldn't do if they're elsewhere. With the ratification of the Constitution hanging in the balance, the Federalists realized that one of the primary placations needed by the supreme swing state, the Commonwealth of Virginia, was an amendment restricting the federal government's right to interfere with state militias. Ergo, the Second Amendment. Even if you remain unconvinced of the validity of history itself, and Dr. Bogus's densely researched and cogently developed expositions in support of that reality, the facts remain that the founders included the words "a well-regulated militia" in the Second Amendment, and militias have proven woefully inadequate, embarrassingly so, at being a bulwark against the supposed tyranny of any standing army, foreign or domestic. Those 12 facts are seemingly at odds unless you finally understand the amendment's emphasis falling on the phrase well-regulated, like the bowel movements of an elderly senior in a senior center. To define, understand this, that means not the bowel movements, but it defines the National Guard, which was established to embody said ideal of well-regulated militia, even with an eye to that realization obviating any and all need for postmodern Minutemen. The founders' Machiavellian language games serve as an obstacle to any fully orbed understanding of what was ever meant. Ultimately, the argument comes down to the individual rights theory versus the collective rights theory. Throughout this empire's history, the Supreme Court has leaned, at times heavily, in the direction of the collective rights theory that states that the Second Amendment doesn't guarantee any individuals the right to own any fucking guns. Instead, the collective rights theory argument goeth, the Second Amendment is intended to ensure that the country, vis-a-vis the states, is prepared to repel a foreign invasion. This requires placing an emphasis on well-regulated to counter the experiential knowledge the founders had with the ability, or rather inability, of citizen militias to withstand the onslaught of a well-trained professional army. However, since the insertion of the NRA into the debate, the game has changed. The Republican-packed puppets of the present Supreme Court Justice Posse have been purchased wholesale to personify Hal Brooks' NRA-funded mantras. Most notably seen in the ruling in 2008's District of Columbia versus Heller. The rulings of the court reflect this paradigmatic shift. It doesn't help that the founders shrouded their meanings and intentions via the Machiavellian mind games they played as they jostled to get their preferred point of view and ideologies built into the foundation of their new expansionist genocidal empire. Or I should say genocidally expansionist empire. As a former research librarian for the United States Department of Defense, I was long ago forced by profession to confront the contradictions swirling around the founders' words and deeds. For on to a decade, it was among my responsibilities to articulate to commissioned officers, for the purposes of their own presentations, how the fathers of their republic could be so pro-civilian militia after having seen the humiliating inefficacy of civilian militias during the American Revolutionary War of Independence. Consequently, I myself have never been confronted, or rather confounded, by those twa words, well-regulated, as referential of anything other than the National Guard, which was rendered manifest to realize their intent. Paradoxically, that misperceived contradiction written into the Bill of Rights is reflective of how desperate the founders were to get the United States of America off the ground. It also validates the substantial evidence set forth by the aforecited Professor Bogus. Okay, our man, Brendan. Read it aloud. Thank you. Thank you, Brendan. Read that aloud, if you would be so kind. If you wish.
Oh, okay. Am I off mute? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, now. Thank you.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward now that I read it again.
Thank you.
You know, which this should just be put on billboards. Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia, that's the first line.
Thank you.
Being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Thank you. There we are. The national...
So it starts with well-regulated militia.
Thank you. The National Guard.
Meaning military discipline.
Yes, thank you. Which is the National Guard, which comes from state to state. Each state provides components of the National Guard. That is the right of the people to keep and bear arms in their free state. Remember, the original title for these states was Free State of Virginia, Free State of, Vermont, whatever the fuck. Yeah.
They're cutting the call. They cut the call on me. What did you say?
Oh, I'm saying that the well-regulated militia is the National Guard, which sources from each state, and each state was originally called a free state, as in Free State of Vermont, right? You remember.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yes, right. And that shall not be infringed. So, yes, you don't need...
Yeah.
Yes.
But then that second clause, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, that's all they take that out.
Thank you. Thank you. They cherry pick. They cherry pick.
Yeah.
The people are not well regulated. Ergo, if you want to own guns, you join the National Guard. Correct? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
That's if we're to take it for its word. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Furthermore, I can testify that the evidence put forward by The aforecited Professor Bogus tilts the overall Second Amendment argument so far away from the individual rights theory as to render the individual rights theory invalid. My point being that there are too many vagaries associated with the Second Amendment, owing to the founders' Machiavellian political and linguistic intrigues, cultural nuances lost to history, muddied and, at times, competing objectives of the founders, along with contradictory information and ideologies working against each other for us some 250 years later, to wholly and unreservedly marry ourselves to the specific interpretation called individual rights theory. Especially considering that the individual rights theory of the Second Amendment comes with the tragic results of gun violence that research and statistics bear out could be greatly reduced by firearms reform. This, of course, brings us all, well, to the all-important argument that gun ownership is a fundamental human right. I say all-important because its acceptance is the assumed theological trump card for many supporters of the Second Amendment, such as Charlie Kirk. If owning a gun is a God-given right, then the question should be settled. However, and quite bluntly, owning a gun is not a goddamn fundamental human right. It is not any God-given right. A synonym for fundamental human right in evangelical circles. Correctly so, I believe. Its use as a synonym, not the specific application under discussion, to be clear. Meaning a fundamental human right is your need to eat and breathe and have access to potable water, but you don't always need a goddamn gun to get any of that. The argument being that God has given us the right to defend ourselves. Yes, I'm with you. Guns offer the best option to defend ourselves. Ergo, guns are a God-given right. Now, that's the second and third sentence that fucks us up. I've tried to word that syllogism as a fair and accurate representation of the argument. I believe that I've correctly related the subject and the predicate in the conclusion, as well as correctly stating with the major and minor premises the beliefs of the argument's cultists. The argument appears valid, the argument being that God has given us the right to defend ourselves. Yes, that's given. Guns offer the best option to defend ourselves, ergo guns are a God-given right. However, an argument being valid doesn't necessarily mean it's true. And in this case, I know it is not true. While I agree with the major premise, it lacks, often consciously so, theological nuance. As I have already articulated, kingdom ethics call us to surrender our rights for the sake of others. Spock! What was it Spock said about the few? The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. This is Confucianism, my cultural heritage. I believe it's ethically suspect, at best, for followers of King Jesus to make the major premise of an argument about their own fucking selfish, self-centered rights. So, while in the dry world of logic, the major premise stands, in the meta world of ethics, especially taking into account theological priorities, the major premise is problematic for believers. Taking on the major premise without exegeting the book of Luke, chapter 22, verses 35 through 38, would be irresponsible of me, of course. Said passage is often abused by Christians, or rather faux Christians, or Kirk Christians, who are pro-Second Amendment, to justify the major premise. In these verses, Jesus is given his disciples instructions. In verse 36, he tells them, "But now, if you have a purse, take it, and also a bag. And if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one." In other words, I want you guys to understand I don't come here to bring peace, but a sword. And in response, as recorded in verse 38, the disciples said, Seest, Lord, here are but 2 swords. Jesus counters, That is enough. The abuse of this passage to defend owning guns is not new to me, but over the last 3 presidential terms, the argument has become as ubiquitous. I see it in tweets, Facebook posts, articles, blog posts, and hear it out of the mouths of talking heads. To make the argument requires ignoring an hermeneutical rule that the clear interprets the unclear. A proper use of this hermeneutical rule can be seen in the theologian Dr. Robert H. Stein's Baptist contrapuntal on the hijacking of said passage to justify defending ourselves. To quote his T, understood as a call to arms. The saying not only does not fit Jesus' other teachings, but radically conflicts with them. The sword is best understood in some metaphorical sense as indicating being spiritually armed and prepared for battle against spiritual foes, such as Charlie Kirk. If you do not find Dr. Stein's thoughtful exegesis compelling, you're still left with squaring a small passage against the bulk of Jesus' teachings on subjects like turning the other cheek, how his kingdom is not spread by the sword, not to mention the rest of the New Testament, especially Paul's, teaching on surrendering our rights and being willing to suffer for the sake of the kingdom. You'll also have to explain, as Dr. Stein points out via his commentary, how Jesus could have thought that 12 swords among 12 disciples would be enough of a defense against societally, politically, religiously sanctioned assailants or the might of the Roman Empire. The book of Luke, chapter 22, verses 35 through 38 makes for a poor argument about self-defense because that was simply not what Jesus was talking about. Now let me take a look at what Brendan is talking about. So, dearest Brendan, read aloud this Bible passage. Matthew, the book of Matthew, please. Oh, that's Heather left that. You're welcome to read that aloud, Heather. You've got a nice radio voice, if you wish to come back on and unmute. And let's see if she responds. If not, I'll do it for her. Brendan seems to have left the call. They truly have cut his call. Okay, I understand, honey, you can't. Then saith Jesus unto him, Put up again thy sword into its place. For all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Book of Matthew, chapter 26, verse 52. As she says, everybody's asleep, apparently now, Brendan as well. Turning back to the syllogism. The minor premise requires the fallacy of the complex question. The argument may not even be valid to begin with. To help explain, let's turn the minor premise into a question. Do guns offer the best option to defend ourselves? Well, we can't honestly answer yes. To do so, to answer yes, would require an understanding of an entire host of unstated variables. Okay, the Real Tech Geek says support Douglas Dietrich, folks. Thank you, Real Tech. Let me tell him that. Thank you. There we are at the Real Tech. There we go. And now back to task. As I said, you would need to understand infinity itself to answer yes. Because the question and the statement is a hyperbolic rhetorical device posed as a legitimate question. But the question cannot be legitimated if it cannot be answered. Adding specifics, i.e. variables, to the question, the problem is quickly revealed. When attacked by a rampaging herd of charging elephants, are guns the best way to defend yourself? The response, I presume, will be that I have lifted the minor premise out of the context and unfairly reduced it to an absurdity. An accusation, if made, that's untrue. My purpose up to now has been to demonstrate what the complex question fallacy is and how it applies. And if I'm correct in my assertion that the minor premise commits the fallacy of the complex question, then the entire syllogism's validity is called into question. Howbeit, speaking to the context at hand turns the minor premise into a question problematic to the point of defeating the pro-gun argument. Because studies are clear. Owning a gun greatly increases the risk of a family member dying from a gunshot, either via suicide, murder, or accident. The risk/reward ratio itself should be enough to call into question the truthfulness of the minor premise. How can something that statistically brings more harm than good be the best means of defense? It requires a grossly manipulated definition of best to reach that conclusion. Just like driving 150 miles per hour is not the best way to reach our destination quickly, owning a gun is not the best way to defend ourselves. This doesn't mean that there are not certain scenarios that can be laid out where owning a gun is the best way to defend ourselves, but the universal application does not hold. Posed as a question, the minor premise cannot support the vast array of possible, complex variables that arise in self-defense situations. The lack of theological nuance in the major premise, combined with the presence of the fallacy of the complex question in the minor premise, renders the conclusion untruthful. Owning a gun is not a God-given right. The stiff-necked paleo-reactionary defense of the Second Amendment has precious little to do with loving and preferring others, and much to do with the love of self. Worse, this defense is made at the cost of human life. The unwillingness to even entertain debates about the validity and effectiveness of firearms reform betrays that for paleo-reactionaries, the Second Amendment is the Moloch to which they bow. Ergo, it is high time for true followers of King Jesus to proclaim kingdom ethics by calling for firearms reform legislation. Christ has freed us from being held hostage by man-made, anthropocentric ideologies, and the Second Amendment has no hold on those who believe in Jesus, and it does not and cannot require our allegiance. So number one, America needs common sense firearms reform. Number two, guns are simply too easily accessible. Number three, many of the easily accessible guns, like the one stage-propped to have slaughtered Charlie Kirk, are weapons of war and simply inapplicable for everyday society. Number four, as a group, our politicians have failed us all by not working hard enough to pass new laws and regulations around firearms ownership. So the best way to honor Charlie Kirk's memory is to actually get our politicians to finally enact sensible firearms reform. Appropriately enough, Charlie Kirk would hate that. To quoteist, the Charlie Cracker Cookie fortune, I think it's worth to have a cost of some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. Do you see that now as the synagogue of Satan? He said that about a week after 3 children and 3 adults were shot and killed by a 28-year-old angry white male in Nashville, Tennessee, at the Covenant School, a Christian school. God damn it, Charlie didn't even have empathy for Christians! 'Cause he never was one. He's a goddamn satanic Edomite from hell, an apostate apostle, an apostasal. Your enemy and mine. God damn his soul to hell. We can argue about how culpable Charlie Kirk was in provoking his own death. But we have to agree that without America's, and Charlie's, callous acceptance of gun violence, that it's far less likely he would ever have even died this way. Describing his shooting as an act of political violence belies the facts. Saying Charlie Kirk died from political violence is abused to ennoble his death. He was not a noble figure. I'm not giving him that much, unless those same people who call Charlie Kirk's death political violence are also willing to give that description to Yoshihiro Hattori's death. Charlie Kirk certainly never gave Yoshihiro Hattori that grace, or any grace at all. Now, the day after Charlie Kirk's death, several HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, told students to stay home due to the colleges receiving threats of violence after Charlie Kirk's death. Why do you think black institutions were threatened with violence after Charlie Kirk's death? Not one credible person thought a black person had committed this crime. The crime didn't happen at an HBCU. Indeed, Charlie Kirk would never speak at one. It should come as no surprise that Utah has 0 HBCUs, or historically black college universities. In fact, once I found out that Charlie Kirk had been killed in Utah, I immediately did the thing that many color folks do in this situation. Thank the gods of my ancestors, it wasn't one of us! Unsurprisingly, the suspect who has been arrested is a flaccid, patsy white boy. But it did not matter at all that Charlie Kirk's death had nothing to do with black people, because an essential tentpole Charlie Kirk's brand, well, an essential tentpole that held up Charlie Kirk's circus tent brand was anti-blackness. And that tentpole is still Viagra pill direct after his death. In threatening HBCUs, Charlie Kirk's acolytes are just carrying out his anti-black work. I'm sure Charlie Kirk is looking up from where he is now and is very proud. One day, I will die. I hope it isn't any time soon. I have too many lads to finish schooling. I also hope it isn't due to gun violence. But if I do die at the hands of gun violence, and if it is by the hand of someone who hated my politics, do not call it gun violence. It is political violence in my case. And don't express empathy without action. No words without deeds. Do try to work hard to make certain that the truth of my life inspires others in the stead of some goddamn confabulation campaign. I cannot, in good conscience, express empathy for Charlie Kirk. If that bothers you, take solace in the fact that Charlie himself would never have it any other way. Who's with me? Now, on Charlie Horse Kirk's so-called assassination. This week last, the Associated Press and the rest of America's mainstream mass media machine ever since, has mispresented that Charlie Kirk was assassinated Wednesday midweek last on a college campus in Utah, where he was obviously shot through the neck. That characterization, however, is malevolently alloneutral. It conveys the president's preferred promulgation of his death as an example of America becoming a killing field that requires the remedies of a strong man, like mass murdering the homeless as cited aforehand per Trump's own fave Fox TV dinner dish. The Brian Kilmeade Show. Yes, the Kirkster was a prominent figure. Yes, he was very important to the Republican Party, but he wasn't running for high office. He wasn't leading a mass movement, and he was not democratically elected. If anything, he was only privileged a high perch because multi-billionaires had chosen to bestow such upon him, in stark contrast to any merit. And in antitheses, Melissa Hortman was assassinated. She was a Democratic legislator and the former Speaker of the State House, who led the enactment of sweeping progressive reforms in Minnesota. In June, she was assassinated by an anti-vaccine terrorist named Vance Bolter. Bolter killed 3 others, including Hortman's husband. But he was not assassinated. Neither were the other twain, though 2 of the 3 were also lawmakers. They were murdered. Hortman was a former speaker. For that reason, her murder rises to the level of assassination. But Charlie Kirk was not assassinated. He was put down as the rabid primate that he was. This is not simply specious. It's not simply specious semantics. By elevating Kirk's culling to the level of an assassination, he's turned into a moral figure who appears to transcend politics, such that we are forced to either praise him, or at least say nice things about him, or remain silent for fear of being seen as endorsing political violence. That is, of course, one of the objectives of authoritarian politics: to censor, silence, and suppress the opposition by any and all means necessary, and unnecessary means at that. The Kirkster was key to that. He presented himself and his organization as champions of free speech on college campuses, while also doxing blacklists, complete with pictures of their families, of professors and students who said and wrote things he didn't like in order to encourage people to monitor, terrorize, and kill them. Kirk's bad faith would never have been so bad for freedom and democracy if highly visible liberals had not accepted as true every single lie he ever told. Catastrophically, that continues to be the case even in death. This week, the New York Times' Ezra Klein wrote that he practiced politics the right way by showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would talk to him. He was one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion. Yes, petty demagogues can be very persuasive. And you'd think a liberal, a Jew like Ezra Klein, would have said so plainly if he were not more smitten with his reputation for reasonableness and his love for Israel and Zionism than he is focused on any actual politics. He's focused on the ideology of Judeo-centrism and how Kirk served that purpose, the purpose of his people, not yours. For that, we must turn to a right-wing writer, Richard Hanania, who explained how rightists justify calls for repression and violence. In doing so, he explained the very tactic Kirk worked so hard to perfect. 3 steps. First, go to media and find the most obscure people celebrating violence. Say that this is the left. And secondly, say the left wants you dead, blaming the entire Democratic Party. Secondly, literally, not a single Democrat is celebrating the Kirk assassination, as the mobilized mass media machine so calls it. It's complete wish casting on the right. They're radicalizing their followers based on an inaccurate view, to say the least, of their opponents that fits with a victimization narrative of their own. That's utterly false. Tertiarily, meanwhile, the most prominent people on their side start indulging in conspiracy theories and gleefully sharing the names after Nancy Pelosi's husband is attacked. The hypocrisy is overwhelming. They get off on the idea of civil war and collapse and invent the reality they want to see. They imagine Democrats are like themselves when demonstrably we are not. Under these conditions, the president and his goon squad are almost certainly going to try targeting all of the left, as Kirk misdefined it. The regime is already arresting people for the crime of the race, with the Supreme Court's blessing at that. If they can criminalize your identity, they can criminalize your speech, or at least force you into silence for insufficiently praising a free speech champion like Charlie Kirk. From working in previous gory professions and the very nature of my childhood, I have seen unspeakable violence. Ubiquitous doom scrolling now grants others the same awful privilege. In the film titled In No Country for Old Men, a sheriff fresh from a grisly crime scene is asked whether he thinks one of the massacre survivors knows the type of men he's dealing with a dryness only Tommy Lee Jones in West Texas can produce. The sheriff replies, "He ought to. He's seen the same things I've seen, and it certainly made an impression on me." I am too much of a pessimist to believe that seeing this orchestrated scene of high-definition murder, as opposed to the grainy video, say, of the shooting in the back of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, will restore the moral senses of all those who have hitherto been casually pro-violence. But I think many people have convinced themselves, at some level, that violence is virtual, and that the dead either never lived in human form or would respawn after their death, taking the L for the day, as in a video game. The cult of Daniel Penny proudly hosts a horde of such delusional psychopaths, sociopaths at the least, people who laugh at the thought of an execution, but would vomit at the sight of one, as Brendan Zogid articulated. Daniel Penny is a former Marine who was acquitted in December of 2024 of criminally negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely, a homeless black man who died after Penny put him in a fatal chokehold on the New York subway in May of 2023 for no other goddamn good reason than the fact the man was black. The case sparked widespread debate about race, mental health, and public safety. Just remember, if you see a former Marine, there's no such thing as an ex-Marine. The only good Marine is a dead Marine, as far as I'm concerned, for the majority of them. myself and Heather Holman's lovely partner, or shall we say, wholesome partner, Vin Maniktala. Well, we're exceptions, along with a few others. Now, in February of 2025, Danny Boy Pennywise was hired as a deal partner by the Kite Consortium, Andreessen Horowitz, a venture capital firm whose founder backed Trump for president. A pro-Zionist Israeli front company, part of the Zionist occupation government that runs and ruins your lives. Now and then I see public stencil art of the infidels gang bikers, the all-American Islamophobic military veteran contractors from Florida running security at the exterminatory Gaza aid sites. And let me provide you all evidence thereof here in the chat box and onto our infinite call. And here we go with that. A bolder graffitiist or graffitiist might have depicted what happened after such a crusader gang lured families into ambush. Bristling with tactical gear, standing over the body of a half-naked 9-year-old he had just shot in the head as she begged for mercy. But passing over the violence itself is the point, because many who celebrate that slaughter can do so only because they suppress their sense of Palestinian humanity, not because they have no notion of that humanity in the first. Now, until Kirk's summary execution, the act of public violence that was riling up the right last week was the order of magnitude more outrageous assassination of Irina Zarutska, the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, fresh from her job at a pizza joint in Charlotte, North Carolina. We'll return to her on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. Now, I've turned in, well, basically a full 8 hours. I want to thank you all for joining me, but I can't do this without your financial support. And I'll need it to survive, to just pay the rent to make it through another month. So by God, you'd better contribute, or I won't be able to come back on Wednesday or any other day. I need your money now. And we'll start a GoFundMe soon to raise the $6,000 I need. At any rate, I'll need more petty cash to make rent this month. If you can't contribute towards the GoFundMe, make certain you contribute towards my rent. All right, we'll be returning on Wednesday. It'll be here before you know it. All such being said, we've done an 8-hour work shift, and with that, we're clocking out. If my dear Aristides is awake, he's more than welcome to say good morning. No worries there if you're not. And with that, my love to all the ladies. Kisses unto they. My wholesome love to all the gentlemen. Hugs unto them. And anyone who supports me is loved. Otherwise, the enemies, of course, well, they bring unto themselves what Charlie Kirk did. You live by the club, you die by the club. With that, we're closing stream.